Hey everyone, I'm Daniel Tsai, General Manager of Call of Duty Esports, and I'm really excited here to welcome you all to the reveal of ranked play in Vanguard. And who better to go through the details than this group of experts? We have two esteemed devs from Treyarch, Mr. Matt Schrontz and Lawrence Metten, and two legendary CDL pros attached and our 2021 MVP, Simp. What's up, gentlemen?
What's going on?
How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, everybody.
It's good to be here.
It's going to be great. We're going to be talking through all the details of Ranked Play Beta. I'm just going to ask questions to this group on behalf of the community, things that we think is just going to be top of mind as you enter into the beta. But before we dive into that, we actually have a short video just on the basics of Ranked Play, which will get everyone situated. So let's actually just take a look at that now.
Call of Duty competitors, your time is now. The Ranked Play beta launches worldwide. Get ready to jump in, earn a Season 2 skill rating, and begin your path to competitive glory. Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Control. Play like the pros in seasonal 4v4 competition, featuring the same weapons, settings, maps, and game types used week after week in the Call of Duty League. Like a good sweat? This is it. But are you the best? Or do you just think you are? Featuring 7 skill divisions with 5 tiers each, a 1 to 50 level progression system, and regular ladder events, even the most hardcore of competitive players will find opportunities to prove their mettle against Call of Duty's elite. See how you stack up against the best in the world with more skill information and precision than ever before seen in ranked Call of Duty. Complete 5 placement matches in the beta to earn a skill rating and placement in one of Ranked Play's 7 skill divisions. Win ranked matches to earn SR and advance your way through tiers towards a division promotion. Only the best will make it to the top. What is the top? Ranked Play will feature a unique leaderboard for the top 250 players in the world that's visible to everyone. Track your favorite pros as you climb the mountain to play alongside them. Compete for glory and get rewards to commemorate your achievements. Each competitive season, players can gain access to additional seasonal and skill rewards exclusive to Ranked Play. Unlocked rewards can be used in both Vanguard and Warzone, so your opponents will know who they're up against no matter where you play. When you achieve something few other players have, the world will know it. The new home of competitive Call of Duty is here. So assemble your crew, live the dream of the CDL, and earn your spot alongside the world's best players in Vanguard's brand new Ranked Mode Beta.
Oh my God, ranked plays are crazy.
That looks good. I like what I'm seeing.
Good stuff. I know we're super excited about that, but let's dive right in. Treyarch team, there was a lot of emphasis on competitive gameplay and matching CDL standards. I'm just curious, how did you build ranked play with those two objectives in mind?
Yeah, great question. I'll try to keep it simple since we're going to go through a lot of the nitty-gritty details as we talk today. But really for us, it started with kind of taking a step back and evaluating what all we've done over the years between ranked play and league play, really just so we can have a better understanding of what's worked and what hasn't worked. From there, feedback is always critically important for us. So we've of course partnered up with folks at CDL like yourself, our partners at Binox, and of course pro players and the the very competitive players out there in the public. Dylan, Chris, Simp, and Attach have given their feedback, and we've taken all of that into consideration, and we do really kind of consider this as a full reset on our ranked play journey, with the hope of really starting with a very strong foundation moving forward.
I was just super excited to even have the opportunity to work on this with you guys, and I think I can speak for all the pro players that this is something that has been in the works for a super long time, and we're all just super excited to have this ranked play coming out.
Yeah, and it feels great to have this ranked play coming out because it's not just the current pro players that are going to be able to play it every day, stream it, make YouTube videos. It's for the next generation too. Like we'll see, I'm sure, a lot of younger players playing Call of Duty that will one day be those big name pros. So it's such a good way to develop talent and meet new people and just find a good way to practice even after scrimmages and tournaments are done.
Attach, that's a really good point. I know at the CDL, we view that competitive pipeline as absolutely crucial. Question for you, Lawrence. I guess for you, why was it so important to be collaborating with the pros?
Yeah, I think that pro feedback is just incredibly important for us because we want ranked play to hold up at the highest level of play. But we also want to create an accessible experience that works for maybe a more casual Call of Duty player. And so getting feedback from our pro players and our engaged competitive community has been incredibly important for us.
Let's start diving into the details of ranked play. Starting with the first one, I guess, for me, we've been talking about it a lot as ranked play beta. Why is it launching as a beta?
It's launching as a beta. One, like I said, we really do consider this a really more of a full reset for our ranked play journey for Call of Duty, and starting with Vanguard. So to do that, we've got a lot of new fun systems and features, and launching in a beta will just really allow us to make sure we're evaluating and assessing everything. The new skill systems, just making sure everything's tight, accurate, and of course we're going to be able to collect data and make adjustments as needed. I know Lawrence has been working very hard on all of our skill divisions and systems and ratings, so I'm sure he's looking forward to kind of getting all that data and kind of figuring out how to approach it.
Yeah, we're incredibly excited to kind of collect data in a live environment with the best players in the world and see how our skill system holds up and make any changes necessary to ensure the most competitive integrity of ranked play in Vanguard.
That makes a lot of sense, easing into it, getting smart before we dive fully into it. But let's talk about what it is. What are the details that you can share about Vanguard ranked play?
Yeah, so ranked play, simply put, is the home of competitive Call of Duty in Vanguard. This is the mode that lets players play like the pros. It's 4-on-4. It uses the same weapons, settings, rules, maps, and modes that you see every weekend in the Call of Duty League. And each season, players are going to play 5 placement matches, earn a skill rating, and get placed into a skill division. And we're excited to share more about how those skill divisions work a little bit later in the broadcast. Players will also be competing in ladder events, which are essentially mini tournaments. And these are for bragging rights and the ability to progress. And you can show off your achievements and your accolades with exclusive rank play rewards that can be used in both Vanguard and Warzone.
I have to say that the ladder events do sound super fun, just to kind of have a different experience inside of ranked play, just because, you can kind of get a little bit bored of just playing, I would say, just ranked play over and over again. Not necessarily like myself, but as a casual player maybe. So having that kind of bracket, it sounds super exciting to just kind of switch things up a little bit.
Yeah, and with those ladder events that will be happening, is that more so you can just go in solo and you'll find a team and each game you go in solo, or do you kind of have like a set squad and go in with your team and then play against other teams of 4?
So we always have a ladder event running, and playing your first rank play match while one is active will place you on a ladder. You can play solo, you can play with a formed team, and as you win or lose matches, you're earning and losing ladder points that ultimately decide your position on the ladder. So the ladder is kind of separate from the skill system. The skill system is always active. You're earning SR, moving up and down through skill divisions and tiers. And then the ladder is what ultimately progresses your rank and can gain access to rewards based on where you finish in those mini tournaments.
Yeah, just to jump in, I want to touch on something that Simp said is, I think it is true that in a more traditional rank system like we're talking about here is, you will eventually reach a point where your skill settles out. So that's why we really like the ladder events, because it's kind of that separate, as Lawrence said, a mini tournament. It gives you something to continually compete in and try to really, it's more of a show of your time investment and how much you can grind. So even if you're not hitting, the top of the leaderboards and your skill rating, you can still play and kind of feel rewarded as long as you're winning and feel like you're progressing something.
Yeah, you can get some really great battles on a ladder in kind of the final couple hours where maybe there are 3 or 5 players jostling for that top spot, and you win a match, come back to the ladder, see if that guy you've been battling with won his, and really kind of have some exciting finishes there.
Yeah, and with the points on the ladder, is there a set number of points you get when you win or lose a game, or does it kind of just, how does that work?
Yeah, so it's 100 points for every win, Losing will deduct 61 points. We have additional penalties if you quit or disconnect. And then another way to earn points on the ladder, we've actually introduced a new bonus point system in Vanguard. It's the daily win bonus. And so your first 5 wins of the day will net you some bonus points. So players who want to min-max the amount of points they're earning will want to play each day of a ladder event.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's good. That's a great incentive to just keep on grinding every day.
I like the sound of that. I have a basic question for you guys. We keep saying rank play, rank play, rank play. Last year with Cold War, it was called League Play. So it kind of just begs the question, what's the difference between rank play and League Play?
I think like going into rank play in Vanguard, we knew we wanted to make significant changes to the formula. It was kind of a back to basics for us in a lot of ways. And things like the new seasonal structure that aligns with the rest of the game, provides a new rank journey each season, more skill information, which we've talked about. We're displaying more skill information to players than we did in Cold War. And so the new name for us and the rebrand, we wanted to make it clear that there was no confusion. This is the definitive home for ranked Call of Duty.
I will say, we were in many a meeting, and probably the cliche designer meetings of discussing these two words, league play, ranked play, very exhaustive research, just really trying to figure out what we should call this, and I couldn't be more happy to land on ranked play.
I was going to say, I think the whole beta ranked play thing is a super good idea, just because I feel like I just feel like it's super good to just get feedback from players early on, just to see what people are liking, what people aren't liking, and kind of just getting a general feel of how ranked play is in a whole. Because I feel like you can ask different parties, like you can ask the pro players, you can ask the casuals, but unless you actually get the stats and the analytics of it, I feel like you can't do much. So I think it's super good that you guys are doing a beta and actually getting the info you need to fix things.
Fresh one for you, Treyarch. We've been hearing a lot about this seasonal skill rating system. Can you share a little bit more detail behind that?
Yeah, we knew going into Vanguard rank play that we wanted to display considerably more skill information to players than we have previously, and we wanted to expand on the components of skill in ranked. And so the way this new system works, each season you're going to play 5 placement matches and earn a skill rating, which maps to one of 7 skill divisions. Skill division is a key element of player identity, so players who encounter you in ranked will know who they're up against each match. And skill rating, or SR for short, it's won or lost after matches based on your performance. So ultimately, winning has the biggest impact on your SR, but personal performance does have a bit of an impact. One thing's for sure, you're never going to lose a SR after a victory. Each division has 5 tiers. So as you earn SR after matches, you're going to advance through tiers. And if you make it all the way to tier 1 in a division, you could actually get promoted into the higher skill division. And yeah, we're excited to see where people place. I'm excited to see where you two place and what the skill division grind looks like over the course of the season.
I'm actually curious. I want to ask a question to Attach and Simp. I've been waiting on this one because I know there's always a lot of discussion on what goes into you gaining or losing skill points or skill rating, SR, along the way. So I'm curious, Lawrence just said it's mainly wins you gain, losses you lose, but that personal performance is something that's always, I won't name the former pro who I saw a tweet where there was a very healthy discussion on this that we brought in-house, and we're looking at this. I'm like, okay. I think we're on the mark here. So I'm curious what your guys' take is on that.
I think it's hard in general to not own, it's definitely good to have a skill player side of things to it, but I feel like the wins and losses should generally be the main parts of it, just because, if you win and if you're doing really good in your league play game and not league play, rank play, and you lose, then you should still lose points. You shouldn't be gaining points for not helping your team win.
Yeah, and I completely agree with Chris there. Winning should definitely give you the most points, because when you, like he said, you are on a losing team, even if you're dropping 70 kills, 3 minutes in hill, but you lost, you still deserve to lose some points. I know it's going to be tough to carry some people sometimes, but it makes everyone play for that goal to win. That's the goal, not to get more kills, to win.
I think that's spot on with our thinking too. Like this is rank play. It's about playing to win, and we want those wins and those win streaks to feel good and bump players up potentially to higher skill divisions and tiers.
So is that where you go hash it out in Discord if you do drop a 70 bomb and take
I think
the L?
you do.
Oh yeah, they'll
You
be
definitely
hearing
got a
some
richer
words
boy.
via game chat or Twitter after that if they cost.
So I actually have a question for Lawrence. Earlier you had mentioned 7 skill divisions. Last year there were 5, so I'm curious, why the change there?
Yeah, simply put, 7 skill divisions give us more precision. We have a greater distribution of skill compared to Cold War across all skill levels. And at the very top of our skill divisions are the Master and Challenger division, which represent the top 5% and 1% of players. So these are very significant skill accomplishments and should hopefully celebrate the best players in the world.
What happens to your skill rating and your division at the end of a season?
Yeah, so as I touched on a little bit earlier, we're really leaning into the seasonal structure with rank play and Vanguard. So when a season ends, we hand out like a season-specific reward to celebrate how high you were able to make it in the skill division journey that season. We wipe everyone's skill. The new season kicks off, 5 new placement matches, and a new skill journey begins.
How long are the seasons going to be? Do you think like a month and a half, or does it really just depend on when the new content and drop is ready for that next season?
Yeah, it's entirely tied to our content drop seasons. So those typically are in kind of the 2-month range. There's some flexibility there for season to season, but we're really leaning into the seasons elsewhere in the game. So there's a clear, this is my season 2 skill rating. This is my season 3 rating, and so on.
How often are the rules in the rank play, like the competitive rules, going to be updated compared to how our rules are updated? Because we have like a 1.2, 1.3 that comes out every so often. Is the CDL rules and the rank play rules going to be updated at the same time, or is there going to be like a week or 2 delay or longer between the two?
Yeah, it does kind of depend on the pipeline. So our goal is always to try to have them match 1-to-1 as much as possible. Shout out, CDL, shout out Spencer, shout out Alex. We're very close to them and talk to them quite a bit. Even within the past few days, we've been talking to them. So the goal there is always to try to match as closely as can and get those updates matching up time-wise as close as we can. There, obviously, like I said, can be a little bit of a delay, but that's the goal.
And one last thing about this topic, will you be able to see your past rank play stats somewhere? Like, will it be stored somewhere in archive, or is that just gone? It's just the new one that you're going to see?
So in the beta, we just have the active season. That is something we're looking at for future seasons, is potentially a way to view accomplishments and kind of personal bests from previous seasons.
Yeah, that'd be really cool to see like your highest KD, highest kills, or longest win streak. I think that could be really cool.
All right, let's change up the topic a little bit. Leaderboards. Simp, Attach, obviously myself. We're 3 of the top players in the world. So I really want to see, how do I stack up against other people? How are they going to know that I'm one of the best?
I can take that one. And Daniel, we will verify your claims there. We will look at your stats.
Please
don't.
don't.
If it comes back false, we'll let you know. That's something very exciting to talk about here. It's an actual additional skill division that will be. It's currently in the roadmap. It will not be released on day one. It's our top 250. Again, we want to make sure we're all tight with our skill divisions before we actually start celebrating what every player in the world will be able to see. It's the top 250 players in the world based off of their skill ratings.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea because you got to make sure the whole team is in that top 250. If you're seeing one of your teammates slacking and not making it in there, they're only in Masters, we're going to have some issues about that. And then it's going to be some good, healthy, friendly competition to stay up there and be the number 1 player.
Yeah, and so just to kind of elaborate on the way this top 250 division works, everyone in this division will actually get an icon with a unique leaderboard position on it. And so when you're in a game with someone on the top 250, you're going to know that you are and where they sit on that leaderboard. Players who aren't eligible for top 250 and maybe never crack the upper echelon of Call of Duty skill, myself included, can still engage with this feature through a leaderboard on the menu. So anyone can jump into the top 250 leaderboard, scan, see if there's been any movement, and we're really excited to see the battle for first place each season. Is it someone we're familiar with, someone from Challengers, maybe someone we've never heard of before? It's going to be heated.
This leaderboard sounds super exciting just because, at least in my head, like, yeah, you're going to see a lot of the usual pros you see up there, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of people up there that you don't really know that are just competitive players trying to get their name out there. Like, super exciting for all the players that they're going to be able to have their name up on this top 250 list eventually.
If you guys had to make a bet, attach and Simp, who do you think is going to be number one? You could say yourself.
I might have to say aBeZy.
Yeah, aBeZy is definitely
he's a demon grinder.
I was number one for a little bit too in World War II, so it's all going to be about who's most disciplined and trying to play it the most. You might have to cancel a couple professional scrims for it just to make sure you keep that number one spot.
Yeah, gotta keep the grind up.
Yeah, that all sounds great, guys. I'll see you on the top 250.
Okay, Daniel, sure.
Yeah, we'll see you there, Daniel.
So you guys talked a little bit about the ladder and the biweekly events a little earlier. I want to dive into that a little bit. What else can you share about this progression system?
Ladder events are essentially mini tournaments that put 50 players of similar skill together on a ladder to battle it out for points. Players earn ladder points if they win matches. They lose ladder points when they lose matches. And as we kind of talked about earlier, there's a daily ladder point bonus system we're introducing with Rank Play in Vanguard that allows players to earn some extra ladder points with their first few wins of the day. So you'll want to play each day of a ladder event to kind of maximize your point gain. There are 2 events per week. There's a weekday ladder that runs Monday to Friday and a weekend ladder that runs over the weekend.
Just having those 2 separate events is in itself just, I feel like, doing so much for the casuals, like, and they're not even like understand that. I feel like you guys are doing so much for us.
Yeah, I feel like there's always something to look forward to with these ladder events and rank play as well. So you can kind of get a good mixture of both, and really different people are going to want to focus on different things, and some people might enjoy the ladder events a little bit more. So it's good that people just have options.
Yeah, I really like those ladder events because, like I said before, there's a time where my skill is going to settle out in probably middle of the road. So it does give me something to feel like I can get those victories in. Previously in ladder events, sometimes I like to try to time it, and if we're jockeying back and forth for that top position, maybe I show up to work 30 minutes late to try to get another match or 2 in.
You gotta catch the guy in the second place when he's sleeping. You gotta make sure you get all those points in while he's sleeping.
He's snoozing, and I'm just grinding.
Yeah, you snooze, you lose is the saying.
Lawrence, can you elaborate a little bit on how this rank is different from the skill rating? I'd love to understand that a little bit more.
Yeah, so rank progression is also back, and rank is separate from skill rating. The way this works is it represents your time spent in rank play. Like, think of it sort of like the way XP works in core multiplayer. So skill ratings may go up and down, may stabilize over the course of the season, but rank only goes up, and it's there to make sure that players feel rewarded and a sense of progression while playing competitive. Players progress their rank and rank icon by earning stars. This was formerly gems in Cold War, and stars are awarded at the end of ladder events based on your final ladder position. So if you finish in the top half of your ladder, you're going to earn a couple stars. Finish higher up the ladder, you're going to earn more stars. You're going to progress to that rank up faster.
I think people are going to really like it. All right, I already know this is going to be one of the top topics from the community. We want to talk about rewards. We want to know what we get for putting in the sweat. What can you tell us about Rank Play's reward system?
Yeah, so beta is going to go live with a handful of rewards, and we're actually going to tease some additional rewards we have coming later in Season 2. In beta, as you progress your rank, you're going to earn an emblem and a calling card every 5 ranks. We also have an operator skin available for players who are able to earn their way through and reach max rank. That's the ranked royalty operator skin that you can only earn in rank play. Later in Season 2, we're going to be launching our first batch of seasonal rewards. So each rank play season, we're going to provide players with the opportunity to unlock exclusive rank play rewards such as blueprints, camos, charms, and more. We're also going to be introducing charm rewards to represent player skill divisions. And there's a ranked legend operator skin available only to master and challenger players for the ultimate rank play bragging rights. And I think it's worth mentioning all rewards you unlock in rank play, you can use anywhere in Vanguard and also Warzone. So when you roll up on a squad in Caldera, they're going to know who they're up against.
That's awesome. I think it just makes everyone want to get to that top rank so much more. And then when you do get it, you kind of have that swagger wherever you're at in multiplayer, pubs, Warzone. So I'm really looking forward to achieving all those.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't kind of took the words right out of my mouth. Just having all of that accessibility through all the game, or through all, like Warzone and Vanguard of the rewards, I think is just super exciting for all the players.
Yeah, we really wanted a good mix of rewards that celebrate skill, rewards that celebrate time spent, and then we also, with these seasonal rewards, are going to have a handful of rewards that celebrate your best ladder finishes. So each season you're going to want to knock out a top 10 finish, a top 5 finish, and a first place finish to get those blueprint, camo, and charm rewards.
I'm super excited about the again kind of calling back to why or how long a season is, and our desire and goals to tie the rank play season with the overall game season. Again, that gives us all something really to look forward to, and we know that day and date. Okay, it's time. Put my sweats on, put my try hard pants on, and we've got an entire new set of rewards. So that's something that I know we're very excited about. It's something we've been talking about for a long time. So awesome to see that come to fruition.
Yeah, keeping it fresh each season, getting people back into the game with the drop of the new season. Get your skill, start grinding those rewards.
Yeah, I'm super excited to start grinding.
Can't wait to party up, Simp and attach.
Wait,
why are you leaving me out?
Rule against that?
Oh.
Yeah, you might not fit in the skill. It's all good though.
We'll see. Can I get a tryout?
We'll make an exception.
Okay.
You gotta play your placements first.
All right.
So, Lawrence, I have a question. Say you're not the best, not the sweatiest, you're a more casual player and not as high skill, someone like Matt. How are you going to reward people like him?
Yeah, we want to make sure that everyone feels rewarded playing rank play. And so these seasonal rewards we're going to be going live with later in Season 2, they're accessible to all skill levels. And so players are going to earn these rewards by winning matches, and kind of as you hit higher win milestones, you're going to get access to cooler and cooler rewards. And then the other set of rewards is earned based on your ladder placement. So finish in the top 10 once, you're going to earn something cool, and the higher your placement, the better those rewards. So in addition to these rewards that celebrate skill and the best players in the world, there's a lot up for grabs for everybody, regardless of where they sit in the skill rating system.
Okay, that all sounds great. Definitely sounds like if you're grinding in ranked play, there's a lot of rewards for you. That's great to hear. Let's head over to our next topic. All right, so the whole thing about ranked play is to play just like the pros. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've made that competitive experience exactly like the CDLs?
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, I like to, I put on my Minnesota Røkkr hoodie, and then I strap on my Atlanta FaZe headgear, my headset, got my tags on and everything. So that's how I try to play like the pros, but once we get into rank play, that's where the rule set we touched on earlier that we work very closely with CDL and the pros, and the teams on trying to match that. So right off the bat, you're going to be playing 4v4, CDL hardpoint, CDL search and destroy, CDL control. We're going to be seeing all of the same settings, the respawn delays, weapon restrictions, and all the maps and the map pool that players like Simp and Attach have been really testing and putting through the paces to try to find the best setup there.
Yeah, and that's it is really cool so that people can just hop in the rank play and play like the pros, because I think that was a really big disconnect where they had to go to private match, they have to invite people, they have to set the rules up and everything. But now with the rank play, with all the maps, the modes, and all the rules and guns and weapons already set up, they know what they can do. They can just hop in at any time they want in the day, and they're able to play like the pros whenever.
Yeah, I just think it's a really good starting experience for casuals to kind of jump into the competitive atmosphere of Call of Duty. I feel like rank play is definitely the best route to go off the rip, just because, you know, it's the same map, same rules. You can get a feel for it and kind of just get a feel if you like competitive Call of Duty or not.
Another thing that's worth mentioning is in rank play, everything is unlocked. And so there are restricted weapons and content that can't be used in CDL matches, but of things that are allowed, you're going to have access to all weapons, attachments, and unlocks. It's incredibly important to us that no one has a leg up on anyone else based on their progression or their time spent. And so everyone in their first match is going to have access to the full suite of weapons, attachments, and content.
Yeah, Lawrence, I feel like that equal playing field is so key. You know, I feel like when I see online, a lot of people are saying, I could do what the pros do. I can make that shot. I can do that. But now you really have that equal level playing field to really prove it, which I think is really neat. One question I had, what about the quitters and leavers? What are we doing about them?
Yeah, so ensuring that rank play is a fair and balanced environment with competitive integrity is incredibly important to us. And a big part of that is penalizing players who break the rules. And so we have penalties and suspensions for players who disconnect or quit out of matches. And you'll actually get harsher penalties for if you're a repeat offender. Friendly fire is enabled in rank play, and so along with that, we penalize players who abuse that system and team kill their teammates, and so you can get penalized and suspended for that as well. And then we also make sure not to start rank play matches with uneven teams. So if someone quits or is disconnected for whatever reason before the start of the match, as you load into the game, we'll actually back everyone out to the main menu. And you can search again for hopefully a better match.
I think that last point you just made is something super exciting to hear, just because I feel like a lot of the time, you know, some people's games will crash or, you know, they don't have time to play when they thought they did and they just turn their console or PC off and, you know, whatever happens. I'm just glad it's not going to be affecting the 7 other people in the lobby just because, you know, one person decided I'm not going to play this game.
Yeah, it's no fun when you end up down like 3v4, and so we want to punish players who put you in that situation deliberately, and then if it happens accidentally, especially before the start of the game, we want to kind of prevent that experience from ruining the game.
I personally pushed to ban all of those players permanently. Couldn't get consensus on that. Sorry, go ahead, Attach.
No, I was going to say, is there a certain number of team kills that will kick you out of the game? Like, is it 3, 4, 5? Or have you not decided yet?
Yeah, no, we have. We actually, Lawrence and I tested it thoroughly earlier this week.
It was a one-sided test.
Yeah, we can confirm it works. I believe right now it's set to a number of kills, which I believe is 3. We're still, playing around with some things there. I believe it's set to 3, where you'll actually deal damage to your teammate. Subsequent times where you attempt to deal damage to a teammate, that damage will be reflected back to you. And if you continue doing that for some odd reason, because you're going to be hurting yourself, we'll just remove you politely from the match because at that point you're not really interested in the competitive integrity.
Awesome.
3rd time's the charm. That all sounds really great, Matt.
Yeah, so we've covered a lot of the nuts and bolts of rank play in Vanguard. Just to kind of sum it up, we love competitive Call of Duty. We want to give players an opportunity to play like the pros, and we're really excited to get rank play out there in beta. Whether you're solo or squatted up, jump in, earn a skill rating, start winning some ladders, earning some rewards. We're incredibly excited to see the highest level of Call of Duty played in rank play in Vanguard.
Yeah, Lawrence, and just speaking on behalf of Call of Duty League, we're loving everything that we're hearing today and love the commitment that you've made in building this awesome mode. I think we've said this before, but that competitive pipeline, without that, the CDL doesn't exist. So just again, everything that we're hearing today of these settings really helps our community thrive, and I think it's all awesome.
It's been great partnering with you guys to deliver this mode. We're really excited to get it out there and see how it's received in beta.
Okay, well, we've heard a lot of amazing details about ranked play. I'm super excited. I hope you all listening are really impressed with what you've heard as well. I want to give a chance for each one of our panelists to have the mic, share some closing thoughts on what they're expecting with ranked play. Let's start with the players. Simp, anything you want to say?
I mean, I just want to say I'm super excited for, ranked play to be coming out, between the rewards and the skill rating, and just having another competitive environment to play in besides scrims is just super exciting for pro players in general, and casual players too. They should be looking to get into ranked play and just have a great time.
For me, it's definitely the journey of ranked play. Being there from day one to seeing what I can accomplish to how high I can get on the leaderboard is going to be super exciting for me personally. And I know many, many other people are going to feel that same way. So just being able to have that right there and just have some fun.
Awesome. Matt, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, hearing Simp and Attach, what they have to say about it, that's a big part of why we do it. Everybody across the teams have worked very hard on ranked play, and we're super stoked to get that out into Vanguard in the coming days and start seeing people get placed and hopefully send us their feedback.
Yeah, it's been incredibly exciting. Revealing it today, talking through it with you guys, and really excited to get it out in beta. This is just the start for us. We want to collect feedback. We've got some updates coming, and then each season, as we talked about, is going to be a new journey and a new experience.
I want to thank our devs at Treyarch again for spending some time here today to talk through all the details and for building this mode. I want to thank our pros as well for sharing their perspective as well. Lastly, I just want to share some thanks with the community. All that feedback you've provided definitely gets listened to here, and we're hopeful that you found a lot of that trickle into this game mode itself, and you're proud of what has been created here. So again, I just want to leave it off with, don't forget, ranked play is coming to Vanguard. Get ready to jump in on Thursday, February 17th.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that I'm getting in the vicinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise! The ace in his sights, and he'll take it! There are two players in church. There's one player in church. aBeZy! He's still going! Oh my God, aBeZy! What is this? Having a few long-range shots for Gunley. He is feeling himself. In the midst of a set spree. Woo! Not just one, but two players in. And the third, it's all on to the captain. And he was 1v3 with Røkkr. Will take it in the end. Pirates still going. Second segment in AI. Finds a fifth.
You know, Money Hill like River, FaZe find a way to bully themselves to get inside. Man of FaZe, dominant.
But it's Simp. What a read. Simp finds a few more.
There's no one in position. Milestone of victory. Let's right now.
Let's get into the cool and juicy. Let's go.
To the spot where the plays are always hot. This is the CDL Week 2 where we have already team changes and yes, ranked play. My name is Billy. I'm going to be running the ship as a guest host. I have aLLeY and Nameless with me, and I'm Nameless. Like I said, man, we finally got ranked play.
Finally got ranked play. I can't wait to be on the game grinding. I'm going to try to get to top 250, man. It's going to be tough, but I'm going to do it.
I'm going to be the hottest bronze in your lobby coming straight to you. But let's talk about the matchups that we actually have today because I'm excited. Let's get this ball rolling. The first matchup of the day is going to be a good one. We're going to have the Boston Breach facing off against the Paris Legion, but also the Game Fuel marquee matchup of the day, the new look NYSL facing off against the LA Thieves. And aLLeY, out of all the teams you see right now, which one are you most excited to watch?
It's got to be Seattle Surge after that Week 1 win against Toronto. That was a rematch from our Finals and Kickoff Classic, so I'm excited to see what they continue to do.
Yes, now, like I said before, the new look NYSL, they made a team change. All the rumblings and hype that we saw on Twitter, it finally happened. It looks like Clayster, Crim, and Hydra, they're going to move on from their former teammate known as Neptune, and they brought in an old face that a lot of you might be accustomed to, but nameless, Neptune. There's a lot of inconsistent play. A great player nonetheless. Yeah. He's going to be going in a different direction.
Yeah, I mean, I think Neptune still just has a lot to learn. New York, they want to get ahead of it, right? Crim and Clay, they're not where they wanted to be, at least out the gates. And these guys, they tend to get ahead of things. So whether it was, gameplay related or things outside of the game, they decide to bench Neptune. And he wasn't performing that great. He was last in league in overall KD. So clearly he has a lot to learn. So they decide to bench him, send him back to Challengers so he can develop some more and bring in a new player and add some more structure to their roster. So I actually could see it playing out pretty well for this team. It does feel soon, but these guys typically they get ahead of it and it works out.
And with the roster, it looks like they're ready to win right now. It looks like Neptune, despite being replaced, he's keeping his hopes high. He actually said on the stream recently, you know what, I'll be fine, I'll be good, just trust me. Lately, my confidence hasn't been there, and I'm just going to play in Challengers and do my thing. And that doesn't mean a bad thing whatsoever, right? Because aLLeY, this year, we've seen a lot of players coming up from Challenger that's been rocking the league.
You know what, personally, I think it might have been a little too early to drop Neptune, especially with the rumors surrounding this roster that they hadn't gotten much practice in coming into their matches into our week 1. However, I will say Neptune, at least it seemed like a neutral agreement. It seems like he thinks the best decision is to head down to Challengers as well. And that's the perfect place to really solidify, really get thrown into the gauntlet and come back out on top.
I can't wait to see what's going to happen with this roster now. Nameless, you know a lot about this guy. You've been in lobbies with him. Who was their latest pickup?
Yeah, so they're bringing in Royalty. He has a lot of experience. I mean, I was competing against the guy for years. He's an individually talented player, plays in a high sense. He's an absolute beast. In 2020, he won the Challengers Cup, so he has a lot of experience in high-pressure situations. And the reason for picking up Royalty and not like a top Challengers player right now for them is they want structure on their team, experience, somebody who can come in and just make it easier strategically, and that is what Royalty is going to do. He knows how to communicate at a high level. It's going to help take pressure off of Crim, off of Clay, and the team should find some success.
They should. Well, with a roster like this, and kind of like a moth to a flame, the New York Subliners, they're chasing success, and hopefully this team change wasn't too early, and it is exactly what they needed. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, enough with the talking right now. We heard about ranked play, the New York Subliners, and their roster change. But coming up for the first matchup of the day, we're going to have the Paris Legion facing off against a brand new team that's been added to the CDL this year, the Boston Breach, and we all love them. But it's time to send us over to the commentators, Miles and Chance. Fellas, how you doing today?
Oh, Veli, I mean, I'm so excited today. These nipples could cut glass. What a glorious day for Call of Duty news. Between all the stuff with MW2 and the Warzone stuff, and now we got ranked play, and now we got these teams going at each other. I'm just ready to get into the matches. Shots. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I think it's an interesting day we have, right? We talked even like the Seattle match we got later against Minnesota. I'm very excited for that one. But the way we have it now, I think the lay of the land for Boston Paris, I'm already thinking about the major. I'm thinking about the seeding. And both of these teams in an interesting spot because this is the most competition we have ever had in the CDL. Honestly, by a mile, like Paris, so I think a lot of people were expecting to be towards the bottom. They're going to Game 5 against FaZe. So the dust has not settled, but you need to get CDL points. And I think this head-to-head matchup, these are very comparable teams. You need to get those 10 points. You need to get some sort of the edge because their strength of schedule later on is a little bit ridiculous.
Strength of schedule, we'll touch on that a little bit later. But for today's schedule, our maps and modes for this upcoming series, it's going to be a fun one. We're going to start things off with a very nice, calm, and probably not very close Bocage Hardpoint. Tuscan S&D after that, and Gavutu Control for map number 3. After that, a double dose of Berlin to close out the series should we need to get there. And again, chance for a lot of Paris fans, and believe me, they're out there. A Game 5 against Atlanta FaZe, not a bad thing to look at whatsoever. I do expect them to be a little bit more closer against a squad like Boston Breach, but Boston, I mean, this is a squad with a really high skill ceiling. We've seen how they performed on LAN, a beautiful debut. The bigger question for me now is like, all right, guys, you've had some time in the lab, you've had some time against other teams. How are you faring now? How are those inconsistency questions coming up? How are Nero and Capsidal looking like in a longer run? This is what I want to know. How are they looking now that they've had more time under their belt? And I think this is a very, very good sort of litmus test for this sort of placement in the league so far.
And we also have the situation where, like, we already know every single team in the league is going to be making improvements or start to make roster changes. But if you can't keep up with the progress of the rest of the league, you're going to end up falling behind. So as good as moments of both of these teams have had, like, you have to continue to get better. And funnily enough, at least for the side of Boston, the map set that we have, it's pretty much the only maps that they play, right? Both of these teams have only played Gavutu Control. That's the map we have in this series. So I think if nothing else, it'll be sort of comfort picks for both of these teams. So whatever progress, again, that we can see between the two, I think will be the clear indication of where things are going to end up settling through the power rankings of the league.
Indeed, we're almost ready to get things going again, trying to get things kicked off at 12 p.m. Pacific sharp. What that means in the rest of the world, I've got no idea. I don't know where you're calling in from, but I appreciate you. We're loading into the map right now, friends. It is almost time to rock and roll. I'm still thinking about rank play, mate. Between all the skins and stuff, I tweeted this one out. Here's a tweet I actually tweeted it. Oh, they've saved us. I was going to say something a little salacious, but here we go, friends. Bocage Hardpoint map number 1. Let's get today's games underway. Week 2 now of our qualifiers leading up into the OpTic Texas Major, and this should be a very fun one indeed. Paris Legion, Boston Breach, map number 1. Here we go.
And you can see the hard point comparison between these two teams. Neither one has been particularly strong, and I think on Bocage it's been somewhat similar between these two teams. Paris right now has the worst hold percentage in the game on this map, and the way we define a hold is you win the rotation, and then do you score more points on that actual hill. Paris is 50-50, so even when they're rotating, it is 50-50 of whether or not they're going to get more points. So Paris a little bit struggling on Bocage, but for Boston, it's almost the inverse. They're 10th overall in break percentage for these hills, so it'll be a very interesting dynamic between these two teams.
I also just wanted to bring a slight attention to the more astute viewers who have noticed that Paris Legion may or may not be wearing a very particular piece of garment. Here we go, though. The slow and steady approach into Bocage has not been terribly profitable for the Boston Breach so far, but they're playing on their toes, and that's for sure. In Capsidal, I mean, watching this young man's gameplay could give you whiplash. He is flying around indeed. Nice awareness on a 3 spree. Oh, makes it a 4. There's a couple more to be had around here, and your boy Capsidal is having an interesting start for sure. It's a 5 spree now, chance. And spawns, they were all looking good for the Breach players, but now Paris Legion with an opportunity to turn this around, going into tanks.
Yeah, Capsidal basically just taking a tour of the entire map, but you give up those back spawns for a second, and this is the only, like, money hill we really have on this map. Paris get here first, and this has been their problem, right? Their hold percentage has been 50-50. This is the hill on the map you need to hold, and already you see the nades getting players outside of the hill. John might pick up 2, but look at how quick Boston is to flip those spawns, cause problems on this hill. This is the one money hill for P2 that Paris need to make sure they orchestrate better. I gotta say, at least for the first couple seconds, bit of a rough start.
Yeah, it's going all right. I mean, you've got spawns now for Boston, but can you now make the final break? No, great awareness from John. Slip slides on the inside, TJ from the front. Here come the kills, Methodz back on point. That's TJ, that's not the other side, Zinni. As he's gone full Nick Merckx with a forehead cam right now, we appreciate that. As he's still trying to find that time, Boston Breach now slowly but surely etching a lead forward. Over to P3, over to Grandma's, and wow, Capsidal staying alive by the skin of his teeth. That was a real impressive in and out. And now the parkour, now the re-engagement from upstairs. John's on the stairs, no problem whatsoever. Paris will still hold.
TJ just got fantastic timing, by the way. You see he's lining up the kills he wants to get in order, but this is his opportunity to be the cutoff man. Even if these players are still spawning in the back, and TJ can stay alive or maybe just get his team the spawns, but you get that well control and you get the break. Again, a situation where Paris, they win that rotation and then they just lose the hill oh so quickly. Admittedly, still a dogfight around the actual hard point. This is where things get mixy, but again, for Paris, you want things to be a little bit stronger on those holds.
Yeah, it's a sneaky play from TJ. Again, a very good one indeed. Over to Fellow now. Trying to find one avenue of attack now into Grandma's. John from the back is going to get cleaned up there. Again, good work out of Capsidal once again. One of the newcomers in this season we will be giving a lot of props to as long as he keeps up the fine play, and so far so good. Nero's having a slower map so far here in Bocage, but you can't take anything away from the squad. They are living and dying as a team, and that's what it's all about, not only in League, but in ranked play soon as well, friends.
And I mean, you talk about rank play, you're about to get me to act up. Fun fact about Bocage, by the way, just to try to turn the conversation. We talked about P2 really being the only money hill. A stat that Carson, our stats guy, is keeping track of this year is shutouts on specific hills. And every single map has like one hill where you can absolutely shut the other team out. Just a 0% rate. You're like your P5 Tuscans, whatever it may be. On Bocage, it is 4 out of the 5 hills. Every single hill but P2, there has never been a shutout. Like, not a single one. It is that mixy. Both teams guaranteed to actually be able to collect time. So really, again, it just sort of adds to the chaos of the map, which, well, on Barn, maybe we're getting just a taste of it as Capsidal still lighting feed. Man has 16 kills, and we're not even done with that first set of rotations.
I mean, that stat tells us that, you know, Bokaj, if you didn't put it together already, it's possible to contest almost every single hard point. So expect chaos all year long as Methodz tries to calm that chaos and find a few kills now going into the last hard point of our first set. Dashy's already in place. Paris in the driver's seat for the time being on the spawns and rotations. That's now all gone for them. Boston Breach starting to walk away with this one. Here comes the hit on towards the point shots, and it's going to be a headbutt.
Yeah, it's a headbutt, and also quickly again, Paris was the team that got their first players inside the hill. Challenge out and die, and Boston walks straight on in. Again, for Boston, the theme was they were 10th overall in actual break percentage. Every single time, though, that they've lost a rotation in this game, it takes them a matter of 5 or 10 seconds before they actually break through. And now you get Methodz posted up top. He's got a great head switch, and honestly, he just needs to play for kills, get his boys inside the point, and Boston should be able to fry.
And he's playing this very well. Boston should be able to fry. With about 20 seconds left in this hard point, let's go for a listen in with Boston Breach.
Give me left. Low, Jar low. Yeah. I have left. Okay, Jar's low. I got him off. L time. Push left. Nothing left. Down, one shot down. Bottom house. I'll get River. He's one shot bottom house. He's on your left. 30 Z. He's fine. Rip around. Good shit. Nice. Still bottom house. Tim. He's 10 no. 10 River hut. River. I think he's one. I got you. I'm right down. Daddy got shit on. We missing one. Yeah, that's right. I'm alright. He could be barn. Another barn. He could be barn. P2 tech, one shot fellow dead. Look right, that's your right. River's open. Yeah, they're gonna go through River. Top house. Then another one. He's going bottom barn. John bottom barn. He's fine. I don't see him. He's bottom barn doors probably. I'm spawning 10. Big ol' hole. Could be guard tank. Right. One shot. This is River. Low barn, wait. He's dead. I'm trying to play life. He's holding you. Okay. I'm trying to play life. I'm just trying to stay up. I'll see GT. GT still River. One's gate now. Okay, that's time. Z weak. Hold right when you spawn. He's hold. Yep. I stun two of them.
Paris Legion not able to truly bring the lead back just yet, Chance, but Boston, they're looking fine so far. The kills department still very much in favor of Capsidal.
And I respect the Cubs as well. I mean, they're ready to go. I will say towards this P2 rotation, they've dealt with the pressure pretty well, but you don't have barn control. It makes things a little bit tricky to actually get a player like John outside of the hill. And you see he's ready for the gunfights to come, but they've actually cleared out those spawns. Boston, they're getting the bottom left instead of over towards 10, so Paris, honestly, this is the best hill potentially they have had all game long. They're working from an 80-point deficit, which on Bokaj, 80 points is a massive amount, but they've cut it down quite a bit. 20 seconds left to go on this hill. You got number one on the map already rotating. Finally, John gets taken care of by a nades, but Paris maybe with a little bit of wind in their sails, a little bit of momentum potentially going their way.
Yeah, they started sailing there towards the end of that second hard point there in our second set, and I will be honest, they have themselves control now for P3. Bottom Grandmas is all theirs. Will they be able to keep the hold of this one? Because last time it was TJ in that very spot who did manage to make the big old wrap and help the break there. Now, Paris, how long can you hold for? Temps the front line. He's going to find those kills. You can see the back and forth of that John on the stairs, just making sure that everyone's safe and sound. Nades now flying on through. Paris Legion still holding tight. John, the trades are on point. Dashy's got the front covered. How many more kills can we get, Paris? Nero wins a big one. Now here comes the contest. You're starting to get overwhelmed as that's going to be another set of kills, and that could be the break. Paris is still on the outside of Grandma's chance, but the kills are certainly going in the favor of the Boston Breach in this point.
I mean, it's chaos inside the actual hard point just because Paris has those back spawns. But either way for Boston, this has been a very nice break into the actual hill, right? The TJ play that worked the first go around gets shut down, but they're just able to bully their way through the front. The teamwork has been on point. TJ, he's mixing up what weapons he's going to be using as well, but all things considered for the situation for Boston, not too shabby. Have about a 50-point lead after dealing with that hill, but you see that rotation towards barn. Number 4, Fellow. He's already posted inside, and actually Paris, they have somewhat of a ridiculous map spread right now, and the pressure for the moment is going to be on Dashy.
It's fine. Dashy, get these kills on the outside, see where the other team's spawning. That's the question now. Eyes on that mini-map. They're going to be spawning not too far out, but again, it's a foot race now to reinforce the point. Fellow, he's a player on your screen right now, trying to lock down the inside of barn, and here comes the contest, just trying to find as many kills as much time as possible, because Boston Boston Breach have been absolutely silent for the last 2 to 3 hard points. This has been a great look out of Paris Legion. You got 30 seconds left here on Barn, and they are netting the majority of this time.
And now you get time to be the cutoff man, right? Even see number 1 on the minimap. He's got the bottom side. So Paris, this is a clean setup you are putting together on this Barn Hill. Boston, oh so far away. No one can even get close to contest. Number 5 finally around Fort. But John, you win this one-on-one gunfight, you should be good to go. TJ, though, picks up the 2-piece and takes him down. But that is all for 7 seconds of scrap. Paris have fought back in this game. Strung together a few nice hills, but now they need to get the break. They have been clean on the rotations, but this is Boston's first real opportunity to try to get a strong hold on the hill. And I mean, Methodz, he is posted up deep in the back of the map.
Dashy plays it well, and here comes the reinforcements from Paris to break through the back. Now they're closer to the hard point. Temp's going to find a few more in the kill feed. Once again, it's Boston Breach now being pushed back. Dashy slides through. Capsidal wins it on the backside of Trench. And now the pressure, it finally alleviates. A great defensive hold out of Boston. They're going to stay alive for now, keep the hard point time ticking in favor. They're about to cross over the 200-point mark. Paris find a little bit of that special something, that va-va-voom, and keep the play going. This is still anyone's hard point.
I mean, Capsidal has to deserve the credit for this hill, right? Because it looked like the break was going to be good. Paris using that teamwork to get around the back, but it was this hill where he goes on a 4 spree. It was a 20-point game going into that hill, but the Breach able to just dominate the feed since then, get a nice little lead at Capsidal. Well, he doesn't need the streaks, but he might be thinking about him. 32 in 19. No questions about whether the kid can slay. 6th streak for him.
Yeah, the kid can slay. Got himself now the strafing run. 1 more kill is going to get in the glide bomb. Time still going the way of Boston Breach. And again, you got him center hard point now covered. Back towards the gate we go. That's going to be full streaks right now. And here comes the pressure in mid. And Capsidal, he is a one-man army right now. He's going to keep finding these kills, blocking out the players from Paris Legion. No one's getting through because this bouncer said, your name's not on the list. You're not getting anywhere near that hard point. 10 seconds now for the win. The final kills come through, and there we go. The last minute break from Paris Legion. You've got 10 seconds for the win for Breach. And on a map like this, where you can contest almost every single hill, it is going to be curtains. Boston Breach off an incredible performance from Capsidal. This should be the opening map closed out. The time's going to go their way, and oh baby, not a bad start for the Boston Breach here in our first series.
Not at all. That is as good as it gets on Bocage. Near 100-point victory. Things started to get close, and those final 2 hills, Breach absolutely shut them down, and that was off the back of Capsidal going on the 9 or 10 spree, whatever he had. And funnily enough, Temp actually was the main slayer in that lobby. He was stringing together some kills, but I think the theme for me is, despite the fact that Paris out-rotated him for what, like 80% of the hills, it felt like that game, Breach consistently, it was just a cakewalk for those guys to break inside and strip away a ton of that time. But there's a look at the feed, right? Capsidal 37 and 20, Temp had 38, but in spite of that, no one else for Paris really able to step up and slang. Fellow especially, only 15 kills on a map like Bocage. Not ideal for the main AR.
Yeah, it was interesting to watch you brought back up the rotations. You know, it did feel like 80% of the rotations were Paris Legion 1, but they were losing out on the kills there. And again, it was bad timing. It was a bit of unlucky play, you know, watching Decimate get shot in the back or whatever down by River. That happens so many times. That clean break from TJ in the first set that helped him get in the third as well. Massive stuff. And as we look across these highlights, it's mostly Capsidal.
And for good reason. Again, I think he opened up the map on like a 6 or 7 spree and followed it up a couple different times. And it really was the case on like that final River Hill where it was a 20-point gap. It was one of the first hills Boston really able to get set up on that rotation. And even when the pressure from Paris was coming around the back of the map, well, he goes on the 4 spree just to keep that hill alive and just rattles it through. So Dabs will step it up, making the big plays, but honestly, Boston just straight up looked like the better team.
Yep, in a lot of ways, they were definitely the better team. The second set, they fell apart for like 3 hard points. Paris Legion brought that back wonderfully. And then it was like, okay, Boston, you know, they pulled the socks up. The go button was hit once again. You know, they managed to get the engine started, and that was it. They were all good from there on out. But still, not a bad opening from either team. Boston, a decisive start, bit of a lapse in the middle, and a solid closeout there in Bocage hardpoint. Tuscan Search and Destroy now coming up next. Before we get to that, though, we will now look at our game fuel keys to victory chance, because we missed that in the opening segment because of the wonderful roundtable from our friends over at Treyarch and, of course, the league, as we talked about ranked play. But now for the game fuel keys to victory, mate. Boston Breach right off the rip. What do we make?
I remember when we were talking about for like the Bocage, specifically teams towards the bottom of the league. Well, going into the surge for Boston, they're okay in the first blood category, but when it comes to actually winning the rounds after getting the picks, bottom of the league, and that is something that is unacceptable pretty much on any map in this game. You have to win your 4v3s, like 58%. If it's close to a 50-50 when you get the man advantage, that is not ideal. So, of course, Breach are going to be looking to turn that around. After that, you got to make sure you're better on the non-tradeds. I think Capsidal handled that very well by himself in the hard point. And despite the fact that they didn't early rotate at all on Bocage outside of 2 or 3 hills, they still took care of business. However, I will say when we go to map 4 on Berlin, well, the rotations matter quite a bit more for that one. So got to look out for Boston to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, we do manage to get to that game 4, a very different look in that map of Berlin. Also, Tuscan Search and Destroy coming up now. We've had some real tight ones, Chance. We've had some real close ones. Paris Legion, a little bit of thinking to be done going into this next one. But again, a team that is very solid when it comes to S&D performances. Look at the game field keys to victory now for Paris Legion.
And honestly, the control is going to be very interesting for the map 3. Again, both of these teams have only played Gavutu, but Paris Legion, one of the best teams in the game on defense, at least by percentage. They're winning 88% of their defensive rounds, so got to make sure they just keep that ball rolling. You see the breaking hills has been a problem for them. Well, Bocage was a bit of an indication that that is still a bit of a struggle point. And then Fellow, yes, the man AR being 46 in the league in slang. Not ideal. We saw it on Bocage, only 15 kills on the map. It's really the answer. Like on an individual basis, he's got to step up.
I've got to find them kills, man. I mean, if you're killing players on the enemy team, you're helping everyone out. Although we will be said that it has happened a few times in this game where, you outslay a team, you still lose those hard points. And that is a considered, metric in this in these matchups. But here we go. Search and Destroy metrics at the moment. That's the round percentages chart so far. And the Breach have a distinct advantage when it comes to those offensive and defensive round wins. Paris Legion not getting as much in the plant department either.
And again, that could very well be a map-specific thing. We're going into a Tuscan where if you can get the bomb down on offense, you are in a phenomenal position. So maybe look for Paris to bump that number up just a little bit, at least on this map. And even to be a bit more map particular, Boston, 70% of their wins on Tuscan offense. And for Paris, it gets a little bit better, all the way up to 60%. So I'd say both of these teams, solid in Search and Destroy. We haven't had enough maps to really get a clear indication, but obviously they have a pretty good idea of what they want to do.
They do indeed. Tuscan S&D map number 2 now loading in. 2 bomb sites. First to 6 rounds wins it. And we will see who can find the goods here. Expecting some snipes to be found across those long lines of sight by the A side of the map where the grass is. Spicy stuff when it comes to offensive map rounds. That's 63% wins for those teams on offense. Get the bomb down, find them kills. That has been the name of the game here on Tuscan since kickoff, Chance.
And again, you see like the neutral retakes, that just shows if you get the bomb down, it is very tough for the defense to win unless they have like a pretty massive man advantage. John, though, legendary sniper in Call of Duty. Well, maybe nothing for him for the moment. You see the first blood going to Capsidal. This is the question. They've been great at getting the first bloods. They have not been great about actually converting the rounds. We'll see if Boston can make amends.
Oh, let's see if John can find another one there, because he's got eyes on those players still chilling out topside of Church, but the defense now is going to hold this one down. It's a 3v2. Boston with a life lead. They managed to kill the player planting. Now John's down. That snipe gone. They've got no idea where Decimate is. He might be able to find a kill here, but he grabs that bomb and the jig is up.
For the 1v3, Dashy is a player you look at to be able to clutch those or just get shot in the back. I think TJ might have heard the slide. Make no mistake, Dashy is absolutely a dangerous player in those situations, but Boston taking care of business, and that was honestly just a super pick-heavy round, right? Capsidal gets the pick off the guy trying to go for the quick plant. He gets traded out, but then just players falling one by one by one. I think TJ was able to collect 2 kills that round. Methodz had a pick as well, but really nothing crazy about it. Just standard stuff. Beam people, utilize that low time to kill, and you'll be good to go.
Don't miss, don't lose. Has been doing the rounds right now in the COD community. Here we go, another round. TJ is going to be sniped now for Boston. Not a lot of players there, but that bomb's going to get real close towards the A bomb site. This could be a plant. There it is. We'll see now what Paris Legion does on the retake, being a man down.
Man, I mean, this is almost impossible in Tuscan again. Even when it's neutral, you saw the record 3 and 10 on bomb site retakes. Now you're the man down and make it 2. Temp can't win the gunfight. Pressure is all the way cranked up to try to be able to clutch this. And yeah, it is just players falling one by one. You see John getting a kill in the feed. So they know where he's at. 25 seconds, hunt him down. It does not make a difference. That is a clean and easy round. Austin dropping him.
Teaching with a sniper as well. They were chasing him at one point. Like all three of those arrows were like, nah, I'm getting it. This is the final kill though. John peeks out the window. He wanted fresh air. He got a bullet instead. There we go, Boston. Another good round. Get the bomb down fast, manage to reap the rewards of that hard work, and it comes down to a couple of sweet shots from Tej and decent pressure overall. Great stuff.
And honestly, I really do think that Methodz is the player to win him the round just for getting the first blood, right? You get the bomb down, you get that first kill to pick on a god top church, like that almost assuredly is going to seal the deal. Paris, though, aggressive through the middle of the map. And this is three men going through B, so they're going to have to fast flank. And if you can get top broken control, you can actually, this is the one way to win on defense. They got the first blood.
The first blood, and conga line now through the middle of the map. As Boston Breach have dealt a heavy hand. Fellow, I mean, those players are coming up. Going to keep an eye on the top side of the map. He's now worried about his flank as well. I mean, things just got spicy indeed. Paris Legion, a man down. Less than a minute to work with now. That bomb is still teetering towards A. Ooh. Shots out of Fellow there. Keeps TJ at bay. Now the plant comes through.
And you see they're going back, right? Again, just to try to get that top broken control, make sure you take care out of like all these clutch spot positions and Methodz. He's going to have to wait for his team. So you need to be able to coordinate. You see number 8, he's in top fire. It looks like they've isolated Fellow potentially over towards Ivy. Methodz, the patience. He finds the pick. 4v2. Actually, Fellow, the swarm is there. They just drop him one by one like flies.
And
I like the confidence.
Yo, Capsidal was like, nah, John. Nah. He slid right in between his legs and gave him the gunny. That was new school versus old school, and Capsidal, not only did he come out on top, but he gave him some words as well. All right, Boston's starting to bring a little bit more heat. The spice meter's gone up by 1 chili here in the series, as Boston's starting to make things look a little dangerous.
And again, really just a perfect strat on defense, right? You push 3 men through P5, get that pick on the flank. Already that just causes so many problems for the team on offense. And even after you give it the bomb plant, Methodz with the patience when he is the lone man. By the way, 4-0, he might be thinking about some kill streak. They're taking care of business as TJ showing off the snipes. There's one looking for 2. Dashy get out with his life.
He does get out with his life, gets some tags in these enemy players, but that's going to be another plant. Once again, Boston Breach know the play. Get the bomb down here at A, and it's Nero again. He's going to be out of here. Methodz with the coverage, still on that 4 spree. He'd love to make it 5. Capsidal wins another big fight. He seems to be unkillable in this series so far. As John, a little bit of parkour on the reposition. He's going to be hitting that flank for a while. We'll check back on him later, but Temp's still trying to win the fight up front. And this is a 25 seconds on the clock, 2v4.
I mean, John was spending all that time just to go look for Capsidal, but now he's going to the fight. I mean, there's genuinely nothing you could do. You don't have the man advantage. You give up the bomb plant. That's almost it's just a wrap. So TJ, credit for the first blood, but Boston, they are just running the show, doing whatever they want on the map. I think 4 for 4 for first bloods. I don't know if Fellow has gotten a kill yet in this search and destroy, but Breach, I mean, this is just clean and easy work.
They're definitely putting in the work, man. And this is what I worried about at the start of the series is, you've given this team this exciting, explosive entry into the league. All that really matters, though, is how you finish it. And so far, they are setting themselves up well. They've put in a lot of work. There are 3 donuts on Paris Legion right now. Triple donuts. Boston have eliminated every single avenue of attack. They are taking everything away, and they are continuing to do it right now. John has got 2 kills. I'm pretty sure both those were snipes as well. The bomb's making an uncharacteristic push now towards B. Will this change things up? Desi's on the board. Here we go, Paris.
I'm glad they finally got a kill. And fun enough, they're actually over towards B. So much of like the retake stats that we have is just the typical bomb going down quickly over towards A. So interesting look at how Boston wants to try to retake this site. You see the stack. It's almost like controlled decimate. He's on one of the best headies in the game on the far right side. But Boston, they're going to be pushing through Church.
Here comes Fellow. His opportunity now to get this big old kill. Here comes Nero. Shots are in. There's the kill. Fellow finds it. Gets out good. We've still got the numbers now. Methodz trying to level things up. 20 seconds. Tagged up. Backs up. Got Capsidal to help him out. Desi's on the flank, though. This could be the round closed out here, but Capsidal managed to poke a hole. There is an opening now. Able to get on the bomb? Maybe not. Here come the kills. Desi's flying. Fellow can't get the last one, and that's going to be the time set, but the kills are there from Paris Legion. They finally get on the board.
And honestly, just is almost a control setup, right? You get the bomb down over towards B, get the man posted in the back heady. You had Fellow responsible for like the plat side of things. And I can't remember who it was for Boston, but someone was like top church, top radio, potentially looking for that push through P5, but ended up just giving it up. And Bears taking full advantage, taking that free bomb plant towards B. And I'd say both of these sites, not easy to retake after that bomb goes down. So Paris on the board. Admittedly, though, Temp still on a donut. Needs to get that first kill, get that ball rolling.
We'll see if it's Pringles. DJ with that snipe now. We haven't seen too much action out of him in this position. Dashy with a nice name and a Methodz. We'll take that. DJ's patience, will it pay off? Now he's able to ring it. Nero, though, tries to find the entrance through bottom side church. Met with John, who gives him a certain kind of baptism there, right up front. And that's going to be a nice set of kills. That's going to be a 4-1.
And TJ, yeah, okay. Just going to fall. Has the sniper, so I suppose you never know. But nice bounce back round. 2 in a row for Paris Legion. Nades on point that round. I mean, I think you get the first blood on Methodz with a nade. Even TJ gets back down to 4 HP. So even with the sniper, he basically gets snuffed out. Nothing he is able to accomplish. 2 in a row. Paris, they have some fight in them.
Win, lose, or draw, Fellow always adjusts his hair after every round. That's just what he does, man. We've all got our little things. Everyone has their moments. Donny Temp, his glasses back up the nose. Everyone has their readjustments, get yourselves back into the game, back focused. And this is so far so good. Temp's made it out here fast. The stun's going to count. A couple connects. Oh, Capsidal, guns up already. Huge stuff. I like the ambition from Temp, but not quite enough to really get it done. The trades are on point, though, as now it's a 3v3, and Fellow is getting blown to smithereens up on top broken side. Here comes the counter through the door. Oh, no. Nero wins it. Dashy had eyes on for so long, chance, but now it's a 1v3. John? No, it's over.
Whew. Back to that typical. Breach just looking dominant. Again, first blood's going their way. I will say the nades from Paris still good. I think they're able to coordinate, and Fellow gets credit for the kill, but it was just patience on the flank over towards P5. Nero just had the edge, even Capsidal for the first blood. I mean, it's a bullet difference in that gunfight between him and Temp, but we saw what Capsidal was bringing to the table in map number 1. He wins his ones.
He really does. That Bocage performance is now bleeding over into this Tuscan S&D. 7-5 for Capsidal. This is map point for Boston Breach. This is taking 2-0 up in the series. TJ, can he find something with that snipe?
And I think Paris, you can't let this bomb go down, by the way. Fight on the flank. I think Capsidal has the edge. 10 didn't even get the auto aim. And actually, the bomb gets taken down. So Desi does find a big kill, but then Capsidal is killing everything else. And TJ finds the snipes. And John, oh, how bad it is to be in between 3 players. I mean, I was worried about the bomb going down. That's the one thing Paris could stop, and then everyone else just gets dominated. Boston Breach, 2 quick and easy map wins.
They were really looking clean. It was again, it's the same thing with Paris. It's like when they win good rounds. When they lose, it seems to be a blowout. There's no in between right now. There's no close 1v1 engagements. It's just it's a scream fest right now from Boston Breach. Clinical work out of them. Can't complain whatsoever. And there we go. That's 2-0 up in the series, 6-2 in the search and destroy. Control coming up next, chance.
And I will say those first bloods, if you're looking at the data view, absolutely wild. I still don't know how that works, but I think at least by the head count, Boston, I believe, got 6 of the first bloods. I think twice Paris was able to get it, but first bloods, Boston was on point. If there was any concerns about them not clutching up their 4v3s, well, that was simply not the case. Again, just a dominant performance in both the first 2 maps.
Extremely dominant performance indeed. Boston Breach will continue to try to speedrun this series, or we see Paris Legion pull the comeback here on Control, map 3. More of that, though, when we come back after this break. of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
And he'll have some words for Prim 6. Forcing the issue of Mikey's inside of the bait, and that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6?
There's 2, there's 3.
Well, Boston Breach have managed to break the firewall of Paris Legion, and right now they're going through all their personal details, including how to eviscerate them in 2 maps in a row. So far, so good for Boston Breach, but Paris Legion, it's about time we pull this one back going into control. Chance Boston Breach have had quite the, I want to say, the explosion on the scene so far.
And it's a very interesting series they've had as well, because I think the question for these guys is like, how good exactly are they going to end up being? Like, can they continue to improve? Can the young guys like settle in and start to fry? Because they already have 1 series win for stage 1 over LAG. If they get a dominant win over Paris, like that's starting to like separate away from the middle of the pack potentially. And then later on, they have to play Atlanta, New York, and OpTic are their next 3 matches after this. So I think Boston, we will very quickly find out exactly how good they can be. But again, just getting those CDL points, trying to get on the winner's bracket once the major rolls around is a massive task. So Boston right now looking good. Paris 0-2 in stage 1. Admittedly, a game 5 against FaZe is always a nice thing to have in the back pocket, but certainly right now they are on the struggle bus. And again, I think if they lose here, it is incredibly likely they end up starting in losers, which is not the way you want to kick off your season.
No, but if anyone likes the challenge, it's definitely these 4 players. Everyone's been around the block a few times again. John, MVP world champion, he's done it. He's been there. He's had those moments, the glory, the absolute heartbreak. It's all happened. I don't doubt that these players can't pull this one back, but Gavutu Control, we now go to map number 3, and over towards A as well we go now for Paris Legion. And how about them skins?
The skins are fantastic. I didn't even recognize that at first. I saw you mentioned the hard point, but didn't actually get to see it. I'll take it. I will say, though, this might be the most interesting map of the series between these 2 teams. Neither one of them have played Tuscan Control, so it's only been Gavutu looks. Obviously, it's a defensive-heavy map. Defense wins the like 73% of the time or something absurd like that. But Boston Breach, funnily enough, they're 50-50. They win 50% of their offenses, which is fantastic, but then they only win 50% of their defenses, which is kind of horrible, and they have a 0.74 KD on defense. So Boston weirdly has struggled in that regard. It might just be 1 series where they get butchered on a round or 2 that sort of impacts those stats, but just something to keep in your mind is right now we're seeing Tyler Fellow, best slang performance he has had so far. Nice little 4-0 start.
If you keep that 4-0 going, here comes the push. TJ will catch him out. Great stun coordination there. Less than 30 seconds to go, and Paris Legion got to get on the A site. They do. As the zone capture now begins. Nero, slow and steady forward he goes, looking to find these players, clear them on out, and Paris doing the dance of doom, the dipsy doodle. In and around they go on that point, as the A zone now back on the capture, 20.6 on the clock. TJ though, oh boy, detonate in hand, find an angle, find it, okay, gonna let that one go. Good coverage though once again, clock still now opens up, 15 seconds to go. Nero trying to keep these players off point still. Paris back on the objective. Progress now in that first segment, but here comes Nero. Dashy wins it.
There's a big gunfight for Dashy to win as well, just to stop that clock. We talk about offense being a little bit tough to win these rounds. I think there's been like 11 total offense wins, maybe 12, something like that. Every single one of them, except for 1, has been done off of kills. So we're basically playing team deathmatch. It is hard to actually play the objective, and right now they are slaying. Fellow and Dashy both able to pick up 2. Got a 3-life lead, and again, slowly capping this is fine. You're gonna have 1:10 on the clock. And honestly, I don't even know if that's enough time to really do it on kills. They need to find a way to get to B just to stop the time.
Yep. Just about a minute to work with now. Lives in the favor of Paris Legion, but only by 3. Sorry, 2. Change again. There you go. Still, any opportunity now to make their way forward is going to be great. You can see that defensive line now from Boston worked out. Methodz over by the rocks. Capsidal by the AA gun up top. And they've got all lanes covered now. Paris is going to take a couple of picks. Temp's going to be the first one to open up something now. There's an opening. There is a hole in the Boston Breach defense now. Spawns are going to get a bit squirrely, a bit weird, and they are bullying Nero. He's getting pounded now on the inside of his spawn. How close can you get, Paris? You've got to keep finding these kills. 30 seconds. And it's 14-11 in the life count.
Hey, they're looking for Nero. I mean, that's 3 spawn kills in a row. Nero just falling. But at the same time, if you're not on the B point, not stopping this clock, Boston has way too many lives. So Nero dying over and over honestly isn't even that massive a concern. You have to get towards B. Nero falls again, and TJ somehow, some way kills himself or blows up, and Paris will take that. They get to the point. There's only 13 seconds left. Boston, if you have just one clean retake, you should be good to go, and that's a nade to start it.
That's a sweet nade. Gets it going with a bang. Fellow, though, still keeping the point safe. First segment gone at B. 11.2 on the clock. 6 lives for Boston Breach. Oh, Fellow's trying to make it 5. And there's a bit of help, though. John finds one. Up close and personal. TJ, clock's opened up. 5 seconds now. Push, boys, push. 5 lives for the Breach, 8 for Paris Legion. Any more kills are good. If you can get on the point, even better. And Temp, last ditches. Doesn't get it. Brilliant stuff out of Boston Breach. They managed to save that round. And chance the life count, though, still very close.
I mean, close, yes. And again, that is Boston once again, even on defense, being outslayed, which is maybe long-term not a happy dynamic. But as far as that round goes, Paris just too slow. I mean, Nero has enough time to spawn up and get killed 3 times before they actually go and approach B. You also get given the gift of TJ again, I'm assuming exploding to a red barrel or whatever it was up towards P1. And in spite of that, a little bit too slow to actually get over towards B. And just don't have enough time to work with in spite of the slang. So Boston will take it up 1-0. And now they're on the attack where, again, they win 50% of their offensive rounds. So Boston, solid on this side.
TJHaly with the first blood. Nero's going to clean up. Bottom side of the ship's all good. Capsidal's chilling out on the top deck. There's no one to be found here, so he's going to redirect his efforts forward now, trying to find the lifeline of Paris Legion and cut him out. The kills all working out now for Boston Breach on offense. The defending looks, though, so far of Paris Legion aren't the greatest, but ample time to get this one done. Over to Fellow now. Big kill on the first here of the round for him.
You see Boston again, just because Capsidal's in this position, like you like the positioning, but Capsidal is going to fall, and they actually didn't really stop almost any of that time. So there's already just 43 seconds left on the game clock, but TJ now, by the way, he's having a fantastic game, 15-5. That's actually kind of nuts. 15 in like a round and a half. Yeah, that's absurd.
He had a really good first round. And now capturing A. First segment cleaned up. Second now, they're starting to work away with that one. 21 lives for Paris Legion remaining here on defense. And they stop the clock at 43. So again, decent time to be had as Methodz gets cut down. Back over to TJ on the inside here. He's still holding the defense solid. And Temp, he's finding those kills as best he can, but it's not easy to break on inside of this ship chance. They're going to keep finding an opening, and there's it for John. Managed to get in there. Clock now opens back up. Nero flying in towards John, trying to desperately get back onto that point, but he's holding this now alone. Dashy has the other side of the ship covered, but John's got to go big. First kill's good, draining the segment at A. 30 seconds left.
And that's a big gunfight for him to win. He's got a couple more. Number 5 steps inside. He wins the next. Next player down low is going for the hunt. John makes the read, and John takes him down. The bounce back force spree. Potentially to win this one on defense. You see Boston, only 15 seconds left on the game clock. They're nearby towards A, but it is tough on this hill to stay alive.
Here we go, final 10 seconds. Boston Breach trying to get on point, and they should be able to. Nero, 6.7, stops it. Here comes the flood from Paris Legion, looking to win it right here with this play. Capsidal hold the line down, finds the kills. He gets himself 2, and that's going to keep the play going. They capture A minute to work with on the clock, and 16 lives to attack with.
Similar to what we saw last round, right? It is a small life lead for the team on offense, but not a ton of time to work with. I mean, again, you just have to find a way to get on this point and stop the clock. You know, even when you get to that tank, you're just going to be getting bombarded by nades. So you almost want to be able to set up 2 pushes, and right now it looks like they're waiting for number 6, Methodz, to go for this full flank, and the other 3 coming from P1.
Yep, the P1 hit now. He's waiting for Methodz to make some noise. But TJ, he's going to get his boots all sandy. He's going to be the one making the play now. Forward he goes under the covering fire of the squad. Fellow at the back can't get it. Fellow wins 2 big ones. Clock still ticking. Methodz now coming in from behind, and it's going to be a close range fight on the site. Oh my God, Fellow and Temp managed to find the kills. Temp backs on up. You get a few more. Boston have got another chance in this round to still make a hit, but here comes the hold from Paris Legion. 15 seconds to go. 8 lives for Legion to work with, and they're putting themselves in every position possible to try to slow down the hit. It's going to be TJ on the flank, and here he comes. A big win. 5 seconds. Anyone able to get close? Yes! They're going to contest it. Who's that on the inside of the boat? It's Temp. He wins the fight. You've got to get to the point. It's Temp won it. 1.4. Oh my God, he kills him. Paris Legion, you've got to go. Get TJ off it. Oh my word. Temp holds it down. And the kills come through in the final seconds. And my chance, what a round of control.
I mean, it's the exact same thing from round one, though, right? It is the team on offense putting in the work, but just a little bit too tough with that little time on the clock. And I think, honestly, we were been a bit harsh on Fellow, right? His KD hasn't been the best. The slang has not always been there. He picks up some massive kills on the defensive end. Like, once that big push is coming with the 3 players stacked up from P1, making their approach to the hill, he wins 3 big ones in a row just to sort of save his team. And 16-11 from Fellow, not too shabby for what has been 2 very close rounds. And once again, when I'm looking for Boston on defense, is just to pick up the slang. TJ, the man that had 22 kills in 2 rounds, is the man to do it. But also, TJ loves the heat check, so he's going to fall to the AR in that long-range gunfight.
Dude, that is the TJ special, man. He's always
It really is.
that. He makes the right play, and he's like, I'm challenged. Anyway, Fellow. Nice work out of Temp. Does get the kill there on the red barrel explosion down by the dock side. Fellow from up high still flying out. We're going to clean this up now as Paris Legion. They leave their plate clean. Everything gets eaten up. Now you have to contend with the push. Nero down. What a win that was. Fellow, very unfortunate timing on the ADS. This is going to be the approach now for the defending team over towards the bottom side of the ship. A-zone first segment gone. Temp's got the top side covered. Looks good still for Paris Legion.
And Temp, honestly, this is what he lives for on this map. I mean, funnily enough, Temp has the #1 overall KD. Temp is #1 in non-traded kills in control. Or sorry, #3 in KD, #1 in non-traded, and then #1 in damage per life. So Temp puts in the work. And honestly, Paris on this map has been pretty solid. And right now, they're trying to string together another round where there is potential on offense. A tick and a half of progress over towards A. Not a lot of map control, though, and you see Nero's making moves, but he's double negative, so this is a man that needs to step it up. Winning the gunfight on Fellow, excuse me, certainly nice. Can't quite get the second, as it is scrappiness over towards A.
RIP Pharaoh. Flying on towards A. Still, Boston finally get themselves in there. 13 seconds now and counting. Paris Legion got to go on this one. 10 with a sweet 2. Oh, baby. Nearly finds the third on the Nero. There's the grabs. 10.1 on point. Second segment's going to be gone here. Progress still working out as the 2-man stack comes through. That gives Boston a sense of urgency. Have to get this one going. They managed to kill 1. The clock opens up. Great nades. Temp now flying through. Has to win the fight. Does. Brought down again. It's a foot race now. Flying it up towards the zone. Go, boys, go. Dashy wins 1. Brought down immediately. Trades on trades on trades. And the cleanup crew is there. Boston managed to win it out in the dying seconds. They are now on match point.
And that's honestly all that is. I mean, that is almost just a 50-50 round the whole way through. Neither team able to get set up with a ton of map control. The spawn kills never really kick in. It is just a battle around that A site, and the double nades that occur towards the end. Make sure you just soften it up just enough to strip it away. So that'll be Boston, as the defenses have been on point, going up 2-1. And again, we sort of talked about the stats, right? Temp, I mean, he's been phenomenal in damage, non-traded kills the whole way through. John and Decimate also has been on point in control. They've won 88% of their rounds on defense on this map. They need 1 more just to force the game 5. And obviously, if you want the defense for the round 5, you need to make sure you outslay.
You got to find them sweet, sweet kills. And so far, Nero, he's the one doing it. And TJ, he's got murder on his mind. He's going in. And Desi, good job. Teacher was looking aggressive there, and that was a clean kill. Pushes him back, slows him right down. Desi now trying to find the opening on towards the point. And backing him up on the outside there of the boat. Good angle on the Nero. In we go. Here comes the play. Paris trying to get these players off the boat ASAP. Finding those kills. Top deck control now for Desi. Can't win the fight. That's going to be another good kill now from Boston. TJ back into the ring. He's going to find the space now to work out over towards that A zone, and they're going to find them kills, clean them all up. There's only 1 left here. This should be an A zone capture for Boston Breach.
Not quite yet. Well, okay, there you go.
Okay.
Desi falls as well, so you still get the 1 man on point. And it looks like they have the clearance. Bara, hero play, but no, it's still open. Yeah, Capsidal's going to fall. It is ARs filling up the feed as Paris being solid on defense. Men inside the hill just not able to stay alive. And now you got #3 Temp set up. He might have the full trap. TJ, though, of course, it's TJ. The man's got 31 kills. Very early on, he takes him down, and Boston, they are flooding through the cliffside once again, trying to go towards that.
And that should be it. Surely now. There's no way the Paris do it again with a clean 3 down. Here comes the push. Fellow finds 1. John's going to be here to back him up, finding kills. Oh, they've done it again. The clock's still ticking. Paris, not out of this yet. Capsidal from up high. John brings him down again. And you're running out of time now. Boston Breach, get the play going. Find your way desperately on towards this A site. Methodz now making the sneaky play over towards B. Temp's made the reads. He'd make the push. Oh, Temp kills him. But with that, the A zone will be cleaned up. Finally, we will see an opportunity now for Boston Breach to keep this play going. And I love the looks from Zinni, but it's not quite enough. And there is a bit of discord here. There it is. TJ cuts down one member of Paris, making his way over towards that spawn side of the map. TJ on a 4 spree now, looking absolutely disgusting chance. Less than a minute to go, and they're capping B.
I didn't even say, how did Nero even just get there? They was left open on the flank, and TJ's picking up a ton of kills over towards P1, but bad news for Nero, he is completely by himself, and his team, well, yeah, nowhere to be found. He just gets dropped immediately. That was a very small window of opportunity. Paris, though, clutching up, making sure nothing gets rid of him. Capsidal, that's a very high boat. That's like 50 feet. He tried to make that jump.
He might have been hit by like 1 bullet, and then he took to the skies. Flew a little too close to the sun this time round, but we'll see with less than 40 seconds now to be worked with. Can Boston Breach do the unthinkable? Flying on forward. Kills now going back and forth. They've got the numbers now to work out with. It's all on John, holding the line for the time being. Good pinch now coming through. That's going to be a couple of clean kills, but once again, John v Nero on the B zone. Here come the shots through. John wins it. Methodz can only sit back and watch as his teammates get brought down. 6 lives aside. 20 seconds to work with. The final push starts now, Chance.
If you can stop the clock, you can pull this off. 6v5 is basically no respawns remaining almost for either team, but 10 seconds, and I mean, just look at the map pressure. It's number 6, number 8, Methodz and Nero. They're gonna have to fly. Nero gets traded. Methodz has to be the hero for the team if you want to win this round, but it's all the best headies in the game. He gets taken care of, and Paris clutch up on defense once again. I will say these rounds have been much closer than we are used to seeing on this map. The teams on offense stringing together some success, but again, a ton of key gunfights won. I'm thinking about that 1v1 Methodz had against Temp, where Temp wins it once the A actually got captured. I mean, if Methodz wins that gunfight in that moment, I mean, who knows how that round progresses, but Paris, again, solid on defense. But I don't know if it's enough to actually get defense for the round 5. For Paris, it is. So advantage for them for the round 5. But again, Boston has been clean on offense. This is still a dangerous team. You can't take the foot off the gas.
No, you cannot. TJHaly, though, with the defense. We'll see if they can make it work. These offensive rounds looking thinner and thinner. Oh, sorry, the defensive rounds looking thinner and thinner as the league progresses. Fellow on the back. 1v1 now against Methodz. This is going to be a big win for Fellow and the team. Again, if they can keep those kills flowing, and they do indeed. Fellow, great awareness, knows their players coming out of spawn. TJ, though, good crossfire, reams him. Temp over by the zone, trying to find these shots, trying to find the damage and hold it down. 1 minute now to play with, and oh baby, Paris have come to play. They're starting to look a little bit more dangerous. They found that renewed sense of purpose here in the final round. Can they hold Boston back?
I think they might be able to. They have just so much map pressure. You get John around the boat, you get number 3 on the map, Temp, he can just cut the whole thing up, and you got P1 pressure. So this is not a fun setup. It's not quite the spawn trap, but it's not far from it. Paris again, just with all the map control. Capsidal has to win these gunfights. He's going to fall as Temp is there for 2. And again, Paris, they just have him trapped in. They're funneling through the cliffside. Only 30 seconds left, and that's just to capture A. Paris on defense. They have been too clean this round.
Temp lay prone there and managed to take less damage than, of course, running Flak Jacket. Whatever it is in this game, I've already forgotten. But there we go. Nice job staying alive. 4-5, staying alive. Great stuff out of Donnie Temp on the 4 spree. Here comes another. Tags are in. Cap's going to chow this, surely. The rest of the team's here, but Donnie Temp slow and steady. Oh my god, Cap still just chills in the corner and gets it. 16.3 on the clock. 1 segment gone over by A, and Boston Breach have managed to get themselves in. A foothold now. Will Paris invest the lives to try to take back the point?
Well, it is a point that almost never gets stacked. You see, well, Paris winning the gunfights on defense. There's the 3rd. You talk about kills that you have to get if you're on Boston. Can't find a single one, and someone's got to pop off. I mean, you're getting flanked. You don't have P1 control. You're getting shot in the back, shot from top boat. Nero looking for John. Finds him for the next kill. And he gets the 2nd one as well, so it is not over yet. But the problem is, you capture A. This is not a lot of time. 1 minute and 9 on the clock, and you only have 11 lives to work with. This is a very tough situation for Boston. You have to play damn near perfectly. 1 good 4-man wipe, something along those lines. And you get time to maybe set up 1 clean push to make this happen. TJ, 42 kills, working his way around back. There's 43.
43. Almost. The back now safe. The front is where the fight will come now for Paris Legion. Boston circling, trying to find the opening. Nero, the cutoff. Good shots. as he's finding a couple more. Now the push from the front side chance. Boston Breach have got another opportunity to get this done.
I mean, I don't even know if I call this an opportunity. 22 seconds, you almost have to flood. You see number 5, Capsidal. He's going to be the man going on the flank to try to find an opening. Number 8 trying to go through that like secondary cut, but you have to time the pushes perfectly. And Fellow, meanwhile, he's finding picks along the way. Situation where you just need the hero play. Nero might be that guy. He's found the opening. Methodz fine too, but he can't get towards the hill. Taps on the flank, stops the clock. There's 5 seconds left on game time. Boston, they only have 1 extra life.
Here we go. John cooks it like cat. Not as tasty. Oh, and he's brought down by Methodz as well. 5 seconds on the clock. It's a very slow capture. There's no lives left now for Boston. Oh no, they're flying in. 2 lives remaining. One's up close on point. That's Capsidal. One's coming in off spawn. Dashy's going to fly forward and try and just execute him. There's going to be the crossfire. That's going to be the round. Paris Legion have sealed the deal here. And oh baby, it was a close one. A chin scratcher at best there for Boston Breach. But we are going to see another hard point.
And I think you even saw in the face cams, right? Capsidal maybe just a little bit stressed out. He did not have a fun time on Gavutu, which is very typical. SMGs on this map will absolutely struggle from time to time, but that is in spite of the fact that TJ threw up 44 kills on board. There was simply one man just lagging a little bit too far behind. Boston couldn't quite find that rhythm. And of course, well, if you end up on offense for the round 5, it just be like that sometimes. And funnily enough, TJ, credit, 44 total kills, 52 kills on offense, because just, you know, the right side doesn't make any sense.
I'm thinking assists are counted there as well, but you might put in a lot of work, that is for damn sure. Look at the highlights now, as it certainly was a back and forth between these 2 teams. Gavutu control. It's been fun to watch, man. There's no doubt about it. It's been spicy as hell. I will say I think I prefer Tuscan, but we are getting the close finishes for sure. I think that first Paris round win, again, it was a defensive one for them. It came down to the final seconds, and this was it. Really does come down to a moment or two, and I mean, I'm more than anything very impressed either side. Everyone looking strong so far, and 44 out of TJ for the L. It stings, but it is a very, very good sign for how well Boston can slay out here on Gavutu.
So I think Paris, again, just happy for the defense on the round 5, right? Their defenses have been on point. They are basically neck and neck with Seattle in terms of like winning your rounds on defense. They came into it with like 88% of the times they get the win. After that, they're going to jump up to like maybe 93, 94. So their defense, Paris can absolutely fry. And in spite of the fact they've only won like 17% of their offensive rounds, they didn't need it, Miles. They didn't need it at all. Took care of business, Paris locking it down, and maybe trying to start that reverse sweep, because obviously the first 2 maps were not having a good time.
They were not good maps at all for Paris, but everything looking good so far. That was a wonderful rebound here on Gavutu. And again, as far as the fans at home are concerned, I mean, my pick'ems looking across the board, that ain't bad, ain't bad. We're keeping it together. There's still an opportunity to turn this around. I won't be spoiling the results, but oh baby, could be a spicy one indeed. Now we get to the Berlin side of the series. A double dose here in the hardpoint and the search and destroy if we have to go to game 5. Now, if we do have to go to the search and destroy, the way it looked on Tuscan, not a good look there for Paris Legion. And 250 to 155, not an ideal look on Bocage, but chance again, Berlin is a very, very different map. We talked about this before, not as heavy on the slays. Rotations do favor, you know, the time favors the team who rotates more. So good luck for Paris. This actually could be a game 5, genuinely.
I mean, you simply never know. I think, again, it's even too early to have enough data on both these teams to make a convincing call. So we'll certainly see. And speaking of Berlin as a hard point, it is like a surprisingly mixy map. And there's honestly even some hills where the rotations don't matter as much. I think P4 on Berlin, it is 50-50 on the team rotating, actually being able to outscore their opponent, which is to say also when you out-rotate, 50% chance you just don't. So P4, one of the most unique hills we have in the game as far as Berlin goes. But outside of that, yes, rotations absolutely do matter. Again, very big map, incredibly different look from Bocage. I will say, though, Berlin, it is mixier than expected.
Oh, you can never doubt any map in this game to not be mixy. This is a quick look at our hardpoint match metrics coming into this series. This does not include the very first Bocage we saw their chance. And Boston Breach, they got them diamond hands, baby, 80% hold rate.
So again, the hold's on point. Maybe P4 again, potentially the exception. But outside of that, yes, you want to get to these hills nice and early. You want to get there first. So at least by the looks of it, if Paris Legion, that 15% break rate, which they did not really change those numbers on the Bocage, this very looks to be, yes, if Boston is winning rotations, they're going to be having a field day on Berlin. So I think Paris, honestly, if they could just be a little bit better, like on Bocage, they were winning the rotation like 80% of the time. They just couldn't hold the kills or hills to save their lives. So I think that is truly the battle. It is a rotation game we'll be having on map 4.
We can go back and watch that Bocage and watch like every single hardpoint rotate. It's like Dashy gets there, he gets shot in the back. Someone's not even someone there before him. Like every single time you get there, he's getting dropped out. So like it's all good and well managing to get there in the right time. But if you get there just a second early, second late, whatever it is, you get that bad card timing and you get dropped, that rotation is all for naught. And then your boys, you're going to be spawning over by your teammates fighting because of the sticky squad spawns in this game, as opposed to somewhere where you can maybe make a sneaky play on another point. That being said, Berlin could be a very, very different look as we now roam into this one. Map 4 of our opening series of the day. And this should be fun, man. I mean, I'm loving what we're seeing about Berlin. Berlin's hardpoints have been cool to watch. Tuscan the same. This game is absolutely frantic and furious at the best of times. As our Berlin hardpoint now, map number 4. Let's get it.
And we will have Berlin S&D for map 5 if we actually get there, so potentially the back-to-back on the map. But I will say, especially so for Paris, I am just going to be laser focused on Fellow to step it up and have, he doesn't even have to dominate this game, but a solid performance. You can't afford to have your main IR getting outslayed, especially not when Capsidal, maybe not into the control, but in the hard point, fried. TJ has been frying, so you got to make sure you shut those two down, or else Berlin might just go like map number 1 did.
Yeah, Boston's opening pace was real nice. We'll see if they can keep that one going. But Paris with the opening time hit. And TJ simply does not care. No flurs were given as TJ rolls his way into the point. Dashy now on the counter-attack. This could be sweet. There's one. Methodz peekaboo finds 2. Decimate, lovely shots.
He's waiting for his team as well. He ended up flipping those spawns a little bit early on. No one pushes the back. They're trying to set up for the team push on the hill. Not winning those first gunfights, and again, that is a hold situation, right? Paris gets to the hill first, but not actually able to hold it, and Boston end up winning this hill fairly handily. It's a 20-second lead potentially at the end of it. Temp wants to make a play, but there's 2 players there. They catch him, so that is a very strong P1 just for Boston to start the game, and even on the rotation, Nero already softening up the hold for Paris, who technically win the rotation, but the hill pops and they all instantly get slayed. Again, Boston, oh so fast how they get there.
They get there so fast, they find them kills, trades there on point. So that means the mailroom is completely unattended for now. You ring that bell all you want at the main desk, but no one's coming just yet. Fellow finally gets himself onto the point. Boston breach now, still working on holding that lead, but it ain't going so good as the kills, all 4 come through. Already looking at the rotation for Boston, that's going to be Captain Methodz. But for now, there's 30 seconds remaining on this point. It could get good for Paris Legion. Nice kill out of Temp, finds himself on a 3 spree.
That's a huge play. He gets his teammate to spawn there as well. So this is 20 seconds to scrap, which you see Methodz actually wins it. So that is a bit of an exchange. You put so much pressure on the rotation, you might end up giving up a little bit of time, but that just means we get to see if it's worth it. And honestly, I think for Temp, it's certainly going to be. So many kills they're able to collect as Dashy was roaming towards docks, but this is the case, right? 18-point difference between these 2 teams. Paris right now, they have the spawns. This is a money hill. Can they run it up?
Dashy's trying to find these players in mid, and again, he loves to play the sort of like forward position where his teammates are on point. 5 in a row now. One more's going to net himself the strafing run. Over by the point, his teammates are holding this one down. Nero's going to find those kills. Dashy just gets a little bit of a tickle in, so when he does manage to make it to the point, he's already hurt. His teammates are spawning good on the dock side. They should still be able to contest this point, but that is a nice bit of work out of Boston breach. That's 3 dead. They're going to find those kills, and they're going to net themselves a decent chunk of this final 30 seconds remaining on this point.
That's honestly a little bit tragic, right? Dashy's thinking about the kill streaks, but the players end up getting into fire, and well, you give up fire control, it makes it that much easier to actually break inside the hill, and no one for Paris is really winning the gunfight. So another situation where Paris get there first. They put that investment to win the rotation, and they don't even win the hill. It was an 18-point gap going into it, and Boston just bump up the lead. And this is why I talked about P4 on Berlin earlier on. This is one of the hardest hills that even if you out-rotate to actually be able to hold. So Paris, another opportunity to try to make something happen, but this is a tough hill to do it on.
And they're making it happen so far. Clean 3. One player managing to make his way through the side of the trains is going to get cut up, and Capsidal now looking to find that hole his teammates have punched open. Closer towards the point he goes. Temp, shots are on. He's going to find the kills as Capsidal still doing the best work he possibly can. You've only got one member now of Paris Legion holding from the back. They've still got close spawns. Let's go for a quick listen with the Paris Legion and see how they hold it.
He's going outer, absolute. Zinni.
I'm flanking people right now.
Alright, what's the time?
I need outer.
Cap weak.
Deep
outer
Yeah,
left.
P5 down.
He's already deep heady.
I hear you. I'm looking for him. I don't see him. P5 weak.
I just got timing on him.
He went back up. P5 went back up to
Side
IB.
hill, TJ. No, I'm nading it.
Still deep lobby. I work deep lobby. You be down
Nero back out.
Nero.
Yeah, I'm going S2.
You be S3.
It was Nero. Alright, they're gonna have P4 side. Let's try to get
S3 Nero. Yes. Him was only deep.
P5. Yep, S3 Nero.
S3 Nero, yeah.
Gotta go for this guy, fellas.
Where's that guy?
One's on old.
This guy's top 3.
Yep. Where's the guy at old at?
The one CB dots. He's far right. He's
pushing his guy.
In the train, cap.
Mid-hole windows.
I'm playing dead.
Hall windows, CJ, careful.
Oh, window, one shot.
Yeah,
One in fire, one curse. He just absolute pushing out P4. He was weak as fuck. That's one, I can help you in time.
He's hitting me.
I don't know where he went in time.
He went top 3.
TJ is P4, one shot, absolute. TJ P4.
Alright, what's top 3 too? Nate Hill.
Got Nate Hill. One was curve tank.
He
just pushed on my left, bro. I got naded. Dunker tank. Get inside together.
Oh, he's on the docks looking for you at the tank.
I'm nading time. He's in. He's one shot out, bro.
Left side, Tom.
Alright, let's go left. Come left.
He's train stairs. And we can time by it with a nade.
I'm dead.
It was captured.
One's still outer. He's still outer.
I'm wrapping deep left. I'm wrapping your people.
Outer one in there, I think.
Inner siege. TJ, one shot got him.
Zinni's out of the play, far right. He's far right somewhere.
As far as the comms go, Chance, it doesn't matter. Boston Breach, they've done a wonderful job here in Berlin for the last few points.
And the comms honestly slightly off, right? Even at the start of the hill, they're calling out of like their spawning P4 side. I'm looking at the minimap, and it was not the case. Someone for Boston able to get towards the left side of the map and flip those spawns. And Boston really took their time of making sure that nothing slips out so they can rotate over clean and easy towards P1. They've been on point, playing this incredibly well. And first 20 seconds have gone by this hill uncontested. Finally gets Mixy, and Dashy picks up 2 for Paris to break inside. But I mean, again, you're down by 70 points after the first set of rotations. Paris, I mean, just captains of the struggle bus.
We'll see, though, if they can't steer the struggle bus to success. And oh my, Capsidal just hit the flank. Fellow wins big, stays alive. Love that, and that's going to be a final 15 seconds scrap time that I don't think anyone in Boston's going to fight over. They're definitely looking towards next, and this is it. Nero, atop the mailroom he stands, delivers the bad news to John that he's got the spot on him already, but this is good, though. You are going to see Paris Legion cross over 100 points. The counterattack now over towards P2. Let's see how it goes, because for now, Chance, you need to see Paris go big.
Well, Paris, you saw Decimate over towards Docs. He's trying to make the play, but Boston take their time and hunt him down. Nero is here playing for the kills. And while never mind, gets eviscerated. John killing in a bullet, it looks like, but does get dropped, and the teamwork on point for Boston. Paris may be doing a little bit of a dent over towards P1 to try to make up for the point deficit, but now they are back to square one, down by about 60 points. They're going for a strong push, and honestly, this might be an opportunity for a player for Boston to sort of sneak out and try to flip those spawns, but if that's not the case, you at least get the time. They clear out the house, and those final 20 seconds going to be going their way. Boston continually just extending their lead.
Yeah, they just had Paris Legion in the full Nelson the whole time there. They weren't going to let him go. Gonna just slam him. I'm to the next point now. 10 seconds remaining in this one. Boston with a full time over towards fire. A decent hard point there from Paris Legion on our first set. We'll see if they can't do it again. Temp just got absolutely smoked by Capsidal. That was disgusting. I'm not sure if he was weak or not, but great reads out of Capsidal. Big position now to be flying forward, dealing the damage left, right, and center. Now to the point they go. You've got Boston now, one advance at a time. The right-hand side's all theirs. Here comes the approach from the left. They've got all avenues covered, Chance. This could be a very clean break. Let's see how it goes. Capsidal through the front window. There's going to be the kills. There's one Paris player left, and that is a break and a... Oh, no! He does win it.
I mean, that clinical work. Yeah, honestly, Paris, they almost never seemingly have fire control on this hill, and you see Capsidal just causing all sorts of problems from that position. Nero's the guy that was blocking the dock spawn, and it doesn't look like Boston necessarily able to get a massive amount of time, and even Paris fighting for it, and they're going to get the scrap. So this ends up turning it out into a decent situation from Paris. It could have been so much worse, and honestly, now they're set up for this P4 rotation once again, because you see Boston, they're still spawning at all. They are so far away. The potential for the comeback is still here, but obviously we talked about this hill before. It is not easy to hold in the slightest. Paris have to go big.
Here we go. Rain yards up. Paris now holding it down. Fellow is going to eat all sorts of things thrown his way as the man on the front. Capsidal does manage to get off the point, and just like that, it's 2 dead, 3 dead now. It's going to come down to John, his MP40 on the left-hand side. Capsidal reads it, guns him. Boston breach. Oh, baby! They're flying forward. The kills will keep coming through. Mid-map now's the only option Paris Legion have got as they spawn further and further away from the point. No one's on it just yet. There's 30 seconds to go, but Boston, they've broken in. Can they secure a bit of time now?
Honestly, I mean, that's just Boston highlighting why even rotating this hill isn't always the best thing in the world for you, because there's basically one spot for cover to play inside the point. They just rain nades down on that guy, and after that, it is just clean and easy kills for Boston. Putting in some serious work on this hill, accrued a very strong lead. And look at number 7 on the minimap, by the way. Staying active on the map. We're going back to P5. Again, Boston was very smart about trying to lock down these left sides. And now TJ, he's collecting the kills. He's over towards Fire. An absolute thorn in their side. Meanwhile, Nero, it is his turn for Breach to have the pop-off game. 31 kills for him as Breach just doing their victory lap. They will almost certainly come away with the victory.
It's almost over now for Paris Legion. It's got to be perfect hardpoint gameplay from this moment on, quite frankly, friends, and it's not going to be easy. But if anyone can get it done, 10, he's trying to lead that charge. 10 for the win now for Boston Breach. Is anyone there to try to get anything out of this one? Stop the push. 5 seconds now to go. Temp's going to be there, cut down. The kills keep on flowing, and Boston Breach with a very solid victory over Paris Legion. In the end, it's a 3-1.
And you hear the good jobs, good stuff the whole way around. Honestly, that was a super efficient series. If you're a Boston Breach fan, I mean, that's about as good as it gets. Yes, you end up losing on the Gavutu, but you fight pretty hard, even on the offenses. And outside of that, almost outright dominance. Smart plays across the board, working together as a team. You have a pop-off game in game number 1 from Capsidal. You get the pop-off game from Nero in the final hardpoint, and then TJ was the fry man on Gavutu. I mean, that is genuinely as good as it gets. A fantastic look for Breach. Now, as far as stage 1 goes, they are 2-0. Took down LAG, took down Paris, and after this, they get Atlanta, New York, and then OpTic. So I think we're just going to see them tested again and again. But honestly, with a performance like this today, I'm a bit of a believer.
I've got to say it, man. I mean, they handled them extremely well on the hard point in the search. There's no doubt about it in my mind that, you know, they're a cut above right now. And Boston Breach, all the concerns we had coming forward, will they improve? Will they genuinely put the talent on this roster to good work? And so far, the answer is hell yeah. They're looking fine. You cannot be disappointed with these performances. Again, in and out, you name it. Teamwork was on point. I mean, there's signs of life for Paris, sure, but I mean, there's just non-stop action out of Boston Breach, man. I mean, their teamwork's looking fantastic. The Gunny, again, Capsidal, you can just watch his POV all day. He is absolutely disgusting at Vanguard.
Also has a very intense face when he's in the middle of the game.
Oh my God, man, he's in.
Is, focused and ready to go. Oh, dear God. But again, clean and efficient work for Boston Breach. The hard points, he might not be 100-point clubbing Paris, but on some of these maps, it's just about the same thing. I mean, a 100-point win is a massive amount. Dominant in the search and destroyed. They get all the first bloods they want. You genuinely cannot ask for anything more.
Beautiful stuff. 3-1 there, the final score. That's all for our first series of the day. And, Desk, I'm excited to hear what you have to say.
Thank you so much, Miles. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Of course, my name is Velly, rocking the mic with Nameless and aLLeY. But, yo, Chance, Miles, that was a crazy game. But let's talk about it. Boston are looking good so far, undefeated in this CDL.
Yeah, and their hardpoint looks absolutely spectacular, man. Yeah. They're having different players pop off on every single map. We heard Chance talking about it. But the setup that they just had on P5, just pinning them into that back trains area was absolutely disgusting. We see them breaking hills multiple times. The teamwork was there. Everybody's playing their role to perfection when it comes to the respawn.
And the kill feed was just disgusting. It was about like 10 straight kills overall. That's nasty, by the way. But aLLeY, when it came to Paris, other than that one map when they had, what seemed to be their only hope at the moment, because they were getting slaughtered in respawn?
I think they need. I don't think this roster works well together. I said that from the beginning. They were at the bottom of everyone's power rankings, and individually, we saw them go up against Atlanta FaZe, and they showed a little bit light of hope. But I just don't see this team successing long term. These are all veteran players, and I just don't think they mesh well together.
Yeah, it seems like the chemistry is off at times, and when players like Big Cap go into the mix, I mean, you saw him go crazy as well. He had multiple maps where he had crazy streaks. He was the guy that flew under the radar that you spoke about during the Kickoff Classic, and now he's one of the brightest players on the whole stage in that lobby.
It's been the aggression out of these Challengers players. For all these teams that's finding so much success this early in the season, it's been the Challengers team. It's been all about these new, younger players and just dominating over the map. Cap, from map 1, had taken over the series. I believe Methodz at one point was like 1-7. He had a little bit of a slow start, and then they heated up middle of the game, and that's when we really saw the series just take off for Boston Breach.
Yes, and speaking about Boston Breach now, Methodz was tearing things up when it came to hardpoint.
Likewise.
I mean, as an OG player, man, he just knows where players are going to be, and his IQ was up there.
I mean, if you saw on that P4 that we were just talking about, or P5, excuse me, where they had them locked into back trains, when it rotated back over to P1, he was inside of Train's lobby just holding them in. Like, he was playing fantastic on that Berlin, doing exactly what you need to do as a main AR. So, like, even though Methodz, his stats might not always be insane, like, he's doing his job to perfection. He's also the in-game leader, so I like what I'm seeing out of him and the improvements that he's made since the last couple of years.
Go ahead, aBeZy.
Well, and the thing I got off of that is actually in the respawn sometimes there were little mistakes. Very, gloss over. They managed to fix them up. But like Methodz at one point, he spawned deep for P4 and they were going for P3 like 20 seconds left on time. That was a money hill. And I was like, oh God, please Methodz, go for spawns. Why are you running at the hill with 20 seconds? And they lost rotations because of that. But literally they retook it instantly.
Yeah, I think
within like
plan,
10 seconds, instantly retook it. They didn't need deep spawns. They got a 4-wipe, and then it ended up a money hill in their hands.
Yeah, I think their plan usually is when it gets to that train hill is just break from the front. We saw Chance talking about how hard it is to hold that back because you do spawn like a couple seconds out in the back room. So like they just hit the front, they nade him out of the hill, and they don't really prioritize those spawns there. And it worked out beautifully because when they did get control, or if it was just a contest battle back and forth, they'd set up on P5 and just lock you in the back. So I think they're creating that meta on Berlin going forward.
You know what? I love it. Boston is looking great, but you know who looks even better? It's going to be TJHaly because we have him for the Game Fuel post-victory interview. And let's go ahead and get him up on the screen. TJ, first things first, man. How you doing? And second off, you guys came in this game dialed in. What was the mindset for this matchup against Paris?
Yeah, so we knew Paris wasn't like the strongest team coming in, so we just had to make sure like we working on our fundamentals. That's what we've been practicing this past week, is just making sure we're doing the right stuff on the map. And yeah, I mean, it was a clean series, honest, that third map.
Absolutely, and you know what? Going into this, you guys were already nasty at S&D. You're 2-0 map record, but you were 0-2 in hardpoint, and in respawn you were struggling. But in this series, you wouldn't think you'd struggled at all. So tell me, what was the prep? What did you guys do to kind of up your respawn game?
It's like I said before, we're making a lot of small mistakes, and in this game, it's pretty easy to like hold hills and stuff. We just gotta make sure our fundamentals are good. Pretty much that's it. And in cleaning up on the small mistakes that was costing us against like the good teams. So yeah, happy we clutched up all those hard points, and looking forward to our next match.
First off, Teach, congrats on the win. You look great out there. And, you know, some people would say that usually you've been prone to the bad game, inconsistent at times. It's kind of been on your name the last couple of years. In this game so far, what I've seen from you is you've been extremely consistent. On an individual level, what have you been doing to sort of up your gameplay and take it up a level?
Just been like focusing on myself more, trying to play less like selfish in a way. Both the rookies play really fast, so I be the flex player for this team. And I feel like that's really helping me, just being able to use like the best gun for each map. And yeah, I mean, just that pretty much.
There you go, man. It looked great out there.
Yeah, tell Methodz I said that's a handsome human, man. I'm going to leave the stage to you for this last one of the day. Boston Breach, you guys have started out 2-0 here, and it's currently week 2. We have a long season ahead of us, long year ahead of us. Tell the fans out there why, you know, there's going to be good things coming. That's going to continuously come for this Boston team.
Yeah, we're just going to keep improving, and hopefully, you know, for the major, we're looking in good form because we're kind of struggling a little bit in scrims right now. So I'm looking forward to the progress over this next couple of weeks.
All right. Well, you know what, TJ, thank you so much for the interview, man. Yeah, the scrims might look shaky, but on a game day, you guys get the big dub, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. Hope you have a great day, and can't wait to see you next time on screen. You take it easy.
Thank you, too.
No problem. All right, so Ant-Man, 2-0 so far in the CDL, brand new team.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, who would have thought? Boy, I mean, we all thought. We love Boston in this household, right? But Boston are looking great. Methodz is playing great, but it's Capsidal that's really still in the show.
Yeah.
What do you think about this team long term here?
I think they have a lot of potential. I mean, they made their roster, like all these teams had their roster set, and they were like last to be formed.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for this Boston Breach team going forward. I think they can really do a lot of damage in the CDL, and we get to Major 2, Major 3, maybe even be championship level. We'll see. We never know, but they look good initially.
Pick up a trophy, baby, all right? But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send this off to a break. But coming up after that, we're going to see Minnesota Røkkr, and they're going to try to dethrone Seattle Surge, a team that is taking the CDL by storm. Sid Previn and the boys, they're ready to show everybody that they're the best. We'll see you soon on the other side of this break.
Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
The prophecy will be told. You will not escape your fate. When the cold wind blows.
Welcome back. And if you remember what happened during week 1, Minnesota Røkkr had OpTic fans crying with almost a 3-0. They took it to a game 5, but they still took home the big W. And this time around, they're going to have to bring it a lot more. They're facing off against the hottest team in the CDL, aLLeY. It's going to be Seattle Surge.
It is going to be Seattle Surge, especially coming off of their win against Toronto Ultra. Once again, that was a rematch from Kickoff Classic Finals, where Toronto Ultra kind of slammed Seattle Surge, but last week, when it really counted, they put in the work and gave it right on back.
You got that right. And when it comes to the Minnesota Røkkr, nameless, this team, they looked really good last week. Yeah, they almost blew the 2-0 lead, but still, they have a lot to show us in the lobby, and I can't wait to see what MajorManiak and the boys are going to bring today.
Yeah, I mean, I love what I saw in the Minnesota Røkkr, especially in that game 5, the way that they were able to react and take control. But for the game fuel keys to victory, the retakes need to be on point in S&D. I'm sure they will, but when you're going up against a Seattle team that's playing the bomb 86% of the time, you're going to have to rally together and try to get that initial first blood to get control. Out-rotate Seattle on map 1 and 4. Yes, Seattle is relying on rotation wins. They're number 1 instead of break, so obviously they like to set up, let players like Simp and Pred go fly and apply that pressure while actually is more the anchor, and then play together to respawn 12th and non-traded death percentage. These guys are always together. You gotta be, well, these guys are not always together, and that's why they're 12th in respawn traded kills. They need to try to stay on the same pace, especially when you're going up against a player like Pred, who's gonna be in your face the entire time. He's gonna put you in bad spots. So I think these guys have what it takes. When we saw that game 4 hardpoint that they were able to push the distance and take, that was when we saw the potential of the Minnesota Røkkr. But when you think about this team in the past, that is where they struggled, was hardpoint, especially throughout last year. So I'm hoping that they can fix it this year.
I really like what you said, by the way, for the last fact right there. The fact that they need to play together. Okay, you got Standy, you got MajorManiak attached. This team is actually stacked on paper. They can win a lot of big games, but they do it together as a team. That's an entirely different story, because they definitely have to bring that heat. The team they're facing off against are the Seattle Surge. You take a look at this roster on paper, and it's disgusting. The hype was about Pred being the Rookie of the Year, but right now, aLLeY, Simp is looking like one of the best players this year.
Not only best players, one of the most consistent players. I think that is something a lot of players in the league can lack, is consistently show up in a series and drop giant numbers like Simp does. And it's this whole roster, right? It's Mack and Pred coming up from challengers, absolutely slaying out. And when it comes to this team in this specific matchup, it just comes down to the S&D at the end of the day. We saw how good Røkkr looked against OpTic Gaming last week, and that's how they ended up winning the series. So Seattle need to capitalize on the fact that they are so good at S&D, and they need to turn those defensive rounds around and keep capitalizing on those first bloods. And then in control, capitalize on the fact that Røkkr has been struggling with respawn lately. I have no doubt in my mind that Seattle will be able to take this.
Right, and nameless, look at that Seattle Surge right now. I know this is crazy, man. You got a team full of rookies, young gunners. You got Sam Phoenix, who ain't afraid to speak his mind, baby, but they're winning. How long do you think this win streak is going to last, honestly?
It depends. They haven't faced too much adversity lately. It'll be interesting to see when they do play a team that just has their number and beats them, 3-0, 3-1, how they bounce back after that. Or if somebody has a huge blunder in game and they lose it, like in a game 5 situation, like how we saw OpTic lose. When that happens to Surge, how will this roster react? That is the one question I still have about this team. So we'll see eventually. But I mean, as it seems right now, they're just rolling. They're frying, man. Everybody that they go up against, and they keep getting better.
You're right, aLLeY. Okay, you're amazing when it comes to pickups and predictions, right? Okay, just real quick for you. Do you think Minnesota Røkkr has what it takes in this matchup?
I think if they're going to do anything, they'll take an S&D or two. Not two, excuse me. They would win the series if they did that. Take an S&D off of the Seattle Surge, but I don't think they can handle against the aggression out of Pred and Simp.
Hey, we always love an upset story, but who exactly are the underdogs in this matchup? It's going to be the Minnesota Røkkr taking on the Seattle Surge. It's time to send us back over to Miles and Chance. Fellas, take it away.
That is a really good question. Who's going to handle this one when it comes to the respawns, Chance? This is an aggressive game. This is going to be breakneck speeds from start to finish?
Sure. I mean, I think to answer the question, the underdog, Minnesota, absolutely the underdog, right? You have Seattle looking like a top 2 team in the game. And honestly, this is like a horrific matchup, I'd say, for Minnesota as well, because their sort of story is like they're great in the respawns, or like average in the respawns. Their S&D pops off. Seattle, though, is actually great in the respawns and arguably the best S&D team in the game. But I will say, Minnesota won the coin flip, and I think that is huge because they get to ban Gavutu control. Gavutu, I mean, Seattle, they have been running the show. Their record is on point. Tuscan, though, they're only 1-1. So admittedly, Seattle's still strong on that map. They've looked good so far, but they don't look nearly as good as they do on Gavutu. So I think that's pretty big for Minnesota. That's a respawn where I think they have a little bit more potential. And the same can be said for Bocage. It is a super mixy map. We saw when Minnesota played against New York, they outslayed the heck out of them, but they didn't get the map win. So what that tells me is they're capable of getting the kills. They just need to find a way to convert that to points. I know these guys would go back to the drawing board. So just for the fact that they win the coin flip, I like Minnesota's chances a little bit more for control. I definitely like their odds on Bocage. So I think, honestly, as far as the underdog story goes, Minnesota, they have potential.
There are guys. We'll see if they can pull it out. But the team they're going up against, Seattle Surge, there is no team hotter right now in the market. 2-2 split for them right off the rip. We're going to see if these pinches pay off. Oh, look at the skins. Boys, you're looking dapper out there in the field.
I like those hands. That's a nice little teal that they're working with. That's actually, it stands out a little bit. I will say, by the way, very interesting opening break from Seattle just to go for that straight up 2-2 split, ignoring the middle of the map, taking care of those outer lanes. And honestly, that's a setup that just screams, we want to keep control and not lose those spawns. You get accuracy posted up on the tank towards the outer. This is as good of a setup as you can really expect to have on P1.
Yep, so far. Time going their way for Seattle Surge now. And again, worrying about next hard point already is accuracy atop of one of many tanks, which is named after him when it comes to the pro scene. He's already got that rotation covered. Now to MajorManiak. Will he find his way into the good books now over towards P2? The money hill, 81% of teams, or 80-ish% of teams managed to hold this one right down. This is going to be a profitable position for both squads to be in. Accuracy holds it down well and truly. Standy now on his way forward through Hay. Oh, and howdy doody, Pred is still in here. Attaches Standy. Forward they go. They find the kills, and they've got a P2.
Oh, that's such a good rhythm from Standy as well. He's pushed out as well. I mean, he could play a corner, almost guaranteed to get at least one more kill, if not multiple, or get the worst timing ever and just get shot in the back. But that's all just for the aggression, trying to get towards this hill. Honestly, the pace has been slowed down quite a bit. Sid trying to work through Barn. He gets chopped, and maybe a couple trades coming through. Minnesota, someone please just stand on the hard point.
Yeah, they're on it now. It's going to be Priestahh. He and MajorManiak now holding the line as best they can. Nays come through. Mack finds the kills from upstairs, and that's going to be a nice bit of work once again, though, from Røkkr to get themselves in the lead. Now get themselves that time. Over towards Grannies we go. Point number 3 here on Bocage. And oh dear, Simp's got the bottom side of the map covered. Pred fighting his way out of Hayside. And in the barn. Oh my god, there was the classic Standy right hook, and Pred, he parries with the low dodge. My man's been playing Sifu. Absolutely smokes him up close and personal. I know every single OpTic fan in the chat, every butthole puckered when they saw that right hook come out.
This is also a brutal setup that they have. You get accuracy posted up like in the tower. Everyone else from Seattle has a pretty nice spread across the map. And that was the first 20 seconds on this hill uncontested. So that is a very strong start. And even the roaming slayers like Pred, he gets to have almost free reign around the map. Sib's picking up 2. They get almost more clean wipes and still just collecting so much time on this hard point. I will honestly say, even from the opening break, I think Seattle has definitely gone back to the drawing boards and trying to reorganize how they play the map just a little bit.
Yeah, it's worked out so far. 10 seconds left here in Grand Mars, and it's been pretty clean. Nice trades out and about. Beautiful team shot there from Seattle Surge. Over towards the barn we go now. In a few seconds. Wow, Pred is still going. Pred is still alive. MajorManiak finally brings him down. You've got enough time though to get Mack in now towards the scene from up high. Oh dear, can't get attached. Beautiful shots out of him. 50 seconds now on the point. Let's see what you can get, Røkkr. You managed to win the fight for it, but how long can you hold it?
And I honestly, look, this might be a long-term storyline for me. I feel like these teams have watched Atlanta FaZe play with some they're having on some of these hills, just with the exact lanes that they're pushing out. So I think both of these teams have certainly gone to the drawing boards and done their homework. But as it stands now on the hard point, bit of contest time coming through. Both teams waiting for that opportunity to make a play. And Pred, maybe he has to be that guy and pick up the big two-piece. Stays alive for a moment. He gets taken care of as we just go back to contest time. Barn, neither team able to collect a decent chunk.
Yeah, it's nice to see the contest time coming through again. It's a hard one. Here in Vanguard, of course. Good shots out of Priestahh. Not enough to get Sib, though. Sib is having a nice run of things so far. Standy, 13-9, though, as we come into our final hard point of the set. And a very, very close game between both teams as well. No one really able to walk away with too much. But the river now is as dry as the river itself is. No one able to really pick up time. Here we go, though. Røkkr. Dip the toes. Mack and the rest of Seattle Surge winding up for the punch. Here they come. Pred from up high. Mack from the tower. He's taking it slow and steady. Cut down out of the sky. That's going to be great time going towards Røkkr.
That was a beautiful setup by Røkkr, by the way. So much of the pressure was coming through the back, but then Standy actually leaving the hill to challenge up those top steps was perfect because Pred could have been that guy just to break the hill. But Røkkr, the setup clean early on, still have everything you want. You get Priestahh posted up back barn, and honestly, well, the timing doesn't go his way, or maybe he can play with his food a little bit. But as Pred finds the kills, you see number 3 Mack picked up a 3-piece to walk in by himself and break the hill. So Mack making some big plays.
Yeah, big plays indeed. Pred still from the back to keep these players pinned, and that is not a good look for Røkkr. They're still trapped on the right-hand side of the map. They're desperate to try to make their way out, and it's accuracy. It's Pred. Oh, the streak comes to an end. He does get himself that strafing run. So now Mack looking to hold them back again. And over to P1 we go. Good stuff out of MajorManiak. Shout out the wall there. He bangs right through it. Trying to provide that pressure still over towards P1 now. Second set up and about. And again, Seattle Surge only just getting across that 100-point mark.
And Mack winning another big gunfight, right? Attached trying to be that roamer. You see Sib, by the way, posted up at the top side of the map. I would not be surprised if he pulled out the automaton just for this moment. Again, it is just taking care of the top and bottom lanes and making sure that no one is able to make any sort of rotation to try and flip those spawns. But Minnesota picking them apart at least towards the middle of the map. Not a massive amount of time you're able to accrue on P1, but it looks like they're going to be set up to try to get those final 15 seconds. Question is, can they make the break? Can they win the gunfights flooding around the back? Well, accuracy for the first one says no. Looks like MajorManiak trying to work towards the bottom, and he picks up a big 2, softening the push. You got Priestahh now working for the top side. By the way, this is the most automatons we have seen on Bocage. I'm telling you, man, teams have been watching FaZe.
The teams are watching FaZe. Well, we're not going to be able to watch FaZe here, but what we can do is go for a listen in with Minnesota Røkkr.
Looking over your time.
Hey, back door down there. Top on dead.
I'll get time, guys.
Major close back door. I'll go another one.
Nice.
Back half. I'm looking I'm getting top barn. I'm holding up pinch. Pick up 10. Okay. Holding single. Yeah. Single Standy. I have your help. Single dead. One more tractor. One more bottom bomb. Where did tractor go? Tractor, I think he's still there. He might go left. Bomb, guys. He could go top bomb. I'm picking him. We flip. Yeah.
I'm looking.
Stay alive down there. Shoot. Back barrel dead. Back left, one shot. He's back tower heady. Whole side time, heady. A plat, whole side time. A plat. I'm holding your barn. I'm up.
Go inside. Low red. Low T2, Elie.
One shot.
Low T2, good job.
I'm trying to push out like I want.
Yeah.
We top house.
I'm gonna work left, you heard?
Yeah. Top house, one shot pressing up top.
I'm trying to nade top house.
I'm sliding in the A-bomb.
I naded top house. He's top house. Priestahh.
I'm gonna help you A-plat.
I don't see anybody back here. He's gonna be tower.
I'll name him.
I'm gonna one shot. Top ladder, tower heady. AG corner. Tower, ramp dead.
Kill me.
We spawn back. Standy on time. AG corner. Where'd he go? Up to AG corner.
I'm flanking A-plat.
He's gonna flank window maybe.
I have your A-bomb. And tools.
Gain tower, I think.
I'm looking tower.
He's tower.
AG corner back window. AG corner back door hill.
Priestahh on time.
They're both dead.
Major dead.
One more.
Back window.
Last guy. Big choice.
One shot.
One shot.
Tools side time, front side tools.
Still in front of me.
He went out. The back window. He's in the straight. On the straight.
One shot, front door.
I'm pushing
my rush.
Send these tools. Dead. Gate. Try to get out left.
Chance, I was so excited and raptured by the gameplay that I called for the wrong team for the listening. But my word, Seattle Surge pulling things back. But this is a spicy Bocage indeed, my friend. What have you noticed from the listening?
It feels like this is like one of the most like controlled, least chaotic bokages we have had. Maybe this is just me getting more used to the map, or maybe this is teams adjusting, and I think it's more likely to be the case that teams are starting to figuring things out. That being said, super tight game on the Barn Hill. Attach that roaming Slayer. He gets to push out these lanes. His teammate's responsible for mid, but he should be able to call out that they're all flooding in through that side, and once the pressure comes, Attach needs to get back actually towards the hill. He gets hunted down. Seattle, that is 3 players that swarmed him just to drop him, and Seattle fighting in through Barn. 25 seconds left on this hill. Røkkr, they really got to fight for it.
I know it could be the presence of more automatons here on the field that's slowing things down and even, contributing to maybe less engagements. MajorManiak, sneaky as you like, he's going to be able to find a little bit more as we make our way over towards the next hard point. Bottom grandmas now. Pred's already lined up for this one. We're still tight. It is still anyone's game. 1:45 on the in-game clock as well. Keep an eye on that as it does get dicey here on Bocage. Sibwin, the big one, towards the backside of Granny's. And over to the river now as the time's up and Surge are in point.
And that's just huge gunfights won on that rotation, right? Sib and Pred both turning up to make sure no one's able to get towards the back. And honestly, once again, set up too clean. Sib is ready for the gunfight towards the back. Røkkr, they're setting up to flood through the front. And that is almost worst case scenario. That's not the spot you want to be, but MajorManiak at least getting the players outside the hill. Priestahh gets another beam of a gunfight, but all from Pred. Just a 1 bullet to clean up crew, and Seattle will be right back inside. Again, flooding through the front is not a fun spot, but right now, Røkkr, I mean, they're just being forced to spawn so far away. Even with the nades on point, even with Standy picking up 3, or honestly, that might be good enough. Standy, there you go, 3-piece. That's how you break a hill.
Yeah, the break's on. Priestahh wins another good one. And Seattle Surge, they are throwing themselves at this point. They are throwing themselves at Røkkr. Røkkr haven't managed to get too much out of it. Seattle holding it down, all good. Nice bit of work again towards the center of the map we go, Chance. And this has been such a good point for Seattle Surge here. Now at the 200-point mark and climbing. Here we go, Røkkr. It's been a crazy bocage to start the series off. You have to try to finish strong.
And look who got in the back, though, right? If you're thinking about long-term, that actually set up towards new. Well, Seattle had that slight advantage. P1, there is a ton of dead time on this hill. There was more dead time on this one than any other hill in the game, understandably so. But right now, Røkkr actually collecting a decent bit. Seattle still are holding on to those spawns, but honestly, this is a decent chunk of P1 time that they've given away. Finally able to make that break, and Attach gets chopped down as well. Seattle taking care of business, keeping those spawns secured, making sure they don't accrue that P1 time, and might be set up to have, what, a 25, maybe 30-second lead going into a money hill. Røkkr, the pressure's on.
Pressure's on indeed. Attach has got to go big here. He's basically flying solo. He gets dropped. MajorManiak playing real slow, holding down that tank, trying not to let anyone of Seattle Surge get on that point, but at 2:20 now, Røkkr. It's starting to look a bit dangerous. Forward into the point we go. It's already Seattle Surge on that one. Accuracy has snuck on through. The kill's coming through now from Priestahh. It's an open field for the time being. Sib on the flank, cutting out the players on spawn. He only gets one, an unfortunate team nade. And now, back onto the point we go. Priestahh v Pred. Oh dear, an unfortunate nade once again, as teams are just rolling at each other. You've got Surge with the numbers now, but the kills once again going the way of Røkkr. Mack winning the fight mid-map. Time going back towards Minnesota. Standy now, can't win it against Sib. The trades are all good though, as the teamwork keeps flowing, and Chance, it is not over yet.
No, trades on trades. By the way, just 44 seconds on the game clock, and well, if there's no contest time or nobody in the point, the game clock might become a factor, or Seattle could still win this game potentially on this next hill. And this is important scrap time, by the way. Number 8, they might want to fight it. I think Røkkr maybe go for a last-ditch effort, but Attach, I think, just cut his losses, or maybe just go for that final push. But this is the rotation. 35 seconds on the game clock. Seattle, they get one break. They win the game, but you do have Røkkr here first.
Yep, Røkkr now. Shut the doors and windows. Get ready for the fight. Board them up if you can, because here come the shambling mess of Seattle Surge. They're coming for your brains, friends. Now, Standy patrolling the outside, desperate to not let anyone through. Pred from upstairs. So you might have seen a shadow there. And the patience, will it pay off? As inside the point, the pressure's starting to mount. Here comes the play from Mack through the top stairs. He's going to find one. Oh, Pred comes through the side window as well. The kills are good. They're on point. And that is it from Seattle Surge. A patient retake and a strong one at that. There is no hope. The final dash, the last second plays. Seattle Surge, a clinical finish.
Slang on point, rotations on point. Seattle taking care of business even towards the end. You love the patience for Pred, just to wait for Standy to come back up those stairs, but that was just constant. And again, that is probably the slowest Bocage we have actually seen in terms of the chaos, in terms of the trade. I think these two teams maybe figuring out how to control the map just a little bit better. And again, might be the most automatons we've seen on this map in, well, ever. CDL, I suppose. But I mean, a lot of good work. That is one of those games where you can just go hill by hill and start to break down everything that both of these teams were doing right. But I think in the end, maybe just slaying OP, right? Bread 37 and 29. Mack right, or not too far behind, 31 and 30, but just a hyper competitive game. Seattle had the slight edge.
Yeah, again, it's the MP40s once again doing so much work there, finding so many kills. Pred, he has been a true standout. I mean, if anyone's been watching his personal streams, the man has been slaying it. And that, oh my God, as soon as I saw Standy go for that beatdown, I was taken back to that round 11. Oh, baby, last week. And I know a few other fans were, but that was an impressive run there again out of Seattle Surge. It looked controlled almost all the time, Chance. I mean, Røkkr, they put up a mean fight. They're a tough team to work with there on Bocage, but I mean, Surge have got their breaks down, especially that final Grandma's Hill. Like they were, you know, they played it a little slow. They really assessed the situation, and it was a clean cut just to get in there towards the end.
And I'm really trying to think if there was any like grave mistakes Minnesota might have made. I don't think that's the case. This would be a very cool map to actually see like a hill by hill breakdown. I think the biggest thorn in Minnesota's side was probably just P2, especially very early on in the game when they had those spawns, they had that early hill pressure. I remember moments where accuracy was, of course, posted up on one of his tanks and just keeping Minnesota out bay, out of that money hill and really stripping away a decent chunk of time. So at least that's my sort of like guesswork analysis. But again, 25-point game, nothing too crazy from either team.
Now we love that though, 25-point difference there on Bocage. Just going to see that one closed out. But first map's done. We're now going to go to a Berlin Search and Destroy. And Chance, early calls here from two teams who are, I want to say, very good, you know, when it comes to Search and Destroy. I mean, and Røkkr, they've proven time and time again, they've got the resolve, they've got the metal. These are one of the most clutch teams in the league by far. But based on the stats alone, this is going to be an interesting one on Berlin for sure.
And this is what is so horrifying for Minnesota in this matchup is because in so many series against, I think, almost every single team outside of like, you know, Toronto, FaZe, and now Seattle, if they lose first map, it's no big deal because you get Berlin S&D for the bounce back. You trust Røkkr in Search. If you have a high rate of like actually planting the bomb on Berlin, that's massive at either side. If you get the bomb down, you're feeling great about your chances to convert the round. But I think that's the problem for Røkkr. Against Seattle, it is not nearly as easy. Seattle has a 6-1 record in Search and Destroy. They have been on point. A great argument for best S&D team in the game. So again, for Røkkr, the pressure's on. Like losing a map one like that, being forced in a situation where you got to bounce back and Search and Destroy, it's just not a fun team to go against.
I'm just trying to have a, I know what you mean. I'm just trying to have a look at my pick'ems now, how I've got this series going down, and okay, we will see how this one will go. So hope you got your pick'ems in as well, friends. Again, prizes being given away all season long there, and I hope you got the New York one in because you refreshed that today. We changed the schedule up because the old Super Bowl on Sunday, no one wants to miss them pick'ems, and no one will now, thank God for that one. But almost ready to get into this, and again, Berlin Search and Destroy on its way, and interesting to see those stats, Chance. Again, the defensive rounds there seems to be the biggest weakness when it comes to Search and Destroy for Røkkr, so we'll see if that comes to bite them here. Again, they know those stats just as well as we do. I would imagine that the crew's, you know, backstage working on this one. They've plenty of time in the lab this week to iron out those problems.
And keep in mind, right, I think defense being as trouble makes sense for quite a few of the maps. If you play a lot of Tuskens, your defense is going to struggle. If you play a lot of Berlins, which we've seen both of these teams on Berlin, I think maybe 2 or 3 times at this point for Seattle, once or twice for the Røkkr, it's just a little bit easier on offense. And again, that is why you saw that just high rate of actually getting the bomb down when you're on offense, because on these maps, again, you plan it, they're just clutch spots galore everywhere you can hide towards the back of the map. And funnily enough, for Berlin specifically, I think when Røkkr clutched the round 11 against OpTic, first of all, in that situation, they clutched it up because they screwed up and no one took bomb off the rip. So Standy was like, he had free reign, like over towards A or B, excuse me, just to cover his teammates back. But I think Attach also made the comment that they haven't really worked on their strats for Berlin. That was last week. Now they've played it. They've got some reps in. They've surely, same as Bocage, gone back to the drawing board. And I think certainly Minnesota will be very ready to play on this map. But I think I'm just excited because this is 2 of the best S&D teams in the world going at it. Who knows what they're going to deliver?
Yeah, this should be a good one for sure. We will see, though, again, as we load in. Map number 2 on our second series of the day, and all things looking good for Seattle Surge. Can they continue this success here on Berlin?
Oh, funnily enough, they actually have that bomb roaming towards the middle of the map. You see 3 players on the cross. If you could fast plant B, that would be fantastic. But instead, they're going to have to be much more patient. As you see Pred, he's found his cut. He has eyes on Standy. Standy tries to make a move, and they'll have to be concerned about the flank. You hit this shot, Pred gets caught, and now it's 2 players worried about Standy. He's tucked in a corner underneath him. And they're trying to find him. But yeah, Standy right now with Thorn in their side, but eventually just gets hunted. He was in a triangle. And now it's a 2 versus 3. You get the bomb down. Attach now needs to be the guy to make the play.
And he could be. Sib, fast move now with an MP40 in the Kar 98K to work with. And this could be unbelievable. They don't know he's behind him. Can Attach see him? Because Priestahh, if he comes through the back door, Priestahh's in trouble. And that's not a sentence I thought I'd ever have to say in my lifetime. But here we go. Sib through the front. Oh, God, he guns him. Oh, my God. Attach has got to run. Sib's right on the defuse. Sib jumped the bomb immediately. 200 IQ play. Can Dylan get there in time? No. That's a big old mistake in the defensive hold from Røkkr.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that we actually didn't get to look at Attach to see exactly what he could see, but I love the idea of this setup of Attach so far in the back of the map. He has the opportunity to make a play, and he can see the entire cross the site, but for one, having the MP40, not ideal in that situation, and 2, I just don't think he spotted Sib at all, and well, no. Sib just had the better gun for the fight, so credit where credit's due. Sib found a sniper picked up a gun, put in some serious work, and now the counter snipe coming through, but
look at that.
I think accuracy knows exactly where he needs to stand, or Attach can be one.
One angle from Attach there, and he's doing another one right now. Can we go back to Attach? He's got some spots, friends. We're learning. Okay, he might have got off it now, but okie dokie. All right, that's one for the VOD. Got to defuse that bomb now. The numbers for Seattle Surge starting to bleed out. 2v3. Sib's on a 4. Still trying to keep this round all good. Both team members of Seattle Surge pop dead silence, trying to make sure no one gets away with anything. Bad timing. Attach cuts him down in mid. It all comes down to Mack.
Oh, he just made too much noise, too. Wow, I think he opens the door, and yeah, we go back to it. He just gets beamed by Attach, so Attach picking up 2 very nice kills. On top of the snipe, it is snipers on defense making the play. And by the way, Miles, I think you're 100% correct. There's a couple cheeky little spots in the back spawn. I don't know what the little barricade things are called. The little spiky ones, if that helps at all. But yes, there's a few spots where you can jump up on those in the back of the map and get a nice sniper angle over towards that A bomb. But either way, again, snipers on defense, popping off. Sib and Attach maybe having a little bit of a battle.
Shout out Reddit. There was someone who was putting a lot of those lines of sight out in the open. I know a few of them have been patched as they are definitely unintentional, but there's still a lot to be played with there. Oh, nice shot, that's dude. What we like to see. It's been a long time coming, but there we finally go. Someone to hit the players on the cross there off the rip, and what an opening from Røkkr that is. That certainly gave them all the confidence in the world. Sib, 1v3. Let's see what he's got. Automaton in hand. Good night. That was a round.
Attach found him from somewhere. I don't know. I will say that is not an easy shot to hit off the rip, and I think Attach doing the smart thing, not even bother to try to shoot at the first guy. I think the first round he saw 3 players cross, so he's waiting for something extra and getting the timing on the second one just a little bit easier. Fries the guy towards the end, and of course, credit to the Røkkr teammates as well. Just a nice little stack in towards P2, and I think just winning the gunfights inside the hill as well. Back-to-back rounds for Røkkr.
Yo, is he going to do it again? He's on a 5. Go on, mate. Maybe not this time, but that's fine. Slow defense now, chance. So the A-bomb plant now coming through.
And Attach is doing it again, by the way. Attach is doing it again. He has found his spot. Priestahh ends up getting the nade kill, but I'm telling you, Attach has an angle back there with a sniper. Meanwhile, Pred, ring around the rosy, him and Standy. He gives up, and Standy literally running circles around his opponent. 4 versus 2, bomb in hand, and no map control for Seattle.
They recover the bomb. Accuracy is desperately trying to find a kill here. Will his patience pay off? As Sib through mid, he's got eyes all over him. MajorManiak guns Sib. Oh, sorry, guns accuracy now all to Sib. 1v4 again, as Røkkr have proven to be quite the force here on Berlin. Another great round.
And again, I just efficient work, right? I don't think anything too crazy about that round. You know, Attach looking for the picks, but I think honestly it was just good nades coming out to make sure you can't actually get that bomb planted today. And that is really the story of a few of the maps we have in Vanguard. It is dire if you let the bomb get planted. So need to make sure you have strats to make sure that does not occur. And Røkkr taking care of business. Thinking about their strats for the next round. How do they want to play this attack?
See, accuracy's learned his lesson. The desperate sprint cross. Attached, lightning won't strike twice in that instance, but we'll see how it goes. Trays are bound. Sim's playing this slow. Oh my god, unfortunate timing. Wow, Standy, what an opener. The kill on sight. Okay, Pred. Bit of tough stuff, but they exchange blows indeed. 3v2 now, Røkkr with the advantage.
That is super unfortunate. He doesn't clean up Standy as well. That could have been a game changer. Look at number 3, though. Røkkr actually, they can't plant this bomb because Attach is so far towards the back that you actually don't have steps control, so you really need to find a pick. And admittedly, they do have a decent chunk of time to work with, but you see the Røkkr arrows turning. I think they're concerned about this flank, and Mack, he's sort of playing around with it a little bit, but you're not for Røkkr starting to run out of time. 30 seconds left. They got to make a move.
Here we go. Pred got on the board. Oh my, we almost saw the ankles there. Pred's in. Sneaky Pred gets one and gets out with his life. 2v2.
Oh, Attach got hunted down. Attach was sniping. He gets caught in the back of the map. Clean movement from Pred to get up there. Now MajorManiak. Problems to solve. Has to hunt one player down, but Mack just patiently waiting for it. And they're making moves. That is a 2v3 clutch against a fantastic S&D team. And honestly, for Røkkr, didn't even do anything wrong. I think Pred just making the big plays, hits the movement to get up into that top window, takes care of the guy that planted the bomb, gets out with his life. And on the flank, Mack making his own separate plays as well. Efficient work, and that is a round Seattle certainly needed. Being down 4-1 would have been a tragedy. Being down 3-2, not bad at all.
That was a big old round. Finally able to get a kill on the board for Pred as well. Better late than never, and a very impactful one at that. Accuracy still donut time for him, but at 3-2, not a problem. Here we go, aggressive opener now from Røkkr. Looking to slow down the hit from Surge on A ASAP, and it's Attach. He's been having a wonderful game so far. Exchange of all sorts there by the A site chance, and this might be the time. Here comes Attach.
And all he's doing, he's just waiting for the calls from Priestahh. As soon as Priestahh sees guys on bomb, he turns, he finds them, he beams them. 8-1 for Attach, and the coordination is perfect. He goes from sniping every round in the back to making sure he can play around with the SMG. Once he gets fed the intel, mixing up the strats consistently, and well, accuracy needs to find a pick, but accuracy does not have a kill, and it's Attach he's dealing with, so you know he's taking him down. 9-1 for the kid.
All right, he's disgusted, man. He's disgusted. The patience as well to look both ways before crossing the street, before he hits those two guys on A as well. He checks the stairs. All right, cool, it's clear. I'm in position. I'm on the heady. Let him have it. Two bursts in with the MP4. He finds those easy kills, and Seattle Surge are left literally with no hope in that round. Dylan Price, one of the most clutch players on the face of the planet.
No. The most clutch player. He has to have that title, right?
My apologies.
1v3s running through artillery. You get the Minnesota Massacre, whatever we're calling that from last year. Like, I know him and accuracy maybe having like a bit of a battle, but you have to give it to Attach. Really.
It's unbelievable. Still though, the Iceman looking to fight back here. Sib over towards that B-bomb site. The 1v1 against Standy now. He's going for the ankles, and that should be a kill for him.
That's a
Ooh, unfortunate. You know, the automaton, that small magazine size. And okay, here comes the push. That nade could be perfect. Oh, and it might be. Sib, he finally wins the battle against Priestahh, but he knows the rotation should be through. Seattle's reinforcements arrive, and they've seen that bomb.
And is this the Gizmo corner or the nasty corner? Whatever it's going to be, guaranteed to get a kill. You clutch a 1v1 with it. That is not an obvious corner to check, and Pred might get traded out, but you still have bomb down. You still have a ton of map control and accuracy on the board. Maybe we'll put Attach to the test. We just referred to him as, in fact, the most clutch player in Call of Duty. He's got a 1v3 in the bomb down in one of the worst spots possible.
Yeah.
I think Attach is like, you know what? I'd rather get kill streaks. That seems like a better idea than dying, because he's on a 4. So this is our life for the next 20 seconds.
He's smart. He's handsome. He's got a Call of Duty. And he looks damn good in that Minnesota Røkkr away kit. Yeah, you know, he looks great.
We're Americans over here.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. You're right.
A kit for London and maybe a kit for Paris?
I'll find out the French for that one. But either way, it's a Forcebury still stays alive now for Attach. The round goes to Seattle Surge. And oh, baby, Berlin has yet to disappoint. These two teams promised us a good game, and we're getting it.
A little bit funny, by the way, how that round played out, right? Simp is shooting Standy's feet underneath the tank, so he's calling out, hey, nade the tank. Standy leaves, then Priestahh shows up because he's full health. He thinks it's safe behind the tank, and all of a sudden, explosions just go off everywhere around them. Fun enough, accuracy 1 in 6, not having a great go about it. Needs to dodge the snipe, Attach picking the new angle. Maybe to slowly look for it, but accuracy feels the pressure. He dips out. And Attach, this is the angle we've been talking about for the snipe. He's going to be jumping up to the stop in the back of the map to see if he can find a kill, but instead it's Priestahh that gets dropped by the first nade.
Yeah, perfect nade from Pred there. The jump check. Right in the mouth. Bomb plant now A fast. Max tag. Second lands. Oof. Smart from Sib not to re-challenge that one. The bomb does get planted though. 3v3 now on the straight up retake. Accuracy. Great position. Cleans up one. Standy last player left alive. There's Pred on the prowl now. 30 seconds remaining here. Standy makes it a 1v2. It is still possible. Sib, though, watching that bomb down the stairs chance is going to make it real hard.
I disagree about it being possible. Even if he hunts down Sib, which honestly is playing as well as he could, even if he gets that kill, accuracy posted up even farther back and just play off the time. And that's just efficient work. Again, the first bloods, when you're on the attack, if you ever get that bomb down, you will take it. And of course, we saw Attach getting a hit marker on the guy planning. So you will take that extra HP, so to speak, making sure you get the bomb down. But back-to-back rounds, tied up 4-4. And this is in spite of the fact that accuracy, I think, is sitting at, 1 in 6 overall. He hasn't been wheeling and dealing, but that's because he hasn't needed to so far. As Røkkr, probably one of the more aggressive B pushes we've seen. That bomb going straight there.
Okay, Priesth's first blood. Mack tucks himself in a corner waiting for the push. I don't think anyone there on Røkkr saw him, otherwise you may be expecting a nade or two inside that tiny little B-bomb site room. MajorManiak once again finding the kill. Standy, check your corners, son. Oh, he slides through. Oh, Standy slides right on in and finds the kill. Accuracy 1v4. It looked like such a good idea at the time, and oh no, this looks like map point after this round. Oh no, Røkkr. What an adaptation towards B and an easy round for them. Map point.
And no mistakes as well, right? Couple nice picks. Priestahh finds the first, MajorManiak for the second. The only way Røkkr lose that round is if you drop the bomb on site, and really just clean movement from Standy. That is a very common corner people play. He slides well past that one to make sure he doesn't get instantly chopped. Clears the thing out and wins the gunfights anyway. Match point, as you said, Røkkr 1 round away from tying this series up. And again, they need the S&Ds. Standy and Attach combined at 21 and 8 accuracy, spots the entire team on the cross. You got to be calling that out your teammate. Try to get this bomb down B as quick as you can.
Standy, do you find a kill? Couple of tags. It's not good enough. Sib, though, now the long line of sight. Bang, finds himself the first. Sib. No more to be had, but MajorManiak, that's a very, very powerful shot. Take care of a big piece of Røkkr's success. Priestah's managed to slip through. He has all the way now. That's on accuracy to make sure it's all covered. The doors are long gone now from the B-bomb side chance. This is going to be very tough to defuse.
Yeah, Priestahh has to kill like 3 players and maybe have some help from Standy to beam, but you got to beam a couple. There's the first. Still more clutch spots you got to deal with. And you're really just waiting for it. You're running out of time. Standy is near the bomb. Priestahh trying to hunt down accuracy. Accuracy finding with the gunfights, but if Priestahh can't kill him, there's nothing you could do. Standy gets the next.
Wait a minute.
See accuracy falls. They pulled it off in the final moments. The 2v3 for the game win. Røkkr putting in serious work for that retake.
That retake, baby. We'll see that on the flank later tonight. Oh, you had every base covered, every angle covered from Seattle Surge. That was their game. They had the play down. And Standy and Priestahh. I mean, Priestah's kill on Sib at the back was one thing, but then Standy's timing to run forward and check bomb forces accuracy to take a shot. He's now a red ping on that mini-map, and oh, baby. Priestahh springs to life. They find the kills. What a tremendous turnaround when all hope was lost. They'll then search and destroy. 6-4 Røkkr. We've got a tied series chance.
And a couple things that are comical. One, Røkkr just massively outslayed the opponents for it being that close of a game, but they had to juggle so many things in that final round. Again, Priestahh doing the work on the flank to find the first pick, but again, there are more clutch spots to deal with. So it's not just Priestahh having to go and find the second kill while he's on the flank. The fact that Standy makes that read and takes down Simp, who's coming in through the middle of the map in the final moments, that is just incredible heads-up Call of Duty. That is Røkkr doing what they do best. Again, we talked about how good Seattle has been in search and destroy, but this is Røkkr's also bread and butter. Still hope in the series for Minnesota.
There's a lot of hope still with Tuscan Control coming after the break. And a lot of love chance for Attach as well, man. What an individual performance. MP40, Automaton, Snipes, you name it. The boy was teaching today. He's excited about rank play. Whoever's playing the drinking game. Ho ho! We're going for a quick commercial break. When we come back, Tuscan Control. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Hi guys, what's going on? This is Miles from the Call of Duty League commentator, now being joined by 3 members of Seattle Surge. We've got Mack, Pred, and Civ joining us. The Iceman is not here today, but gents, welcome. How you doing? I mean, it's been an amazing run in the league so far. You've turned heads, you've won fans all over the place. Tell me one thing about each of your teammates that you love about them, whether it's in or out of game.
Mack, I mean, he's been one of my duos for years. I think we've been playing together since about 15 or so. So ever since then, we always dreamed of like, yo, like imagine we're on the same pro team together. That'd be crazy. And then now I'm 20 years old. What, 5 years later, we're on a team together. It's just kind of, it's amazing to think about.
The relationships in the team, it's not like a forced thing. It's very genuine. It makes it very easy to show up and give your 100% because you know that the person on your left and right are both giving their 100% to not only improve as an individual, but also as a team.
Pred, a big question for you. This has been the most massive transformation, a huge transition for you in your life, coming all the way from Australia and now full-time Call of Duty League Pro. What has that whole thing been like?
You know, coming from Australia to come do your dream job and be a pro, that's something you love doing. It definitely has its perks, you know. You get to do what you've always dreamt about doing as a living, everyone's dream. If your ambitions are to be the best at Call of Duty, is to come into the league. And, you know, leaving my family behind and all my friends and all my just livelihood in Australia is obviously a big thing. You know, it's a bit frightening at first, but like luckily for me, I've had good support within my team, with Seattle.
Guys, thank you very much. You sound like you've all got your heads on your shoulders and you've got a very exciting year ahead of you. I wish you the best of luck, and thanks again for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely boys on the Seattle Surge, and again, a lot of stories to be told indeed. And continuing that chapter here, Chance, against Minnesota Røkkr, page 3 of this exciting little book is about to get going. And mate, what do we make of the series so far? We expected a fun one, and I'm there. I'm at fun factor 5.
It's a very interesting series, right? Again, the setup for me is Minnesota is just one of those teams where they're so good at search and destroy that if they could just steal a respawn, and steal might be too extreme of a word, just win a respawn, they're feeling great for the overall series. The problem for them is obviously going against Seattle, top 4 in the respawns, both hardpoint and control, and arguably the most search and destroy team. Well, Minnesota took it to them in game number 2, so the opportunity is absolutely still there for Røkkr to pull off this upset. And because they won the coin toss, we are not going to Gavutu for the map 3 on control. Instead, we get Tuscan, where yes, Seattle still look good, but not quite as strong. So I just think based on the map set, based on the fact that Minnesota pulled off a victory like they just did on Berlin, there's still hope, Miles.
There's definitely still hope. There is never no hope with this team. This is the Minnesota Røkkr, Chance. There is no moment where you can
I mean, look, I'm only saying hope and saying it's an upset because you've got to admit Seattle, I mean, they look
100%.
like top 2 team in the game, and they might not be 2. So, like, yes, overall from the past year, Røkkr, obviously phenomenal team. They have a win from last year, like they won a chip. That being said, as it stands now, Seattle have been the strong team. That's the only reason I'm saying
that's
like
cool.
that, you know?
That's cool. You're not absolutely faded, but I was just glad to get you back, brother. All I'm saying is that you can never count them out. You can never, ever count them out. This Røkkr team, there's something about those icy cold winds of the Minnesota state, and it's freezing. Let me tell you, friends, if you've never been there in the absolute peak of winter, jeans don't cut it. Kickoff back in the day, my God. Anyway, very, very interested to see if they can keep this one going, because it is never chalked, even against a team of the might of Seattle Surge right now. Their current form is absolutely on point. They're playing with real confidence. But, I mean, dude, I suppose the confidence question for me, they looked a tiny bit shaky at times in the Bocage, where they were kind of like, maybe second-guessing a play, maybe second-guessing a hit. And that's something that I haven't seen yet in Seattle. Is time the biggest enemy they have right now? The more information they gain, the more that happens to them. They're kind of playing with the fearlessness that kids have, when they play. Little kids throw themselves off of jungle gyms and all sorts, seemingly can't hurt themselves, made of rubber. That's Seattle Surge right now, you know what I mean? They've got the strength and the durability of a child. You know where I'm going or not? Here we go.
Durability, definitely. Strength, maybe not. Not for a child.
Yeah. But the kind of the fearlessness. They have not been tainted by by life. Life hasn't scared them yet. And maybe that fear is coming. But here we go. A zone, pretty much done. That's a 3-man stack for the Røkkr players for a brief moment there. Here comes Mack. Can't find any more. We're still holding A.
And that's actually very interesting timing with the stack. A lot of teams just leave one player on it and try to slay just a little bit, but they sort of, because of the stack, force the gunfights that much quicker and have pretty good timing of when they want to approach. But that's it, done and dusted. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock now. They have to try to work B, but you got to finish your gunfights. Pred just annihilates 3. And look at the map spread Seattle have. You got accuracy posted up over towards the top of map P1. You get top church and 2 players in P5. Good luck trying to break through this.
Yeah, this is perfect. This is eyes on every possible scenario. Here comes Mack. Priestahh hops by. Only eyes on 1. There's the second. The shot's out of Mack. Here's the third. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, baby, Mack. He stays alive. Brad, they're winning the fights all over the place. Røkkr can't get an opening whatsoever, but Priestahh's like, you know what? I'm in. I've managed to make it through on a B. Hopefully be able to buy his teammates some time. He gets a single kill out of this one. Accuracy's in now the spawn of Røkkr. Finally take care of Priestahh there on the B point. Here comes the next hit. Sibs up. Finds himself 1. The quick reposition. And oh, baby. He's holding this one down well. Seattle Surge. What teamwork this is.
Yeah, Sib, just like the hero for the team right now, right? If Priestahh ends up picking up 2, this round already could be going completely differently. Instead, Sib is now just having kills fall into his lap. They don't have nearly as much map control, but they got 4-man stack around B, so Seattle happy for the position that they have. You see Minnesota, they're gearing up for the P5 push. 3 players coming through.
Yep. Lining up. Tash opening nades, going to get things going. Pred, he's going to catch at least one of them. Standy, I love this reposition. He has to try to get MajorManiak through. You need an AR to help you out on the push here by B, and it's not going to happen just yet. Jork, this push, boys, save the lives. It's been a very costly one at that. Beautiful stuff from Seattle Surge. As MajorManiak now last player in position for his team, can't win any more gunfights, and this is a great hold on defense from Seattle Surge. 21 lives to 14. Røkkr are getting beaten up.
Yeah, Seattle are happy when they had the map control, but they're also happy just for the sort of turtling over towards site. They have all their bases covered, flanks under control, 2 players worried about top radio, and if they get out towards plat, well, number 3, Mack is there. Attachment's the first one, but they got a long way to go.
Accuracy, great shots at range. Mack backing him up. MajorManiak can attach. Now it's all on a MajorManiak. He manages to win one fight anymore. No, there's a beautiful pinch out of Seattle Surge. 15 seconds now, winding down. 19 to 9. Røkkr have had a tough run here on Tuscan control. Mack still sitting on a 2, looking to push that ever further. Damage control right now for Surge. No more lives. Sorry, for Røkkr. Don't let any more lives go. Surge will easily take the round. But that was a costly one to open things up, Chance.
Yeah, and Seattle pretty much just playing it perfectly, right? I think the first real defensive hold they needed over towards B, it was Mack and Pred, I believe, over towards P5. Mack especially just playing the situation perfectly. And after that, even when they had to turtle up, every single setup on point, every single base is covered. They're watching each other's backs, handled it as well as you possibly could, and obviously built a nice little life lead. And see Minnesota double stack over towards B on defense, making sure nothing crazy happens. Got to make sure you clutch up his Pred. Well, there's the opening he wants. First blood, flanks through, and already this is looking like A probably going to be secured.
2-man stack for now. Gonna get it done real quick. Kills are sweet. Tuscans continues to be Seattle Surge's playground right now in control. Attach is still chilling in mid. He's holding this one down. Accuracy's gonna get the slow cap. 2:22 on the clock now. He's cleaned up. Open map now to fly through from Seattle Surge, and this is pressure now, Chance. Røkkr, backs against the wall. This could get ugly fast if they don't find some kills here to just get out of dodge, and they can't just yet. Oh dear, the kill feed. MajorManiak trying to change things, and Attach, he's desperately trying to keep the B zone safe.
I mean, they're just getting picked apart. I mean, Pred's even there for the late flank. Dude, he doesn't even shallow the second because he knows his teammates there. Pred still alive in their spawn. Pred still finding more kills and going on these late flanks. Such a problem. Finally gets taken care of, but even that, it's not stable. Sib's here for the next section. You got Accuracy picking up kills. They have all this pressure over towards B, and more importantly, minute and 49 seconds on the clock just to get 17 kills. Surge, they are looking like bullies in control.
Yeah, this is quite the showing. Mack, unable to get MajorManiak. Attached though, keeping the defense strong. 135 now to play with. Hold the line, Røkkr, that's all you need to do. Kills still flying through. Pred once again back on his BS as he comes now flying out. Standy, you're up next. Big win. Hold them down once again. Reinforcement still coming through. Standy wins another one on 28 HP. Beautiful hold now. Røkkr continue to stay alive.
And finally able to stabilize a little bit. Standy is there for the trades, and he doesn't even need to get over aggressive for the chow. You see the trades are there. MajorManiak and Attach putting it work for P5. He flies out though and gets caught, but I think honestly that could potentially be a mistake, right? You are down 7 lives. Every single one matters. You can't throw a single one away.
Oh! Okay. That was a kill. 2 players now on B. Stacking up. Mack's giving him the hands. This is starting to get dangerous. 16 lives for Seattle Surge, a minute to play with. Oh, they're still capping it. First segment gone. The second's on the way out now as well. Big win from Sib. Trades are all good. Accuracy has the long line of sight now covered. The reinforcements scrambling desperately now for Røkkr. Desperately trying to get on the point. Standy, if you find a kill, great. MajorManiak's tagged. Here's the contest. Standy wins it. A bit of time now to work with. Last lives remaining for Røkkr, Chance.
I mean, it's 50 seconds on the clock. You have no respawns remaining. It would be, quite frankly, a miracle to pull this one off. There is still hope because 44 seconds isn't a ton, but you see Seattle, I mean, they're just waiting for the kills to fall in their laps. It is now a 3 versus 10. Standy getting shot in the back, and honestly, I think this is probably one of the best rounds of Tuscan offense we have seen this year. Seattle effectively just dominant. They just got to find these last 2.
MajorManiak's holding on. He's holding on. Mack's waiting for something. Here's the pinch from Pred. Last one up, MajorManiak. Last one down. That's it. Surge with the round.
And again, dominant fashion right from the opening break. I think we had Pred in back church, and they had like the first 4, 5, 6 kills in the round before Seattle ever dropped a single person. Like, you capture A, you have like the 2 minutes and 15, 20 seconds on the clock, whatever it was, and you have 3 players already in Minnesota spawn. I mean, it was just unruly right from the jump. You get a 10-life lead in the first 30, 45 seconds of the round. That is pretty much taking care of business. MajorManiak and Priestahh struggling in the slang department.
I think turn around now, otherwise it's going to be a clean 3-0 here in the control. Røkkr on offense now. Into the A zone they go. The nades are all good. The crossfire's there. Can Priestahh get it? He does. Find the kill. Now starting to get the capture. First segment A soon to be complete. Mack will try to stop that. He can't do it. First segment gone.
Chow's there, though, for the second. Able to find one. Waits for the next kill. Can't quite get it on Standy, but either way, just nice and controlled for Seattle. You see, even off spawn, by the way, where these players are going, right? Seattle consistently wrapping back towards B. They know the main game plan. If you're picking up the kills over towards A, that's great, but it's operation. Don't let anybody behind enemy lines. Attach gets 1 kill on the flank. Literally all 3 arrows for Seattle turn as they are making sure that they do not make any mistakes. And still just having a decent bit of map control. Pred, once again, gets to be that roaming slayer. Everybody else for Seattle playing more control.
Time and lives on the side of Minnesota Røkkr now. Clear out church. Number 4 could go huge, though. Pred, this timing. Pred. Standy's up next. Gets it. Keeps the map alive now for Røkkr. It's a slow and steady approach now over towards the B zone. They lose that mid-map from Sib off respawn, but the 3-man stack now. This could be big. Priestahh wins it. Sib goes down. 4 players now stacking up, trying to make their way forward, and it's a deep defense from Surge, but that's not where the hit's coming from. It's going to come down to accuracy and Mack to go huge, and that is exactly what they do. Mack can't get the 3rd, but it doesn't matter. He's dealt a huge amount of damage.
Oh, maybe feeding a couple kills to Standy. He's going to get the 3rd as well. He's ready for it, but he was the last man standing, and then he doesn't wait for his teammates. He just flies out and gets caught, and already that's just going to make the Røkkr push that much more stagnant, just a little bit over aggressive in my mind. Priestahh, though, working on the full flank, trying to take care of Sib on this back tank. A massive gunfight if he can win it, but has to play with his life. Priestahh going back to his teammates, regrouping. The swarm is in.
Swarm's in. You do manage to get the trades? Oh, man. Accuracy.
I just picked apart. Good God.
Just picked apart. They really did. He's not going to check that corner, though. MajorManiak will find at least 1 there. That's the MajorManiak spot. He's found so many kills from that position. Oh, Lord, he gets another one. Time. Now no longer on the side of Røkkr. Life count still relatively even. Sib could go unbelievably huge here. This could be a flank for Sib. No. What a read from Standy. Accuracy on point, though, as Pred throws a peach, lands himself too. Still, pressure on the zone. You've got players here now. Here comes the pinch once again from Mack from up high. We'll be able to get at least 1. The trade's on point still, and Røkkr, they come out on top of the trade battle. They're stacked on B. They're all stacked up. The second segment's going to be gone any second now. They're going to be at the 3rd. You need at least 1 or 2 kills to hold this one. The 3-man stack. The round is done. Røkkr capture the zones. And oh man, see how fast that goes with 3 people. 3 boys holding hands on that B zone. See you later.
And that's so tough to orchestrate as well. That is like what a stagnated push, right? You get the first couple guys out, you actually get pressure on the point, but Pred gets the double nade effectively from spawn, but they were very quick to get back and stack the point, and there you go. That is a round on offense. Røkkr not out of it yet. It is still worth pointing out, Standy is absolutely leading the charge in the slaying category. His teammates need to step it up, especially so on defense. Røkkr don't necessarily need a dominant round, but they would take one. And you see number 4, by the way, Pred. Once again, that roaming slayer for the team. He might be able to find it opening towards B. He picks up a big 2. And this is just about that life disparity. This is what we saw from their previous offensive round, where they just build up a ton of map pressure. Maybe this time a little bit fewer, but still a life lead as they just get A completely for free.
And it over. It's not yours anymore, Røkkr. To take the lead in the series here. Big wins there from Pred once again. Continues the roaming slay play. 2-2 split now from Seattle Surge. 2 of them making their way in towards the front side of the B. 2 on the back door. And here comes the hit. Priestahh able to time this right, should be able to help him out, and he does. The battle of the front's won, over to the back door now, and that's exactly where Priestahh knows the play's coming from. Mack, in accuracy now, I've got to bide some time, get some kills, try to help the teammates get forward, and make a concerted push of this, and they can.
And he stood at that point for a second, but I don't think anyone from Røkkr actually noticed because they're sort of giving up the B pressure. Well, now they know that they got to be dealing with that spawn. One player on the point for the moment. Røkkr making that return, win the first section of gunfights. Accuracy now more or less by himself. Still solo capping it. Finally gets taken care of, and that is job done. Røkkr holding strong on the defensive end. Still have a ton of pressure on the map. Attach could be the thorn in their side, and even you see the pressure coming through P1 for Seattle. Well, look who's there, MajorManiak. He's ready for it.
Here he comes. One, can't get a second. Good shots though still. Passes the information on to his teammates. When he spawns up, he might be able to take the fight again. He may be able to get his own trade, but no, he's going to back on up. That's number 7 on the minimap. Clearing out the back tanks now. Deep defense from Minnesota Røkkr. Biding time. Trying to keep that life count in their favor. Standy's on a 5, and there we go. MajorManiak traded out. One player now still through the back. The front line is completely safe right now. Chance like Standy's going huge, and you've got what? There it is. It was attached for a moment, patrolling the inside of P5. Sib's got an opening. We'll see what you can do with it.
This is just tough to deal with on defense, though, I think, right? Because you got pressure coming through P5 and the flank. Røkkr, they got to be on point with the teamwork, but you see MajorManiak in the feed, winning his ones, the P5 pressure. Now the opening for Seattle, and Standy can't win the gunfight. But even still, the flank got dealt with, so Røkkr now go back to that sort of turtle up over towards B, but straight up 4v4 we have.
Nice nade. That's a lot of damage. He kills Pred outright. Attach is there to pick up the pieces. On the flank we go. Attach gets another one. 4 clean down. What a nade from MajorManiak. Less than 30 seconds, and we're going to round 5.
And that's so tough, right? Because now you have to gear up again, and it's not even a turtle. Now Røkkr actually pushed that with a bit of map control. They needed a fairly dominant win. They have a 6-life lead, and honestly, that might be enough to pull off for defense. I didn't exactly keep count, but they're making that one final push. There's an extra kill. 3 players coming in through P5, but they're getting chopped down along the way. Trades on Priestahh. There's 3 that they need. MajorManiak, last one standing. He gets dropped. 2 players on the point for Seattle.
Are they going to stack up? It does look like they will. That's 2 players now stacked in. Here come the reinforcements. Less than 5 seconds to go. Oh my word, the nades are good. And now we fly forward. Surge still in a position to get this done. 1.8 on the clock. Priestahh wins 1 fight on the back. Forward we go. Sib, you're up next. Hold him down. Get back on the point. The clock's ticking. Less than a second. Hold it. Hold it. Kills come through. And we've got a round 5 here in control. And man alive, Minnesota Røkkr never die. And it is a deep sigh of relief from Standy.
What do you think the odds are of Minnesota going for an all-out B hit right off the rip on offense? I think Seattle should have enough in the kills department to be on defense. I think that might be the call, but you are correct. Standy has been an absolute menace. There's a few times where maybe he's over-aggressive, but if you got 29 kills, good reason why. By the way, called it. Maybe not a 4-man hit towards B. Priestahh making noise, but number 4, Pred, he's in for a rude awakening. Whole team's here.
He does get 1. I'm not sure if he knows how many let through, but what a reposition from Pred. Tags up, attaches there. The pinch is good. Now we're starting to capture B, and there's still pressure towards A as well. So, okay, baby, we're spinning plates. Sib, though, the cleanup crew, flies on through. They know attach is back there, and he's holding this line down. There it is. The final cleanups are done. A segment, though, should be finished in just a moment. It is going to be a bit of work there from Pred, who's still alive over there. Still alive, but for how long? He's in trouble. Oh, my. Manages to seal it. What a bit of work from Pred here. Seals the kills and pushes them back. Oh my, Pred! Oh my God. He stops the A segment capture and gets kills out of it as well. Røkkr now time to pick up the pieces and finish the job they started over by A.
These are some very important gunfights they're winning on the flank, by the way. That's the problem with going to B off the rip, is if you get slayed out once and you get stuck in your spawn, even capturing A at that point can be difficult. You still don't have a body on point. Attach is going for the flank, and he should have at least 1 free kill in front of him. There's the first. The second is there. But still, Pred is still around. Pred can still make a play over towards A. He still has you control. And he might be able to shoot MajorManiak in the back. It's certainly a mixy situation, but Pred, he has been the constant thorn in Minnesota's side.
Man,
There's
he's
2.
unbelievable. Unbelievable what a 2-piece that was. And he's still good. That has kept A safe pretty much alone. 31 and 26 from Pred. Now the B flank covered. A push in now, and it's going to be on Mack to stop these players getting in, but you have to finish the A capture, Røkkr. This is the opportunity to get it done. Stack up, get this done ASAP. Attach has the spawn safe. Thank God for that. That could have been a disaster. 16 lives apiece, 1:30 on the clock. Let's go to B.
Well, now we're back to almost the standard situation, right? You're on the attack, you don't have a ton of map control for the moment, and you have no progression over towards B. And more importantly, you got to deal with Pred, the man winning seemingly every gunfight he takes. Almost the walking two-piece, but Seattle, they have been on point on defense, minute and 10. That's how long they got to hold for.
And Røkkr, they managed to win an offensive round before. It was the stack that saved them. Will they be able to do it again? Pred, top side of church. Eviscerated. Here comes an opening. You got space to work with now. And the Tatch is looking to try to find something. Checking every corner. The nade check there. Clear. Forward we go. And the tension is there, Chance. 50 seconds now. Clean break. As many lives up as possible. Stack it and see how quickly you can capture that B zone. Røkkr have done it before. And they're going to try to do it again. Here we go.
And it's deliberation. They're trying to figure out whether to flank. You see they're cutting through the mid alley. That is a nice angle from Sib and Mack. The duo is there. And all that time to try to set up a push, and you just get eviscerated. That's like a 45-second investment to get nothing. Now less than 30 seconds on the clock, and now you don't have time to make it perfect. Now you have to fly, and Pred is there just to soften up the push. Only 3 players for Røkkr can be on the attack.
He's softened them up indeed. He's managed to put shots in. Now he's going to hit front church. Look at the way Pred moves across the map with such grace and purpose. 10 seconds now for it. Can anyone from Røkkr get close to the point? They managed to get an opening. There's angles now to work with. Here comes the hit. Oh no! They got on for a second, but there's the kills. Mack's gonna get him again. 4.6, 5 lives remaining. It is all down to the clock now. Stay alive. Dance in and out. Who is that? It was Priestahh, and that is it. The lives are done. Standy, he was there for a second, but it's closed out. Time was not on the side of Røkkr there. And after a hard-fought battle, a marathon in control, Seattle Surge finally come out on top. They finally take the lead here in the series.
And again, those respawns, they might be close, but Seattle, again, just on point, taking care of business. And I love the play on defense for Pred being the guy in radio just to play an angle where he's almost guaranteed to get a kill and he doesn't get traded out. He buys his teammates time to come back and defend the point. I mean, I'm thinking of a moment where, like, what was the OpTic series where they were up 2-0, they go into a control, they could have gotten the 3-0, but round 5, nobody watches B, and that was the way to pull off the offensive win. That was the type of play Røkkr were going through, but Seattle, big brain, ready for it, taking care of business, and are now up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, 2-1's a big one. Now we go to another hard point. We will see. Look across the highlights, though, of that task and control. Almost a 17-minute long game. Baby, that is a long time in Call of Duty. A absolute gauntlet between both teams, and it has to be said, man, Pred's last round, just watching him on the minimap, the way he plays, it looks so simple. He's like, cool, I've got attached in church alley, I've got shots in, I'm just going to run to the top of the ladder and shoot him in the head. Like, that's my play, and if no one's there to stop me, I've got a free kill there. Just watching him effortlessly fly around the map under the guide of his teammates, it was so awesome to watch, man. Powerful stuff out of Surge.
It also really feels like when you're watching him play that he almost doesn't have wasted like lives. Like there's situations where he was like by himself over towards the A point, sitting inside of you, but still playing his life incredibly well, finding ways to get these kills, timing out the flanks. And I think even just for like a direct Standy comparison, Standy also the fry man, but at least for me personally, it felt like there's a few times where just over aggressive and gets caught. Admittedly, if you're fried, you have good reason to go for these challenges, but I would say from Pred, it almost seems like mistake-free gameplay on top of the fact that he is a machine.
Yeah, he's incredible mechanical ability, but he's certainly found his footing here in Vanguard early on. A definite key to Seattle's continued success thus far in the league. But again, these highlights, man, I mean, this was a spicy game indeed. We saw the nade play from MajorManiak that helped out in that first round victory they had, and it was seeing it from the other perspective. They were so stacked up, and it was like, oh my God, here it comes. This pineapple from hell. Nailed them, ripped away the HP, and that was that. The V2 hardpoint, though, Chance, this is it. Our next map in the series, if we do have to go the distance, Tuscan S&D, Røkkr fans are certainly going to want that one. But now for Surge, mate, it's an AR-heavy map. Of course, accuracy is a long-standing champion of the assault rifle, but we've seen what Surge could do here on Gavutu. And I must admit, I think this is a strong look for them. This should be a favorable spot for them to be in, mate.
Yes, I mean, again, when we were looking at control, obviously I tried to set it up that like Seattle's still clean, but you'd rather see him on Gavutu than Tuscan. Maybe an opportunity for Minnesota. Well, they take care of business. The Bocage, maybe there's an opportunity for Røkkr to get the respawn win there. It was a super close game. Seattle take care of it. I think they convincingly win the GVU2. I think that's the way it stacks up. Priestahh and MajorManiak, the slang has not quite been there from those two. And maybe Standy could be the fry man, but on a map like GVU2, not easy for your SMGs, where I think the ARs for Surge have completely been on point. And as far as SMGs on GVU2 go, well, Pred has a great time as well. So I think that's certainly where my head is at. But obviously, Røkkr, never a team you want to count out.
You're not in the wrong place headwise, mate. It feels like it's a safe bet. But we will see again. Røkkr can never be counted out. Again, all this talk is all good, but let's have a look at the hardpoint match stats so far. And this is the way things look coming into today, not including, of course, today's first matchup. But there we go, Chance. Average point difference is very different. I mean, that is a long time when it comes to those hardpoint seconds. And the break percentage, though, for Seattle Surge, 14%.
And maybe that'll be the opportunity for Røkkr. If you get a string of rotations, honestly, even just P3 to P4 on GVU2, if you have one strong rotation and turn both of those into money hills, you could have like a game-winning play just for those two hills back to back. I mean, I think literally everything outside of P2 on this map, you can convert to a decent chunk of time. So if you have Seattle, who have not been on point on the breaks, and you do have a map like GVU2, where it is easy to hold some of these hills, obviously the opportunity is there, but for Minnesota Røkkr, that just means you never want to be playing off the back foot. You need a strong start, get that P1 control early, try to flip those spawns to the right side, or if you start off spawning there, keep those spawns the entire time and really just never look back. Keep control of the game. That is the way you handle GVU2.
Yeah, interesting to see those stats again there. Seattle, they are holders, not breakers. We'll see if Røkkr can find this special sauce. You need to get in there first if you're going to find that success against a team like Seattle today. Here we go, though. GVU2, map number 4. This is for the series. For Seattle, this is for Game 5 for Røkkr. Send them your energy, chat. They're going to need it going to this one. The Røkkr boys with their backs against the wall here. And the stats are there. The talk has been talked. And it does look like it could be a favorable spot for Seattle Surge to be in. But we will see. Will GVU2 treat them kindly today? Seriously, how windy is that? That's like 40-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, the rain is sideways. That's windy, right? Proper windy.
Welcome to the Pacific. That's the way she goes. Nades always on point for the opening break. It looked like, at least for Røkkr, they played a little bit slow on the push to dodge the grenades. And, well, now they're here for the attack on the actual hill. Contest for the first few seconds. It is just chaos as Mack is in between basically everybody. And now you have the opposite situation for Attach, where Attach is in between everybody, but he takes down 3 along the way, gets the coverage for the next, and that is the opening break handled very well by the Minnesota Røkkr.
Oh, it's unbelievable, man. He starts off with 3 spree. His teammates are there to pick up the kills. I mean, this is a great look from Røkkr. That's the break we were talking about, baby. Simp, though. He's up next. Here comes the ring around a Rosie. Oh, dear. He gets cleaned up. Standy's there. It's just players flying around. It's a merry-go-round of death. Kills there. Now done. Accuracy, last man up. 9 seconds going to go his way. Over to the ship we go.
I'd say someone for Røkkr probably needs to pick up the P1 push, right? Because you see number 2 accuracy. That's the first thing he's looking at to try to be the cutoff man for the spawn. So accuracy is going to be a problem on top of the fact that you got to worry about the cliff push as well. Sid wins 1, but boat control for the moment heftily in the favor of Minnesota. Accuracy, though, still trying to be that guy. Priestahh, though, spots him out, wins the gunfight, and it cannot be understated how important that one-on-one gunfight is. This is what Røkkr needed. Keep those right-sided spawns on the first 2 hills and try to make sure you set yourself up for the P3, P4 rotation. And on top of the fact that if they collect these final 30 seconds, that would be, I mean, the cherry on top.
Yeah, unbelievable if they can do that one. But there's the kills, and that's going to be it. All the members of Røkkr now wiped out. Surge with a bit of time. It's going to be 20 seconds that's going to be going their way. Accuracy's holding down the look towards next. As again, third, wide out in the open, over towards that open beach side. Nades up and about, holding this one down. The next 10 go in the way of Surge, and they're going to be looking great now going into P3. Here we go. Røkkr find the kills finally. Are the trades going to be on point? No, Sib will stay alive.
And right now, number 6 attached is the lone man in the hill. You expect grenades potentially to start dropping on his head. There's the first, but doesn't connect, and I think that might be enough for him to survive the rest of the barrage. Priestahh, though, he gets caught. Mack finds another pick as well. That is 2 kills going the way. Attach falls it up just like that, even without the grenades. Oh! Seattle walk straight through and take this money hill, throw it out the window, and get control. This was an opportunity for Minnesota maybe to run the score up, but Seattle, they just take it straight away from them.
I mean, that was a solid break. 30 seconds left to play with. And it does look like Røkkr may be giving this one up. They're going to try to find a kill or 2. at least kill the player on the point from a distance, but this is a huge amount of time going the way of Seattle Surge. Finally managed to get the cleanup. There's 50 seconds left to be had. They may be able to get that one, but again, spawns for Surge, right-hand side of the map. Sib's looking to get himself streaks, and he is in the wrong part of town right now, but we'll see if he can get anything out of this one. I don't think Røkkr are truly aware he's here.
There's so many players from back. Yeah, MajorManiak getting the squad spawns for the team. But look at this. Like, you rotate with 40 seconds on the old hill to get these spawns for Seattle to take 5 seconds to break through, and they get it. Like, just such an opportunity that just because that P3 breaks, Seattle just absolutely take it to them. And admittedly, it is still scrappiness over towards the point. Sib does get dealt with, and maybe Røkkr may be able to make amends, and that might very well be the case. But still, just a weird way these past 2 hills have played out where Seattle put some work in.
Yep, they're going to still have to get that lead back, though, from Røkkr, who have been commanding this since the start of the map. Mack flying through. Cleanup kills are all there. The spawn's still deep in the back of the map as Mack's rat rings out underneath the bottom of the hard point. Stunning, holding them down, trying to keep the members of Røkkr at bay, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. But here comes the hit. They're trying to get out of not only the spawn here, trying to get some hardpoint time, but just be able to do anything on the map. Like, you are stuck. This looks like a game of control right now. And look how far away they have to travel in the next one chance. Again, chaining the hills together. That's the success on Kuavo.
And you take the team that was, what, like 12th in the league in breaks. You take 2 money hills back-to-back. They break almost effortlessly. And, yeah, you don't have the lead, but now Seattle get the opportunity to hold a hill. And we go to P5. They got here first, and we'll see if they can convert that into a decent chunk of time. But already, they're going to be able to take that lead. They have a ton of map control as well. Fred does get taken down, but accuracy, he wins the most important gunfight in the actual hill. Priestahh gets close, doesn't win it. In Seattle, the one hill where they get the hold. So far, so good. 30 clean seconds for them.
This is exactly what they wanted. This is what they are statistically better at, and they're doing a wonderful job so far. Still holding it down. I think this is a great time to try to see how it gets broken. Let's go for a listen in with Minnesota Røkkr.
They go my ring. I have your missteps, Mike. I have missteps, dead.
Nice.
Last guy's old,
I'm getting on your time. I'm getting on your time. You get on missteps.
One's deep. Mack weak.
I'll push him out. Oh, shit. I'm
pushing out. Pred. Yeah, Lamar, I think.
It could be a ring step.
Looking for Sib. Yeah, I'm nading.
Let's focus your ring steps.
I'm just dodging nades. I'm dodging nades right now. Can this guy pinch me? Lamar's pinching boat. I guess you're close.
What's P3?
Ring stairs. Yeah, I got naded again. I have the ring stairs. I'm stunned and nading again. I'm holding my inner push. You want to spawn killing top boat.
Yeah, top boat, one's their side.
Close one shot. He slid in inner. It's to the right.
I'm one shot.
I reach out.
Then, T1.
I got naded. Listen, I'm gonna go get both.
I see missteps. Focus their side.
One shot, Mike.
Get their side for me, Get their side. He's close. Low on the ramp. Low on the ramp. He's close.
Low ramp, dead. Their side, I need to.
Listen, I have top. I need to deep.
Listen, I have all both.
Keep on my mid. Rotate off spot.
Mid's open. I have all. Top up Pred.
That's Pred.
One's green. Alright, take it from here. Get all this time.
Yeah, one's front green again.
He didn't go low boat. You can be pushed up cliff.
Yo, I'm about to push up.
What's back left on me?
Got fence.
Top boat.
Got fence, Sim.
Was it Pred?
Pred dead. Top boat again, got fence. Don't dive there, just keep holding the ring.
I'm on your guys' cliff. Yeah.
Keep holding our cliff.
Yo, nade top boat. Yo, we should nade top boat. I'm nading him. I'm nading it too.
I don't see him top.
I nade top boat.
I'm about to work mid. He's top boat dead. I got him. He's on the tank heady. Spike heady.
I can shot hole.
Talk about a seesaw game right there, right? You have one phenomenal money hill from Seattle that Røkkr instantly respond on P1 and effectively a tied up game. Just 13 seconds, maybe 20 between these 2 teams, but it is an interesting situation we have where almost the scene has been flipped from the first go around. It's scrappiness over towards P2, but now it is Seattle that might have that initial advantage for the P3 money hill. So I'm looking at the setup and see how Seattle handles the holds versus Røkkr, who struggled with P3.
Yeah, this is an amazing turnaround. With Røkkr with the lead for now. But if Destiny has its way, we could see the hard point not only change hands here, but over towards next as well. But this is it now. Hard point's up. Top right-hand side of the screen. It could come down to Priestahh. 10 and 19 so far. P-Dog has not been exactly flying this series so far. But if Mack can kill him, that's huge for Seattle. And chance, it is extremely tense as we now go in towards the beach once again.
Well, they end up handling Mack, but you see accuracy right now. No nades coming through. The FMJ maybe tagging up a little bit of damage. And number 5 might be the guy to make a play. Standy's there. He gets traded. 2 more players need to flood, but you see Mack's got the coverage. You need to at least contest some of this time. Seattle about to take that lead, and there's still 35 seconds left on it. Priestahh there to make the play. He wins the gunfight. That is what Røkkr needed, just to strip away a few seconds, and they got it done. But now it's about that rotation. Number 4. This is almost the inverse of what we saw the last time around, where Fred trying to make the play. He does get spotted, but he's still alive, and MajorManiak didn't even bother to turn to look for him. So, yeah, Fred, he'll be in the back.
He'll be in the back, and this could be huge. Oh, big win from Standy on the new point. 2 more players to deal with here as Standy shuffles to stay alive. Trying to... can't do it. Trying to slither his way out of trouble, not going to happen. Here comes MajorManiak, though. Take care of Mack. Hard point's going to be all yours. If he wins the fight, great. Now you hold it. This is huge. 200 points marked now crossed for Minnesota Røkkr. Here comes the counter-attack from Seattle Surge. Fred from down low. 2 players sitting through the beach. It's going to be a war on 2 fronts, and one of those fronts is starting to get a bit shaky. Oh, dear. Røkkr are holding it. They're keeping it all safe, Chance. You've got 1 player who's managed to slip through, and it's Mack. How much damage can he possibly deal?
Wait, he also just got his teammates to spawn. Number 7 turns around, but Mack pushed up far enough beach, and now Seattle, they have the swarm everywhere towards the hill. MajorManiak wins a big one. Can't get the second. The swarm is in. It's up to Priestahh now inside the point. Can't get it done against Fred. And you turn the Money Hill into scrappiness. It is still going, though, Røkkr. It is a 30-second lead. They are fighting tooth and nail. Finally, Seattle break through, but that is all just for 10 seconds. And look at that rotation of P5, Røkkr. They have map coverage. They are in prime position to win this game.
And this is it. They haven't been able to get themselves in there for the first set, and now towards the second have been gifted it. Røkkr, it's their game to lose now. Holding them down. The kills coming through to the front. It's open to Priestahh now on the inside of the point and attached by ship side. The close spawns in. They should be able to deal with the attacking Mack as he makes his way forward. The kills are all good. Chance, this is it. They've managed to nail it. No streaks had. No nothing. Doesn't matter. We have got ourselves a game. Oh!
No. They got the back spawns. They got the back spawns at 249. For almost no reason. Now, keep in mind, Seattle, they can't win this here, but they got to keep everybody outside the hard points. Standy wins a couple gunfights. You even had MajorManiak playing patient towards the back. The 1v1 to win the game, and he gets it eventually. Røkkr take care of business and get it done on Gavutu. A swing-heavy game where Seattle early on making big plays on some key rotations, but Minnesota respond in kind. I mean, a full 60 on P1 the second go around. The early setups on both P4 and P5. It was dicey, and maybe I counted them out a little bit too early, but they take care of business. Rotations on point.
Røkkr's like, never tell me the odds. They managed to walk away that one, despite not really having the statistical advantage coming into this one. Game 5, though. Oh, baby. The pick'ems. How we looking, chat? How we looking? Is everything still going to plan? We'll see now as the highlights across that Gavutu, which was incredibly close at times. And man, I mean, again, all the sort of the statistical stories we had play out, Chance. I mean, Seattle Surge, when they have an early hold, they tend not to get broken. That was proven true. Røkkr, when they win those rotations, their breaks are pretty decent at times. Everything proved out, you know, numbers-wise, pretty good. But Røkkr just managed to hold on when all seemed lost, man. I mean, you couldn't get a decent break out of Surge at times. There was some absolute shenanigans towards the backside of the map. Simp got streaks at one point. He had that strafe run, but couldn't really do a whole lot with it. I don't know, man. I mean, what was the big sort of takeaway? What was the big victory moment there from Røkkr?
Well, I mean, the path of the game in my mind was like the first 2 hills Minnesota played incredibly well, but then sort of like mishandled the next 2. And then Seattle obviously took the lead, but they just had a very quick bounce back. Again, that P1, they locked it down for basically a full 60. It certainly helped that Standy, by the way, absolute fry man on the map, like consistently so. The dude's an animal, but even the little plays, I think the P3, the second go around when we saw Mack, watching Priestahh on the cross, getting tags in him, but Priestahh still wins the gunfight inside the hill. And again, that is taking away 20 seconds from your opponent, and now you get to your team. I mean, just a series of little plays that, I mean, dealer's choice. Pick whatever you want, but Minnesota played it. Maybe mishandled 2 hills. Outside of that, incredibly well.
Pretty damn well. Well, we're going to throw to a very quick commercial break, friends. When we come back, we're throwing down on Tuscan here in Game 5. Seattle Surge going up against Minnesota Røkkr. You don't want to miss this. Howdy ho, neighborinos. We are back and we're going straight into this one. Game 5, Tuscan between Røkkr and Surge. This should be very fun. Both teams have had a nice showing today so far, but I will say Search and Destroy, especially on Berlin, was, I mean, it wasn't one-sided, but it was very clinical. Coming out the boys from Røkkr. But Chance, how do we fare, man? Game 5 is a different beast.
And this is the big question for both of these teams, right? I know for right now, Minnesota, like 1-0, or not Minnesota, excuse me. Seattle 1-0 in Game 5s. They've only been pushed once, and they won in round 11, and they did it against Toronto. We know they have that clutch potential. I think Minnesota, though, it's an interesting look. This is the story for them. It is steal a respawn, win both searches. But the problem is, against a team like Seattle, Seattle is clean in S&D. It's the fight. You get snipes off the rip and aggressive and quick and clean. Oh, my God, Sim. What is that shot?
That was it was in and out, the big old shot straight into the nade. Pred's there to pick up the second, and it is an incredibly hot opening from Seattle Surge. And as the smoke settles across Tuscan, MajorManiak can attach the last 2 left standing.
And I'll just go ahead and say in the downtime, because Minnesota, I mean, a 2% chance of winning this round. Admittedly, they do have attached, so let's bump that up to 10. But such a difficult spot, especially with the bomb down. Sib's watching outer, so MajorManiak can peek, but Mack will see him, and you hear the shots raining out. MajorManiak hunted, attached in the 1v4, but back to the point, if Sib can do that every round, just bunny hop out, center like that, hit the shot that quickly, I mean, that's untouchable.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, man. That mechanical skill. Now, I wonder, when Attach gets killed, when MajorManiak dies there and it becomes a 1v4, does his chances of winning go up or down?
I think it's like, I don't know. It's probably just like a plus 15% chance for any situation. So if there's a 0% chance in winning the round, like if there's less than 7.5 seconds on the clock for the defuse, Attach still has a 15% chance of winning. Like somehow, some way. The Attach effect. By the way, apparently Seattle 4-0 in round 11s. Just throwing that out there. Speaking of round 11 into existence.
Oh dear, Sib can't quite make it happen again. Now with Seattle on offense. He's gonna re-peek, but he is getting tagged up. This could be the opportunity to fly forward. Check the bomb, and it's fast. It's real fast from Standy. Standy's flying. He managed to get inside you. And now he's trying to get inside of the Seattle defense. They're backed on up. Checks every corner. You got space to work with now, and potentially a trap now set. Surge have been backed up. Here comes Priestahh flying forward. Standy should get this one. Bait and switch, baby. It's a classic. Accuracy upstairs, though. He's still got eyes on the bomb. 20 seconds down to play with Pred's going through the front. 15 seconds. Priestahh's on the defuse. You've got yourselves covered. They've managed to block the view. Is anyone there? No. The final kills come through, and that was a clean retake from Røkkr. Okay, baby, we're going.
And that is shades, by the way, of that final round of Berlin, where they're in a tough spot and they pull it off. Like, you can clutch 3v4s kind of easy on offense if you get the bomb down. That was a 4v4. I will say the Røkkr had some great timings on when they started to push towards the back. Great bait and switch on the player that was basically sat and spawned. So that was a lot of little things they had to do right. Even Attach spotting Pred top church. If you don't have that awareness to cover both of like the sort of clutch spot areas, I mean, Pred could win that round even in a 2 versus 4. So Minnesota, the work is there, and you see Priestahh. He's not challenging this stop.
Nope. That bombs get planted, though. Oh, yeah. He slips across, stays alive, but not for long. Pred's there. Standy wins it. Mack. Uh-oh, Standy's now inside church. Everyone be cool. Everyone stay calm. He's making it happen. Oh, he made it happen. That's going to be 4 in a row now for Standy. Here comes number 5. Oh, he did it again! Oh my God! How does he get away with this? He just flies, and somebody just got hit by a straight Falcon punch. How does Standy keep getting away with this?
Okay, Miles, you remember when I might have like thrown out criticism of Standy of like over aggressive? I take it back, dude. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, hot damn. Just flying through the middle of the map, juking people out, beating them down. Standy is on a mission,
unbelievable,
to win this game 5.
This is some Standy. More on that later. Oof. MajorManiak takes 1 in the knee. Still an adventurer, though. Oh, no, not anymore. Great nade. Great nade. That's going to be the bomb planted fast now. Seattle, surely their round. surely. Okie dokie. Attach v Sib. He's peeking wide. It's a 3v2, 30 seconds down to go.
Oh, attached. Oh, yeah. This is the sniper battle.
Okay,
the only opportunity to win, by the way, Standy is getting flanked, so the round is officially over. Come on, Sid. Ego chow. Get on out there. Fine. Let accuracy clean up the work. Seattle Surge. Honestly, again, this is the story of Tuscan on offense. Seattle will do this virtually every single round. Fast plant over towards A, and if they ever get the first blood and get the bomb down, I mean, almost assuredly, it should be good enough for the win. Admittedly, Minnesota does have nice retakes. We saw them put in the work, but that is simply just the way Tuscan plays. Now to see what Minnesota do. Again, almost certainly going to be an A hit. How does Seattle handle the pressure?
We're about to find out.
Oh, this is going to be fast flanks, I think. If you got the bomb in Priesth's hands, I think they might be trying to either pressure through the middle map or let someone make a play.
Oh, my. You got A covered now. Completely from Seattle Surge. Priestahh, he's gone straight back in spawn. He has the bomb as well, so it's better be a kill-heavy round from Røkkr. No one from Seattle giving anything up just yet.
And this is a gnarly setup as well. Number 3 has mid. So that's Mack's got that covered. Obviously, Pred right now, he's got the push towards A. Number 2, accuracy, he's got the push to B. You have all your bases covered, and Sib sniping out. Or Priestahh, wherever he goes, he might get sniped or shot in the back. You give Seattle all that map control and what? Hope for them to make a mistake? Well, they're not making one. That is a perfect setup right now, forcing a 2 versus 3, which is almost certainly not going to happen. I mean, again, Attached left in the clutch. Yes, he can clutch, but Seattle, I mean, the setups, it's just too good.
Yeah, they've got.
You can't let that happen.
You can't give them anything to work with, man. They've got this game on lock faster than a lot of other teams, and they're really making it look easy. They have these angles covered. They had the map locked down. A clean round from Seattle now.
And genuinely, if you had like a heat map of Tuscan right there, I mean, within 15, 20 seconds, I mean, Seattle was in control of like 70% of the map, and it was all of the important things. I mean, just instantly locking the map down, every single cross cover. That was as clean as you could possibly have. And honestly, for Minnesota, that is not the play. I thought they were going to be trying to aggressive over towards B, make some noise, do something interesting, but they stagnated and it got punished.
Question remains now, though, and this heavy B hit from Seattle. Howdy, attach! Oh my god, the reaction time. He saw so many. Backs up immediately. That's the heads-up play. No trades, no nothing. Don't worry about it. Just set back up. What now of the players at A? Pred, first blood again. Immediate trade. We like to see that come through. Keeps the game interesting now. Over towards A. This bomb has gone fast, Chance.
And look, they love planning an A. If they can get it down quick, that's fine. But if you let them get this down in a 3 versus 3, it is the exact same as if it happened in the first 15 seconds of the round. You got to worry about clutch spots. You're going to have to go clear out top broken. And right now, you have no map control. Sid's causing problems over towards P5, and he just needs to waste time. He does get taken care of, but still, Minnesota, you got to fly. You got to take care of these players like accuracy in top fire.
Shades of Blinn once again. They've got this full setup from Surge. How will Røkkr respond? Last player left alive, and here comes the change. Oh my god, from Mack. Flying in. Less than 20 seconds, you got to trade him out. This could work out. No, it doesn't. Oh my dear. Attach with the win. Plenty of time to get the defuse as well. And once again, Røkkr proved that their retakes are on point. But I will say, if Mack wins that 1v1, this becomes very different.
And make no mistake, it is not easy for Minnesota to pull off these rounds like that. They are putting in the work, and again, that is controlled. That means your comms are clear. And I can't remember who it was. Was it Attached that took care of accuracy up top as well?
I don't remember. I was...
Whatever the case may be, whoever that player was, that is the kill of the round. Again, if you don't clear that player out top broken or top fire, whatever you want to call it, you're going to have a bad time. But Røkkr on point. See MajorManiak just a machine with those comms. I expect more aggression this round, double up through the middle of the map, and they got the clearance.
Sim's back at it. Oh, nice nades. Nice openers. There's 2 dead already from Seattle Surge. Standy looking to make it a 3rd. Oh my god, he does. Wow. Sib last up, bottom side church now. He's going to be backing in. Will he find Sanctuary here? And this could be interesting. Or not. What an opener. Priestahh with the automaton and the nade from Attach. That is an incredible bounce back.
It is Standy again. Just give that man the green light. I take everything I said back after like that control. Like, in a sense, there's no reason to go top church, look for the kills. Like, you got the map coverage, but if he's going to win every single gunfight, just let the man fly. That is certainly the case. He's putting in work, but that is just a nice adjustment on offense, different strats. The nades coordinated to find those first couple picks, and that is an efficient round. Minnesota 4-3 advantage.
Scary thing now, we're looking down the barrel of what could be a Game 5 loss for Seattle Surge. How are they going to hold this one? Fred opens it up with a nice first blood. 8-5 overall. Through the mid-map we go. 3 now members of Røkkr looking to make some noise. I think aCuRacy has heard it, and he's backed on up. Mack does get killed on the bomb there, so no plant for them right now.
He heard one door. He heard one. Oh my God! Attach just went too far on the flank. aCuRacy. No, the number 7 spot him. The bomb's getting planted. Standy. You flip the map on its head. You got Røkkr on the left side, and Attach wins the big gunfight. But there's still 2 players up, and he's still at number 4. Pred. He's top church.
Surely it's done. Numbers now for Røkkr. Patience is going to pay off here. Pred watching it. Standy gets cut down from Simp. Simp almost finds 2. 2v1 though. Time still ticking. Pred now makes it a 1v1. 25 on the clock. The nades are there. Will Attach go for the defuse? And this is a 10 out of 10 play. What a nade. That's the information check. Off the top rope. Pred, what a round.
And it just big plays. I mean, him and Sib, that duo, that combination, that clutch potential absolutely is there. Sib wins the big one, trades from Pred, and he has the nade towards the end just to get the intel. That is incredible work, as he is just stone cold, man. Tied 4-4. I can feel the round 11.
I can feel it. Yep. We're on for it, dude. 4-4 here on Tuscan. 10-5 for Pred. Attach is up. 1v1 against Sib, and that's a massive win. Couldn't even see him. Sib is absolutely smoked him, standing with a fast plant. Nades are landing. He's tagged up heavily. Sib looking for his second here with a snipes over by A, and it's not going to happen. Here comes the reshuffle, though. Chance Surge at full strength now on retake.
And they're playing a tight setup as well. MajorManiak, you see, he's not actually playing for broken. He's waiting for the full flank to come in. Sib getting hunted. He's being pushed so fast. Standy's there. And he got the trades as well. Meanwhile, the rest of Seattle on the flank, MajorManiak, he's got to deal with everyone else. There's the first. He does not get taken care of yet.
Oh, my word. And it's all on the Mack now. 1v3. Mack gets cleaned up. He's so hard to kill, MajorManiak. He's just laying prone, just saying, yeah, dude, he's coming at me. A huge bounce right back into this one now for Røkkr. And what coverage, man.
It's the bully, the sniper strat, right? You know Sib's in the back, but that's the play call. You're man down. You haven't had any information. If they're not pushing from where the sniper came from, if you kill him quick enough, you can make something happen. That play call is on point, and the MajorManiak, even towards the end, being the guy, playing like sort of an off spot to watch the flank, pulling off the tight setup clutch in the 3v4.
That's unbelievable. Here we go, though, all towards B. aCuRacy's going to have to do what he can here. This is a bit of a martyrdom play as he's going to try to just pull as many players with him as he can, and that one is huge already. That plant of B's done pretty much, but the rest of the members of Røkkr now, they know what's up, and they're going to go for this hit towards B. Here comes the fast counterattack. Can they find anything here? Okay, they take care of Pred. Things just became that much more interesting. Sib now trying to take care of a few more. Good crossfire, 3v2. Røkkr still trying to make the retake. Priestahh could be the man to hit the flank. Here he goes.
aCuRacy is doing the same thing, though. Keep in mind, it's the duo play in Sib. Well, they had the man advantage. They can be more patient. aCuRacy makes the play in that round. You could go back and watch from the mini-map before we get in this round 11. aCuRacy and number 8, Priestahh, were having like a standoff because they knew that aCuRacy was being that island player, but obviously with the man advantage and that bomb down, it's the Røkkr that are forced to make the play. Priestahh that's forced to be aggressive on the flank, and he just gets caught. That is Seattle Surge on point. aCuRacy getting that first blood. The rest of the team making the play over towards B. All of this to force the round 11.
One more round's all we need. One team who loves to win those round 11s in the form of Røkkr, and Seattle Surge on the continual up and up. They have the ice as well. Here we go. 2-man hit right through the middle of the map. Sib trying to cover the bomb. In we go to the bottom side of Church and Pred. It's only tags, no kills just yet as the shuffle now continues from Seattle Surge. Howdy doody, attach goes down. First blood, Seattle.
Bomb though, the bomb though. Standy gets it, takes out him. That's a 3 versus 3. Standy and Sib, they're right next to each other. This is the gunfight potentially for the round. Sib gets some weak. Standy gets taken care of, but he does get traded. Bomb down, 2v2.
aCuRacy now. It's a 1v2.
1v2, oh my God.
aCuRacy's alone. sees MajorManiak. He dips and dives, slides out, makes it hard. Seattle, all on accuracy. The Iceman, grab that bomb and go for the plant, or kill both MajorManiak and Priestahh for the dub. And look at them chance their eyes on that A Street.
We haven't talked about it. By the way, they're just going to let accuracy pick up the bomb. The game's going to tell him. Now they know he has it. He's over towards A, and they're keeping the setup.
They're going to check A, fast hit B now. It's going to be a quick plant. Now they know it's on. Here we go. Will they give Iceman the respect he so deserves? They're going to check every corner through mid. Here he goes. He's picked right. Will he be able to take both of them down? Accuracy. Now it's a 1v1 against Priestahh. Did Priestahh see him? He's going to wide peek it. He slides through. Priestahh. It's a 1v1. MajorManiak. He's on the bomb. Is accuracy going to check this? Is he going to see it? He's got the shots are in. The kill. It didn't get done. 20 seconds now on the clock. MajorManiak versus the Iceman. He's checked it, and accuracy can play with his food now. He's got no idea. The shots are there. 10 seconds. You got to go. He's got to fly. Will he get the kill? No. Accuracy stays alive. There's no way. Oh my God. Accuracy has done it again. Ice in the veins indeed. Nobody does it better than accuracy in those tight moments. And that is a big old hug. Nothing but love in the Seattle camp right now. They clutched up big. That is a long hug.
Bro, I don't know what to say. When you need him, he's there. He's that guy. What a ridiculous round. I mean, Standy put in some serious work at the start, but Seattle now 2-0 in game 5s, now 5-0 in round 11. Like, what more do you want? I mean, you got the young guns just slaying out of their mind the entire time through and through, and then, I mean, almost timeless accuracy in the clutch. Just taking care of business. You couldn't write it any better. That's what he does. That is how this team is built. Consistently putting in the work and just, I mean, I don't know, game 5, round 11, accuracy for the clutch. Couldn't have it any other way.
That's unbelievable. And not only just the perfect finish there. I mean, one of the most composed teams in the league in form of Røkkr, and the Iceman himself, another round 11. Whether he's ninja defusing bombs against Toronto or even plays like that, staying alive. You see the importance of those seconds. These highlights, oh lordy, they were a treat. Unbelievable series here in Seattle Surge. They stay alive, and your boys' pick'ems are looking good. That's all I'll say there. But Chance, what a series this was.
I mean, just completely ridiculous. And especially like the 1v1 towards the end against MajorManiak. Like, MajorManiak, one of the best in the business, but accuracy, again, just different. He is having himself an incredible start to the year. And I don't even know what, like, the mentality would be for this. Like, how could you not just have all the confidence in the world? You slay it on the respawns. Anytime you get pressured, literally outside of the first grand finals they had on LAN, anytime they deal with adversity, they come up in the clutch. And it just has to be such a good feeling for the team, such a good feeling for the organization. I know we're only, like, a handful of series deep into stage 1, but a turnaround for the organization, an incredible look for these players. And honestly, just a fun match because Minnesota, I mean, they took it to them as well.
They really did, man. I mean, it was like, I didn't have any doubt. I'm going to be honest. My pick'ems, I had Seattle winning this in game 5. So thank you, accuracy. Maybe we'll take that. But man, I just knew it was going to be a tight matchup indeed. It was always going to be a slugfest. There was no doubt in my mind that, both squads were going to give us the goods. And I'm just amazed that, like, the respawn, it was the final, I forget now the score of the control, but it was the final round of control. It was, there it is, 3-2. I'm just amazed at like how well-rounded both teams were and how tight this whole series was, man. I mean, really, like, this was a banger. This could be my favorite series we've had in Vanguard so far.
And I'm also thinking about it with, like, how competitive this year has been, how many teams delivering. I mean, even compared to last year, you got Paris going to game 5s against FaZe, which admittedly Paris didn't look great today, but Boston, the new 12th team, they look fantastic. You have London with the brand new guys from Challenge on their team. They look fantastic. Like, a couple of turnarounds for orgs that have struggled, even LAG, another example. The most competitive year we've ever had. And in a series like that, every single map as close and tight as it could be, like, that might be the difference maker this year of just who is more clutch in the moment in those final seconds. And right now, obviously, the answer is clear cut. It's Seattle.
It's Seattle. Wow, what an amazing series. Desk, save us, please.
We all need to save it. Listen, Lamar, accuracy, Iceman, it don't matter what you call them. The Seattle Surge, they find a way to win every single time with a huge just victory over Minnesota Røkkr. Nameless, this is possibly the closest game we've ever seen Seattle in.
Yeah.
And, yo, they finished in historic fashion.
We got to talk about that for a second. Like, Minnesota brought it to them. Like, I was talking to the back with some people. I'm like, dude, the one team I wouldn't want to play in, like, Game 5 would be Minnesota because they make you work for it every single time. They're ready. They're prepared. And Seattle, like, in that map, it seemed like they were out of it. Like, the retakes that Minnesota was hitting with them when they were on defense, it was beautiful. And then Seattle somehow in the very end, accuracy clutches up. And you think back to Game 2, if you rewind to that round 10, accuracy had a blunder where he missed the guy on the flank. Guess what happens in Game 5 when you need him most? In round 11, the guy clutches a 1v2 on offense. That was beautiful, man. Shout out to accuracy. Shout out to Seattle.
It was so good to see. Now, if we rewind back, besides accuracy's crazy clutch, right, aLLeY? I mean, search and destroy in the second map, I mean, it was kind of unfair. Minnesota, they were looking unbeatable at times, getting victories with what, all players alive often?
Hey, yo, man, when you got attached sniping like that on Berlin, bro, there's just no shot you have any confidence going into Long Street. I mean, we saw the first one, he literally shot the guy in, like, the leg, dude, like the smallest peak on top of roof. I mean, Røkkr looks fantastic in search, but I gotta say, when it came to this series, I did not expect these teams to match up well together. I thought Seattle would smoke Røkkr.
Yeah.
But really, for me, it was Standy and Attached that's really stepped it up in the series, really elevated what Røkkr is able to do, not only as a team, but in the slaying category as well. We consider Seattle one of the top 4 teams right now, so where does this place Røkkr going to Game 5, Round 11?
Great point. But Ant, we keep talking about it, man. Okay, Sib is a demon. You know, Pred, pretty boy Pred looks unstoppable at times. But there's a player on Seattle Surge that deserves so much credit for this win.
Oh, yeah. So think about the Game 3. And if it wasn't for Mack, they would not have won that map. Dude, he was getting so many big kills, big 2 pieces, entry frags to get them control of the point. Like Mack, when you're watching the game, pay an extra close attention to Mack and what he's doing. He's making huge plays around the map. And I just want to show some extra love because I thought that he was the most impactful player this series for me.
You're right. Now, aLLeY, you said it before. Let's talk about it. Let's bring it back for a second. Minnesota Røkkr, okay. We're talking about Seattle, and then the FaZe. Of course, Toronto Ultra. I think the Minnesota Røkkr showed us this series here that they are a championship contending team.
Well, what's funny is going into this, our keys to victory was that they needed to play more together as a team.
Yep.
And heading into the season, that's exactly what Minnesota Røkkr is about. They stick with the same roster. They're all about their team chem, and we have now been able to see what they can do when both of their subs are on the same slaying level as some of these aggressive challenger players getting brought up into the CDL. So I think this is a testament to the amount of work that they have put in from last year when it comes to their respawn.
Right now, okay, Nameless, this might be a hard question to ask you, right? But I mean, you know about this game. When it comes to Seattle Surge, they're doing a lot of things right. But there seems to be things that they could also work on to be even better next time we see them on screen. What are a few things you want to see them kind of fix this time around?
I mean, I would just think about the adjustments in Search and Destroy. It just seems really reactionary, like there's not a lot of plans. You think about that round 10 that I was talking about on that Berlin, where they weren't watching the flank. They let a player get all the way around and behind, pinch them out, and they lose that round, which was a 2 versus 3 scenario. So just some communication things. But that could be like early team woes. You get in that situation, it happens once, and you fix it, and you get better. And we saw they got a lot better in that Game 5, where they were getting retaken multiple times on A. Well, they adjusted later on into the map. So just making adjustments a little bit earlier in the Search and Destroy. When it comes to the respawn, I thought overall that it was pretty solid. They did very well on their defenses as well on the control. So I think that Minnesota just really brought it to them in the respawn. They weren't exactly ready for that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. When it came to their hard points, at least Seattle, the little blunders they had was just like one small lane being left open. 2 players kind of looking the same way, a couple of call-outs, maybe going a little mishap in communication. And so they were like, for example, on Boat Cage, Long River Hallway was completely open to players from Minnesota Røkkr, slipped right in, shot players in the back, and they lost a lot of time on Money Hill. But that's something small. That can easily be fixed going back into the VOD and rewatching it. And when it came to Search, Seattle is one of those few teams that mid-game, they can make the pivot. They can make the change mid-game and elevate back up. I mean, they won like 3 rounds in a row when it came to that Game 5 and put themselves back in a position to win.
I like it. Now, looking forward for Minnesota Røkkr as well. This team is fantastic. One player that I absolutely loved was watching Attached, especially during Search and Destroy.
That was nasty.
You said him with the scope is nasty. Moving forward for the Minnesota Røkkr, they could have won this series, right on, right?
Absolutely.
But what do you want to see next time they're on screen?
Yeah, I want to see them play a little bit faster. So in the control in the very last round, you saw that there was a moment they had 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and they were getting ready to get their final couple of pushes in at B.
Okay.
Well, they were set up, and they held it for 10, 15 seconds. If you go back and see it, it's like you got to just commit to that push there and give yourself as many pushes as you can towards B. It's a difficult point to get. And they end up getting up and through. They die, and then they have like 26 seconds left. And then that's when they hit the all-out push. Players start to try to initiate and get that first blood. And they end up making a little bit progression, but there's just not enough time for them to get control and to solidify B capture. So it's like they need to be a little bit faster in those scenarios so they can gain control and give themselves as many lines of pushes as they can. People
Right
off
now-
spawn going to help.
You're right. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have a treat for you. The Game Fuel Victory Spotlight interview is going to be with none other than pretty boy Pred, hailing from Australia. Pred, I'm loving the chain, I'm loving the gameplay, and I'm loving the victory that you guys got. But just for a second, I have to ask you, is accuracy near you right now?
Yes, he's right there. He's over there.
Call him over right now.
That boy's gas.
Call him over.
Come here.
Yeah. All right. Give him the headset.
good,
Ask him. I want to hear from him. What was going through his head in that 1v2 to close out the series at the end? I'll ask him. Yo, Lamar.
What was going through my head was couldn't write it any better. 1v2 game on the line. 11 versus my old team. Like, it's like God wrote that for me to do it. So it felt good, and I'll take it. But also, I want to say my teammates are disgusting for getting me to the game 5, you know?
Oh, of course. Hey, thanks, Lamar. Thank you. Give Pratt the mic back, man. Ali, go ahead.
I'll give him in a minute. I'll give him a minute. All right, it was a nasty clutch, but Pred, I mean, you were still knocking it out the whole series. You had 11 kills in that Tuscan, and I gotta know, are you play calling in this team? Are you the one yelling, you know what, Sip, we're gonna fucking run out mid right now. We're gonna grab 2 guys in the back. I gotta know what kind of guy you are in comms in game.
I mean, I think it's more of like a team thing, but I feel like I'm usually the one that's like in the aggressive spot, so I'm usually the one that has the most information of what's going on the map. But I think all around our comms are just equally good. Like, we just all making sure everyone knows what everyone's doing, what lanes are cut. I'm just usually the guy that's always in the most aggressive spot to get the most information. So I feel like that's important for me to make sure to like direct my team where to go.
That's so important.
Pred, what is going to be the primary focus going forward? Because it seems like you guys keep getting better with every single match. In this game, the Search and Destroy look a little bit wonky at times. So what are you guys really trying to focus on getting better in the next couple of weeks?
I feel like what we're trying to get better on is just being more efficient and making less mistakes. I think that's the most important thing, because I feel like head-to-head, our talent's always going to be there. The only way we're going to lose is if we make mistakes which is going to make us lose by ourselves.
Fred, I want to thank you one more time for taking time to be part of this interview. You've been fantastic. I'm loving everything we see from you, especially as a rookie. You are growing so fast, and we hope that consistency stays there, all right, man? But we'll see you next time on that screen, and I wish you and your team the best until next time. All right?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Take it easy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was one hell of a series.
That was lit.
Game 5, every map was, closer than ever.
Hell yeah.
Nameless, man. Put a ball on top of that.
I mean, that was absolutely incredible. We got some bigger matches in store as well. We got teams still trying to get their first win. Like, we get to see the new look New York. That's the hashtag that I'm becoming. That's going to be amazing later on, man.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we're going to have North America's finest, Toronto Ultra, facing off against LA Guerrillas. I can't wait to see it. Coming off of the back of a Game 5, you already know what that today is going to be even better. Heading into the Game Fuel marquee matchup of the day. We'll see you guys on the other side.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
We're in a very different position from that we were in 10 weeks ago. We are far stronger than we were 10 weeks ago. We are far better prepared to endure the worst.
You know, I'm going to understand. I wanted to play this badger for a long time.
Has got the potential to get his revenge on Los Angeles Thieves.
iLLeY did just once already. That team ended up winning the first championship in the CDL.
And all the fans and people are seeing what he can do. So as long as he just keeps that pumping, I mean, he's the top player in the game, without a doubt. He's one of the best players in the game.
Making his play. Forward he goes on the B zone. This could be massive. Running on over the top right. Asim is reaping his way through the spawn there at the unit. He's going to get it through the gun. This is from Asim. Dollar's there and he catches the flanker inside. See exactly what Slasher is doing. He's getting away still. Los Angeles Guerrillas. Capsidal hold it back line. He's
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary.
Welcome back to the CDL Week 2 and Day 1. And on this desk, I'm going to be your host. My name is aBeZy, rocking the mic with Nameless and also aLLeY. But from one great series into hopefully another, we're going to see LAG take on Toronto Ultra, a team that had a hard loss last time they were on screen. It was a 2-3 loss against none other than Seattle Surge, right? But with a chip on their shoulder, they might come back with a fury this time around. Nameless, looking at the Røkkr, man, they got to be furious, and I'm scared for them this series.
Oh, look at Toronto. I mean, I think they're going to come back even stronger. They lost the game 5, and they lost it by losing 2 search and destroys in that series as well. And this is a team that is traditionally unbelievable at search and destroy, so I expect them to bounce back even stronger. Looking at the statistics from that series, a player that we know has another level to get to is Cammy. We haven't really seen it thus far in this game, so I'm expecting him to get back to superstardom soon. But for the game fuel keys to victory for the Toronto Ultra, keep showcasing world-class teamwork and respawn. They're first in non-traded death percentage, so they're staying alive after their kills. That's huge. And then also turn around the slow start to the year in search and destroy. I kind of just touched on that, losing 2 search and destroys to a brand spanking new team like Seattle Surge. Yeah. Not acceptable if you're the Toronto Ultra, who have been around for a bit, so they're definitely going to come back stronger there. They're 8th in round win percentage. That's got to be a lot better. Take advantage of control mastery, 3-1, winning 59% of rounds. I mean, I attribute a lot of that to Kleenex and Vance, getting up close and personal, being a nuisance, being annoying. It's very frustrating for the opposition. And in this series, those are the 2 guys that I'm looking at to shut down players like Asim and Hook, the playmakers on the side of LAG. And Toronto Ultra, if they do that, they should be able to secure the W.
Toronto's going to have to be an ultra annoying team to face off against the Los Angeles Guerrillas, because aLLeY, last time they were on screen, it was like a redemption tour, right? It was a revenge tour. Asim tore the New York Subliners apart. And LAG, after that facelift, the storyline that we've been diving into nonstop heading into this season, they finally had a big victory.
And you know what? It was also Hook, you know, in that opening hard point on Berlin versus New York, he went 30-19 at 1 point. So if you have both of your subs shooting like they did last series coming into this, I believe their chances of getting on top of Toronto early are much higher. They went 4-0 in hard point. This is a very slay-heavy team. I'm going to be looking at Asim to continue his streak from our last series against New York to match up against a player like Kleenex, whose reaction speeds are literally unreal. So they got to find a way to break Toronto's setups on hardpoint. Ultra's holding 89% of the hills where they win rotation. That is first of our 12 teams. That is an insane stat line. That's going to be on LAG's shoulders to possibly either just out-rotate them and make sure you win their gunfights on rotation, or work on waiting for each other and waiting for the trades to get into these close hardpoints and translate first blood success to round wins, search and destroy. First and first blood percentage, that is 67% versus 10th in the round win percentage. So they get the first bloods, but they're really struggling to close it out.
LAG is going to have to strike first if they want to beat the likes of Toronto Ultra, right? A team that's so great when it comes to chemistry and teamwork. Nameless, if you were to make a prediction right now, if you're going to be a betting man, who are you going to put a stack on to win this matchup? Are you rocking with the boys from LA? Or are you going to think that, you know, the Europeans in Toronto are going to tear it up?
I mean, if I'm betting, man, I'm putting a stack on Toronto all day. I mean, I think Toronto's going to take it. I love this team. I think that their communication is the best in the world. I think that they have fantastic teamwork in game.
Okay.
They have a great roster. I think they take it 3-1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see the Toronto Ultra take on a team that is trying to get on some type of winning streak. The Los Angeles Guerrillas and Lando and Standy. It's been a while. How you guys feeling today?
Oh, we're feeling good, Val. We're feeling good. Like I said, it's a new week of CDL action. It's going to be a great time. Jay, how about yourself, buddy? It's been a little bit of time, right?
Yeah, you know, I enjoyed the weekend. I mean, the week off, a couple of days that we had, but I was so excited to get back into the Call of Duty. Man, I love Call of Duty. When I'm not playing it or watching it, I'm depressed. But now we are back. We have a great matchup here. We have Toronto Ultra going up against LAG. One side, Toronto, trying to get their very first win of the entire season, losing 2 search and destroys to a brand new roster in Seattle. And then on the opposite side, LAG. They won 3-1 versus New York, but it could have been a 4-0 if they didn't choke that control. So this is going to be a great series between both these teams.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And as we take a gander at our maps and modes, we are going to be seeing Bocage Hardpoint to start things off. It is straight 3 for 3 in Tuscan. If you have not seen this map, well, hey, you'll get very well versed on it, as we'll see it for Search, Destroy, Control, and Hardpoint. And then that final map is going to be a good old Berlin Search, Destroy if we can go the distance. But hey, Jay, we talked about a number of different things. I mean, what, man? After Kickoff Classic, you know, in terms of Toronto walking away with the victory, everybody thinking, hey, this is the #1 team in the game. A lot of people having LAG at the bottom of the ranks, so that just goes to show how solid opening weekend was for this Guerrillas team, for people to think there could be some potential. But talk to me, my friend, how important do you feel this opening hardpoint is for a team like LAG?
This opening hardpoint is everything to how the series is going to go, because we saw it in those game field keys to victory. They are 4-0 ever since kickoff weekend. So as long as they can keep up that pressure and starting off hot, because on the opposite side for Ultra, they're starting off slow a majority of their series. They cannot go out and win that first hardpoint. So it's all about winning this first map if you're LAG to make that series go to distance.
Yeah, I mean, you and I looked at the stat. It's kind of wild, right? For the Toronto Ultras, KV takes down 2. It's like, you know, they're not starting off well in the opening hardpoint. They get better in the Search Destroy. They're looking great in the controls, and then they're undefeated in Game 4 hardpoints. Yeah. Like I said, it really is a matter of this Toronto team. As the series progresses, that's when really they can start to heat up. But oftentimes, right, when we talk about upset potential, it is in these early games, which is exactly what the Guerrillas are looking to try and do. The first hill is done and dusted, only 12 points on the board, and it's Toronto walking away with the majority of those seconds. But now as we head toward P2, it's LAG with spawns.
And both of these teams have great players on both sides, but both of these guys, the players that I'm looking for to step up has to be the SMGs on both sides. We saw what LAG were able to do last week when aSim had a 1.4 and he had a 1.0, but like Ali said on the desk, he had that first map, he was 30 and 19. So both of their SMGs were really just stepping up. And when you're going up against probably the best teamwork-oriented team that we have in the Ultra, Cammy and Kleenex and Vance need to step up early into this series.
Yeah, and really take advantage, right, the SMGs of a Toronto team, which somewhat untypical, not great on Bocage so far throughout the year, my friend. Like I said, they sit right now at 0-2. We'll see if LAG can start things off nice and early, as Kleenex right on cue, starting things off at 6-4. Now on the 3 spree as the Ultra look to try and commence the rotation. It's 2 players inside of the spawn. It is Kleenex doing all the damage necessary to try and finalize that pinch. Great work from Toronto, and the streak will only continue. Toby is firing out of the gates.
And so far into this hard point, right there, LAG, they had the rotation for a P2, but Ultra, they did a great job of just not giving them a majority of that time. And now they win the rotations over to P3. Gunfights going back and forth, but this is the hill that LAG like to play a majority of this time. They get about 29 seconds every time they get towards this P3 hard point. This could potentially get them back into the game.
Yeah, which is kind of wild considering the way that this map likes to play, how scrappy this hill can be in particular. But a great stat nonetheless is LAG holding from the front. They'll eventually get dropped as aSimp not wanting to let this one go without a fight. That's going to be 3 down for Toronto. Inside at least is able to grab one and try to even out the numbers, but that's right when Hook will look to try and strike on in. Back and forth we go. It's LAG with a slim lead as we will end things out inside of bottom Grandma's. Rotation now going over toward Barn once more, control from the Guerrillas.
Yeah, and this is going to be a great hold from the Guerrillas, at least off the rip, as Bance is trying to attack from the left side of middle map. It's going to be a clean 4 dead, so they have the spawns. They're keeping control of back Barn. They're forcing all of Toronto Ultra to continuously spawn towards Plat. Trades going back and forth, currently up by 15 points. Are going to be LAG, but Ultra, they're able to break through. And this is also back-to-back hills where P3 was going to LAG, but P4 is where Ultra tend to shine a lot. They get about 31 seconds every time they get towards this hard point.
Yeah, a nice little streak there out of Insight. The sophomore putting up some great numbers throughout our first set of rotations as Cammy taking one down in close range. I know it's just 1 kill, but I tell you what, man, the kills in Vanguard that you can get, it is fixing to be a great year for some highlights. By the way, speaking of highlights, how great are these team jerseys, by the way, Jay? What, we got some cufflinks on these things. Players are looking that much more fresh inside of the lobbies. A lot of blood to be shed, but as Toronto gets taken down, as we said, those team jerseys are going to be making their way over toward the next hill, looking at that next rotation inside of water. This time, it's going to be Toronto there off the gates. aSimp trying to make a play inside of bottom Grandma's. He gets dropped. And we'll see what Ultra can do, as like we said, they've got a good position set up as LAG look to make their way around the back.
Yeah, I love these kits, man. Look good, play good. And so far, both of these teams are really stepping up on this map. Number 1, as LAG are able to find 3 and flip those spawns with a clean 4 deads. So now 30 seconds remaining on this point. If you're LAG, you can take this lead, but you have to hold this push. You're going to be rotating towards P1, where a majority of these players are not going to be playing for any time. You just want to be sure that you're able to get a good chunk of this off of this P5.
Yeah, we'll see with 15 seconds. Again, slim leads without a doubt on a map like Bocage, but you'll take any advantage that you can get as the lead has gone back and forth. Now, it'll be a change in favor of the Guerrillas with 8 seconds still fading over at that next hill. Keep in mind, Ook making the rotation. We talk about this guy quite often, gets a little dicey in the fight there versus Insight, Jay, but we talk about this guy in the series that we've casted, a major reason why LAG has that 4-0 hardpoint record.
100%, man. Like, his pressure, his gun skill, his movement is just absurd, and especially if you have alongside having the slaying power coming in out of aSimp. Yeah. He does find that 1 kill in towards bottom mid. 40 seconds are going to be remaining on this P1 hard point. Guerrillas still have the spawns towards back Barn, but if you're Ultra, you're not going to be too mad about it because you were able to contest a good time of, even if you didn't have spawns from the front.
LAG, somewhat of a convincing start for them. And really, as we talked about, Toronto, not the greatest of performances so far on Bocage as they look to try and rewrite the script. But so far in the kill totals, take a look at Gunless's numbers. 23 and 15, now making 24 and 15. Pierce is off to an electric start. As we said, based off of the overall points in this game, you wouldn't know that, but he is putting on a clinic. The automaton, I mean, what Chance mentioned it in the last series, getting a little bit more shine here on Bocage. You're seeing both teams at some points rocking out 2 rather than the typical 1-3 setup. A lot of teams taking pages out of Atlanta FaZe's book, and for good reason. Gunless getting a lot of positives from that, as now it's aSimp's turn to put it on a heater. Nearly finds 5 in a row. The hill continues to balance back and forward. It's LAG with the time for a second. Toronto able to jump on in, and as we said, Jay, it is the automatons that are doing a majority of the damage.
Yes, Toronto able to break in through the front. Insight finds 3 in the feed. But now the spawns do flip. LAG not going to be too mad about this as long as you're able to contest this from the front. But when CleanX pushes out towards Plat and Bance is finding 2 in the feed, this is going to keep on staggering this push as spawns are still coming in from low trenches. But at 15 seconds left, if you are Toronto, you have to start thinking about the rotation. Pay attention to minimap on Bance. He's going to have a huge gunfight to go down versus aSimp.
Huge fight going down inside of the back of the hill. Looks as if it's going to be Hook and Co who are able to win that rotation. Without a doubt, a back and forth game. Maybe one of the biggest leads that we've seen so far, and it's only just a matter of 20+ points. Let's step aside, though, and see how the comms are sounding with the LA Guerrillas.
Go top. I'm trying to pick it up.
Hey, Butt's not peeking. It could be.
Con got me. Con B.
I can try to go.
Front, bro.
Yo, no one has top. No one has top.
Front, two of them. One's mid street on me.
I'll be back, pinch.
Mid street on me.
Top.
Street dead. I don't see him tools. Nothing tools.
Yo, top again.
In the back.
Back top.
And Kill's got top.
Stay down.
Nice.
One back. Tell you.
Just get a top. Just get a top.
On time, one bullet. Clean it.
I'm holding back left. I don't see the guy back left peeking.
Back mid,
Tell me when you guys are close. Tell me when you guys are close. I can bench.
Yo, mid. One's out mid. Kleenex.
I see him back window. I'm pitching time.
Nice.
Weak back window.
Back window, one shot.
Back clock tower. 20 seconds. Off right.
There's two.
Do you have rank up? I'm picking it up.
Up mid, Vance said.
Nice one.
Another one, Vance truck dead.
Nice.
We can hit this.
One field, one shot.
I'm naming the time. Cool stuff time.
Where? I don't know where, Kyler. I think he backed up.
Yo, A plat.
That's him.
Last guy.
Teammate plat. Final. They give him right.
Nice one, big.
I'm getting time.
60, full 6 here. Fucking turn
Left is open.
Trying to pick up left, bro.
Tools. Another one tools on me.
Pick it up.
He's already close up.
He's on hill, dead.
B2 tank on me.
Good job too.
He's one shot. I got naded.
I'm trying to watch the back. I'm trying to watch the back cross.
Watch him big door.
B2 tank Vance said.
Yeah, get up right. Get right.
One guy could be. No.
I'm trying to pick it up.
That's all
Yep, low left. Inside.
Last guy.
Holding right now. Right, Kemi.
I mean, overall, just a quick little peek behind the curtain in terms of the chaos that a map like Bokash can provide. You hear the Guerrillas consistently discussing, talk about where players are going to be and how they look at this next hill to potentially be their key back into this game. And so far, Jay, it looks to be exactly the case. They've held every second so far here on Barn. Still, yet for anything to be contested, one less player is going to try to go for a challenge. He gets cut down. And so it appears it very well might be a full 60 over at Barn. LAG just like that, not only bring it back in the game, but now we're up by 20 points.
And that's great work from LAG. When we went into that listening, you can just tell this is a squad full of veterans. There's not too many comms going in, but every single comm is being just drilled into these other teammates' heads because they're so simple. And that's what allowed them to set up properly for that P4 and take this lead. As you see Pants hit him with the two-piece towards the back window. Fully set up for P5 is it's going to be 171 to 165. Just as the Pants to the mini-map, though, because number 2 in Gunless, he works his way through tunnel. Is he going to be sniffed out?
Looks as if he will be. Gunless's Flasher winning a few fights toward the front. Meanwhile, Vance gonna have to do it all himself. Not having the greatest of games, but now would be the time to go on a spree. Asen decides to hop inside of the point, but it's Insight who's there to watch over for his teammates. Some great clearance there out of Insight. Vance decides to go ahead and grab the automaton off the ground. A little bit watery, but it still shoots just fine, as that'll be 5 in a row now for Vance. Back and forth we go. Now it's gonna be the Ultra getting a full 60 themselves and grabbing the lead that LAG once had for themselves. They've now got 20 points in their favor. A minute 15 on the clock. That's going to be something that we will continue to harp on, as P1 can be a dicey one. Not a whole lot of time typical on this hill specifically. Asim with a great little line of sight there, holding spawns for next. So LAG with preferred positioning, but Toronto still with that 30-point advantage, Jay.
Yeah, that clock is definitely potentially going to come into play, as LAG are putting a lot of pressure in towards the middle of the map. They still have the spawn stores back Barn, but Ultra, they're able to find a couple kills, get onto this middle point. It's only going to be 30 seconds left. But if you're Ultra, you're not too worried about keeping these guys off the point, as Hook's hitting shots like that, able to find 2. The trade is going to be there. Now 20 seconds left. LAG, they're just thinking big picture. They want to keep these spawns for P2.
We'll see if they can be given that. I believe that stun does open things up eventually for Asim. The great coordination, as that'll equal out to a 2-piece. Nearly makes it a 3rd. Kleenex will be able to escape with his life inside of Grandma's. With 3 seconds on this hill, it is all going to be about this next rotation. We talk about it constantly. So far on Bocage, this appears to be the money hill right now on this map. And with the game on the line, and with a huge map right now for LAG, all things considered, they cannot afford to drop 25 seconds now on the game clock, as LAG will have to try to stop this one. It's only going to be a 4-point game if they can hold this time, if they can win these 1v1 fights, and they'll do exactly that. Great plays coming in from LAG. 5 more points away from taking this advantage for themselves. Kleenex tried to make the long route. He gets picked off as well. Back and forth we go. 2 points now. LAG trying to do everything they can, being aware of now the fact that the clock sits in their favor. Back and forth we go inside a Barn. It's a 1v1 trade. LAG remaining, staying alive. Vance trying to contest as he wins a big fight himself.
16 seconds left. LAG, they are going to get broken, but now you're thinking about that rotation. We're going to have huge gunfights coming on across the map, as Asim does find one. He's going to be the only player of LAG on this side. You have to try to play your life and allow your teammates to try to set up a pinch. But Toronto, they're holding this to the T. They should be able to take the lead here.
This could be the play. This could be the play. They may not know that he's made it back here. Bance, meanwhile, is finding a few nice kills there toward the front. aBeZy is going to have to reveal his cards, but is he going to even have that opportunity? No, he gets shut down. Cammy's making the plays to the middle side of the map. Ultra, they can hop off the point if they like. They're trying to make sure that there's nobody from LAG in the back of the base. They'll look to stay on it, and that could work out for the Guerrillas. Maybe one more push. Now primed up and ready. It's a 1-for-1 trade to start, but it's aBeZy, it's Hook. They combine for a few, and now they will hold on to spawns. They break on in, and with 7 seconds on the clock, this game is still very much alive. That's going to be 4 down in the feed. Toronto now look to try to re-challenge themselves. Back and forth we go. aBeZy trying to push out these lanes. Nobody from Toronto can even see the point, but it's now going to be on the rotation. A contest for a moment. Toronto with the scoring advantage as they will hold on to the seconds. LAG, what can they do? A push is going to have to come in from somebody. Somebody's going to have to get on the point. A contest will not allow for this one to continue as Toronto. A wild hardpoint victory. The rotation is theirs, but a game to remember. The craziness of Bocage continues to wow us as the Ultra somehow, some way, Study will escape with this map 1 win, but I promise you I couldn't tell you how.
Yeah, that was insane. That was an insane start to this series between both of these teams. Right there, Ultra, they're so good as a team, man. Like, even though aBeZy was able to sneak his way through the back, they were focused on everyone else. They just basically just disregarded aBeZy in the back. You weren't going to block the spawns because we were picking a majority of those kills, and that's how they were able to just hold down that hard point to the T. It got a little scary there because if you're Ultra, you get it clean for dead. There's only 7 seconds on the clock. You push that towards the middle map, you don't even give them an opportunity to contest that P3 hard point. But when it gets down to that barn hill, they did a great job of just winning those rotation gunfights, and then even towards the very end, keeping the hill contested. Because if you're LAG, obviously, in your mindset, it's all about flooding, getting these guys off the point. But when you have players from the Ultra who are just sitting in contest positions to close out the game, that is how you start the series if you're the Ultra. Not starting off 1-1, winning your opening hard point to give you guys the advantage going throughout the rest of this series.
Yeah, Ultra until this point had lost their last 3 opening hard points. Granted, it is versus LA Thieves and the Seattle Surge, great teams in their own regard, but yeah, a roster that has yet to lose a hard point here at the Major I Qualifiers now will no longer earn that title. And Jay, I feel like in regards to this Bocage, I don't want to say it was more than like a 25-point advantage either which way. Constant lead changes, and as you said, I mean, just a number of different rotations where surprisingly we did see a few 60-point holds, specifically like you said in that barn rotation, and then also over at the water side there for Toronto. Just a crazy, I mean, one of the closest hardpoint games that you're gonna see, especially considering, like we said, the biggest advantage was what, maybe 25 points, but an odd scoreline, but not really when we're talking about Bocage. 245 to 239. Toronto escaped with the game 1, and that has got to hurt if you're an LAG fan, Jay.
100%, man, because now you're going into a search and destroy where Toronto Ultra, since they have unbelievable teamwork, they were a roster that didn't make a roster change going into this year. They have nothing but chemistry, and we saw it last week for LAG. They were able to win the search and destroy versus New York in a 6-1 dominant fashion. I'm pretty sure it was 6-0 actually. Had a couple players drop a donut on the side of NYSL, but this is still a veteran team. So I'm expecting them to come out with great strategies to try to take on the Toronto Ultra. But a majority of that comes down to just the play of aBeZy and Hook. We saw the playmaking ability of aBeZy last week, especially on Berlin. The guy was the only player in that B site, popping 2 pieces whenever he wanted. You need to have that same performance if you're aBeZy going into this map number 2, because you cannot allow Toronto to go up 2-0 going into control, which is their bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I mean, LAG have had their fair share of moments where players have had some donuts, but as you said, they've kind of rebounded as of late. Nice 6-0 versus New York just to close out their opening weekend performance. But as we take a look through the numbers here, Jay, you see a few highlighted for LAG specifically. As you look through these, what seems to be off right now?
The biggest thing, it has to be the defensive round wins, obviously sitting at 31%. They have 68% first blood rate. When you're getting that first blood, you have to be able to win your man advantages. But now they're going into a Tuscan. So that defensive round percentage is going to be a little bit more difficult because you know how fast Tuscan can be. It's all about the offense, all about taking control of mid-map. And obviously on the side of Toronto, they're a little bit more consistent when it comes to this game mode.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, we talk about this Ultra team. this, I know we say it a lot, but it is their bread and butter, without a doubt. I mean, they like this mode. They have really fine-tuned this mode in particular. And throughout the, crazy season last year for them in Cold War, this is really the mode that built this team up throughout a majority of the season. So in terms of Search and Destroy, as you said, Ultra, this has been a specialty for them. But again, for the LA Guerrilla side, you can never really count out a group like this in regards to the veterans on this team. We talked about communication. Toronto's obviously going to have that. Nameless, I mean, without a doubt, stated it earlier, some of the best communication that we have in the entirety of the CDL sits on the other side for the Ultra, but with a lot of veterans on this LAG side, there is just a matter of time before you feel like that connects. And who knows, man, maybe this team can start to be a threat in this mode. It just seems right now that hard point and that control really seems to fit them quite nicely. But Toronto Ultra, man, just a group of 4 players who we just feel like are going to rebound off of that loss they had versus Seattle. I mean, what, that has to hurt. A game 5, round 11, they got to be coming out with some fire, and they showed us that in that Bocage.
100%. To lose a game 5 round 11 to the Iceman on a Ninja Defuse, if you're the Ultra, that one's frustrating. You even saw it at the end of the match. Like their player camps, they were all very, very frustrated. You can just tell. But it's all about letting that go now, because obviously that's only one series. There's a whole season that you need to focus on. So it's all about learning from your mistakes and moving forward. So now they find themselves up 1-0 in this series. Like I said, as long as they shut down the SMG presence on the side of LAG, they're in a great spot to go up 2-0 into this map. But one player that I really want to see step up has to be Cammy. We saw him in that last series in that he played versus Seattle. He was sitting at like a 0.8. He even had one map where he had a donut in Search and Destroy. We're talking about Cammy. This is a guy who was up for an MVP candidate last year. Like, this is a guy who can take over the game at any moment, and we saw what he was able to do on Tuscan with that sniper in his hands. Hopefully he brings it out here as well.
Yeah, and that's been one of the most exciting prospects about this Toronto team, Jay, right? I mean, they come out, they win the Kickoff Classic, which a lot of people were like, okay, like we weren't really for sure where to rank this team. Not a ton of great practice playing against some EU Challenger teams. They come out and they win. But like I said, it was not the Cammy and Insight show. It was very much Kleenex leading the way. And the fact that Cammy has had a little bit of a slower start in comparison to where he was at the end of Cold War, granted, could be a little bit scary, but the fact that he comes out, plays as well as he did on that opening Bocage, and still yet with the potential we know that this Toronto team can have, it has got to be exciting knowing that you could very well have Kleenex now joining the ranks with with what is going to be another solid AR duo, one of the best in the entirety of the league. And both those guys were obviously up for team of the year last year, right? That AR combo. So with that in mind, folks, we do apologize. A brief little delay getting into the lobby for this Tuscan Search and Destroy. But for the folks at home, Jay, walk us through Tuscan S&D a little bit. Maybe not as common as we're used to seeing. Defense, offense, it plays out a little bit differently.
Yeah, so offense is a little crazy. It's all about just trying to attack that A-bomb as fast as you can. If you're the team on the defensive side, it's all about just lining up those teammates to try to get that player off bomb, or just starting off early into the rounds, being aggressive, super aggressive in towards the middle of the map. Because when you're applying that pressure early on to Search and Destroy, you're making the opposite team thinking like, hey, they started off really aggressive. They're probably going to start to slow down. But that just throws off the way that they want to use their playbook or their play calling when they try to make those mid-game adjustments.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we are going to get very well treated when it comes down to Tuscan. Again, this is going to be one of potentially 3 opportunities to see this bad boy. You see the stats on your screen. Jay just discussed it, right? Offense winning a majority of the time. In fact, it is 63%. Defenses in those neutral retake situations, not so great. You don't want to allow for that bomb to go down. One thing that probably will change in this game, but one thing that we have to bring up, Jay, I think this is true. Shout out to Carson for this stat. Toronto right now, 100% offensive win rate right now on Tuscan. Take that for what you will. They've yet to lose an offense on this.
All right, well, that's going to be really difficult on the side of LAG because they have a 31% win rate on the defensive side. So
that's true. Yeah.
You're Toronto, you have 100% on Tuscan on your offenses. Those are basically in the bag. You just have to sneak out at least 1 or 2 defenses, and this one should be yours.
Marky B's sitting there like, yes, bring it on. Bring it on. Yeah. It's time for the attacking victories. But no, we'll see exactly what LAG can do. As you said, man, it's just a matter of time. It feels like before this Guerrillas roster maybe starts to upgrade themselves in the Search Destroys. And it's hard, right, to rank, in terms of that 6-0 win versus New York, which is excellent. we just talked about it, right? They make a roster change right after that series was over. So you're not really sure where you put this team right now. But when we talk about Search, Destroy, and for the Guerrillas specifically, they know what they need to work on. They've got a great coaching staff. You're very well familiar, obviously, with a guy like Røkkr, Bevels as well, working behind the scenes. They've got a great crew to try and turn around what could be a few mistakes being made in the Search, Destroys. But it cannot be understated. 100% win rate on offense, it's not going to be easy to beat.
Definitely not, man. But I'm excited to see the sniper battle between Gunless and Cammy. We know that battle majority of the times go down towards that A site. We saw Simp and Attach have it in the previous series. And hopefully, majority of those first bloods, if LAG are able to win it, they get like 68% first blood and they still lose the round. Like on a map like Tuscan, on the defensive specifically, you get a first blood, you give yourself so many opportunities to retake that A bomb. You can go right through the defensive side on P5, push straight to go for a late flank, or even have the numbers to try to jump out middle while that plan is going down towards A. It just all depends on if you have the man advantage, play the buddy system and play the trade.
Absolutely. Well, folks, I do apologize. We've been told that the issue is still arising, so we're going to throw it to a quick little commercial break. But do not fret. You're about to get your fix of Tuscan, and you know you're going to love it. But, folks, when we come back, it is time for Tuscan Search Destroy Game 2 between the Guerrillas and the Ultra. Stay with us.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. Call of Duty competitors, your time is now. The Ranked Play beta launches worldwide. Get ready to jump in, earn a Season 2 skill rating, and begin your path to competitive glory. Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Control. Play like the pros in seasonal 4v4 competition, featuring the same weapons, settings, maps, and game types used week after week in the Call of Duty League. Like a good sweat? This is it. But are you the best? Or do you just think you are? Featuring 7 skill divisions with 5 tiers each, a 1 to 50 level progression system, and regular ladder events, even the most hardcore of competitive players will find opportunities to prove their mettle against Call of Duty's elite. See how you stack up against the best in the world with more skill information and precision than ever before seen in ranked Call of Duty. Complete 5 placement matches in the beta to earn a skill rating and placement in one of Ranked Play's 7 skill divisions. Win ranked matches to earn SR and advance your way through tiers towards a division promotion. Only the best will make it to the top. What is the top? Ranked Play will feature a unique leaderboard for the top 250 players in the world that's visible to everyone. Track your favorite pros as you climb the mountain to play alongside them. Compete for glory and get rewards to commemorate your achievements. Each competitive season, players can gain access to additional seasonal and skill rewards exclusive to Ranked Play. Unlocked rewards can be used in both Vanguard and Warzone, so your opponents will know who they're up against no matter where you play. When you achieve something few other players have, the world will know it. The new home of competitive Call of Duty is here. So assemble your crew, live the dream of the CDL and earn your spot alongside the world's best players in Vanguard's brand new Ranked Mode Beta.
Well, here we go, mate. We're not wasting any time getting the first match of the 2022 Vanguard season underway.
Turns out just a bunch of contest time, and even after all the gunfights come through.
Big Paddy shot lands one. It's a big tag from Zero.
It is a 9-life lead.
It is a 3-0 to start the season for the Ravens.
So it is time for Bocage. Pendulum going back and forth right now as Cap from the top side of the gate is able to beam one down himself. Also having a few long-range shots for Gunless. 3 versus 8. The blender, if you will, inside of Fire and LAG. Gunless inside of the point, trying to stay alive. He's got the sniper. He gets picked apart as well. And now it's all on to Asim. Say goodnight to him.
Here we go. NYSL, Seattle Surge.
We're in church, but it looks like for the map spread, NYSL able to lock it down.
Just open. Here comes NYSL, but it's Simp. What a read. Simp finds a few more. Putting the old boys down. 1v1. It's Clay versus Pred. It's Nemesis. Oh! We stop it. Pred's on the flank, and here he goes. Can they find the kill? Next, dancing around. And Sim's there for the kill, and that is going to be it. Oh my God. It is over.
The first matchup of the day, the Atlanta FaZe versus Paris Legion. I can't wait.
Can we talk about John, by the way? 17
He's going crazy right now.
And there's going to be the strafe one more. He has at least not just one, but 2 players in his sights. Thank you for the first blood. Thank you for the second and the third. See if they can do that. 8 seconds. The time continues to go away, but Decimate, he jumps in from the top. He jumps in from the top. He's also got another player in his sight. Another player entering in toward his perspective as he gets taken down. Now it's Decimate instantly on the return of Fire. Arcitys drops, and John at least keeps this game afloat for a moment. But aBeZy, he just got 1 foot still inside of the hill. Close range shots. Hits the first one with the pistol to make John feel somewhat uncomfortable. But John's able to read him, and he goes for the 1v2. It's all on to John and FaZe. At the snap of a finger, they disappear, and John will have to watch this series go the opposite direction.
The London Royal Ravens versus OpTic Texas.
And he'll put the presence in the back of their minds from OpTic. They think that the flank is happening when in reality it's Nasty re-challenging them once more. Nasty with the ace in his sights, and he'll take it.
Ravens are able to get on the point. It's only a matter of time before they close it out here.
Looks to be theirs. It looks to be theirs, and it will be. London nearly back to back. The Scump gets dropped as well. It's all on to Shotzzy and the 1 versus 2, but the fuse, it's going down, and Gizmo watches over for his teammate.
Over to our first map we go, and it's Tuscan. Going to be the win here for Seattle unless you get things going. 5 seconds for the win, and there's no one in position. And Mack's doing a victory lap right now. Here comes the absolute war over by Tanks and Mack. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh!
It doesn't look like they are. Pred has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second.
10 seconds now. Cammy on the push, and that could be it. We could be going to a game 4. Vance once again sees a cheek. Whose butts that? Cleans one up. Vance finds another kill. And Toronto Ultra get it done. Accuracy's on the defuse. Vance, oh my God. Is he going to check it? Here comes Kleenex. The Iceman jumps on the bomb. And it was a fraction of a second. Subliners, let's see what they've got to bring here. As into Berlin we go.
You're waiting for that next set of gunfights to come through. Who can strike? E5-2, E5-3.
Calls in the strafing run and a screw across the map right there. Kills all over the place. LAG on the other side of the wall, and that is the round, and it is an absolute catastrophe from the New York Subliners. There are 2 players in church. There's 1 player in church. aBeZy, it's still going. Oh my God, aBeZy. This is it for LAG. 1 decent push is all you need. NYSL, get in there and get off the point. 5 now to go. Can anyone stop it? No, they've all gone. They've been wiped out. It is a perfect 4, and oh man.
land it with Steady, have some fun, give it your curse, and go ahead and take it away.
Give it. I'll tell you this. After the gosh, that's not the case. Okay. It's going to take a prayer from Paris to make anything of this advantage, and they're all lining up. 2 more seconds. Legion have got to break on in. Is it going to come down to a clutch from Vivid? Despite the numbers, he will prevail.
We got to start with Tuscan. But keep in mind, Thieves right now 5-1 record overall on hardpoint.
Hit 5 seconds to go. aBeZy finds one, only to be traded out. Oh my God, Octane! He's the last man up. There's no one around. aBeZy kills Simp with a straight front. Arcitys now flying, go! No way! Let a couple players through, lay the trap, and hopefully find those shots, and he does.
Even on a money hill like River, FaZe find a way to bully themselves, get inside, easy kills for aBeZy. Atlanta FaZe dominant.
OpTic Texas versus the Minnesota Røkkr. Down, Dashy falls as well, and it's all going to be on to Shotzzy, who goes big for the first. Can he find a second? He will. 1v1's constant pressure coming in at opposite times, but Scump, are Minnesota going to do this? Are they going to force the map 5? And yes, they will. A huge moment to win, but all 3 members drop. It's all on to the captain. It's all on to Scump. A huge 1v3, but Røkkr will take it in the end.
This weekend, this shows you how great Call of Duty Vanguard has been. The CDL in 2022 is just about everything. And we'll see you next time for some more CDL action.
Hello. How are you? We're happy to see you. Jay, talk to me, man. That ranked play roundtable that we got to see earlier, the commercial, it gets me hyped, man. It's great. I'm excited.
I'm excited for ranked play. Let me tell you, I haven't really been playing a lot of Call of Duty because I'm not really a pub guy, but to get ranked play back into the game, that's where we see the caster crew. You know, me, you, Miles, and Chance. We probably might throw Nameless here and there. He's not really a grinder anymore, but I can't wait for that to happen, man. I'm so excited for ranked play.
Goodness, putting him on the Amos is catching some strays. Didn't even realize it. Who do you think's making the challenger, by the way, out of the talent team? Am I up B? Nobody else?
B? No, nobody else. It's just be me.
Yeah, no, not a problem. Just verifying.
It's okay.
By the way, folks, if you're just joining us, wondering why we're talking about what we are. Hey, we're in the middle of a series, by the way. It is the Toronto Ultra taking on the LA Guerrillas. We apologize. Teams try to make sure that we are good to go connection-wise, and we are. Into Tuscan Search Destroy we go, and we will be in the Italian streets for a while. So it's going to be our next 2 maps after this one. Toronto taking the game number 1 on Bocage in a very interesting way. But here we are already into the attack as LAG. Successful in planting down that bomb, but it is going to be the Ultra successfully grabbing in that first blood. Kleenex is going to make it 2. Now up to who can ace him.
So now in the 4v2, who has to try to make a play? He does find one. Spots a second as well. Makes it a 2v2 immediately. 25 seconds left. Both players from the Ultra are going to be in towards the middle of the map. And time is starting to dwindle. What looked like to be an LAG just not guaranteed round. They still have the chance to clutch it here.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Pants coming around the corner, able to take down Asim. Now it's all going to be on to Hook, trying to play the time, but Bance will secure it. Allows for Kleenex to have a successful defuse. What looked like it could have been a 2v4 off the back of the SMG duo themselves. It will be the other SMG duo staying alive and keeping what could have been a very big swing round the start.
That's just good work coming in from Ultra. Once they found that first blood onto the play top fire, they have the 3v4. This is what allows your SMG players to be playmakers. Kleenex hits his way through Fountain, finds a second, almost got scared in the 2v2, but Bance was able to close it out, hits a full flank around the middle of the map, finds the first player, finds a second. Just in the nick of time, they're able to get the defuse. Good round out of the Ultra.
And we will test now that offensive stat that we discussed earlier. Carson did confirm it, 5-0 right now. And attacking grounds, maybe not statistically as high as you would have liked, but still 100% win rate. We'll see if they can keep it up. LAG not successful in their first venture on attack in Tuscan, but there we go. Sounds like a story. Attack on Tuscan. No idea. Maybe it sounds like something else. Asa, meanwhile, able to find the first blood onto Bance, so Ultra's chances of keeping this up not looking all that likely, as that'll be 3, and the stats maybe somewhat of a caster curse, Jay. I may have just ruined it for them.
Yeah, 100%. 31% defensive win rate, and it doesn't matter. 4v1, and we're going to be able to make it look clean as LAG find all 4.
My bad.
Just great work from LAG, specifically more out of Asim. They were able to at least slow down that push from Toronto Ultra. They weren't playing for that rush plant. You saw that player with the bomb in his hands. He throws a detonate toward their side, and it eventually tries to work it, But once LAG realized that they were going to be a little bit late on that push, they take control of the middle of the map. aBeZy was able to open up the first blood onto the player on bomb. And then at that point, it's all about playing the kills. They were able to find every single player without anyone dropping. Nice, clean defensive round coming in out of LAG.
My apologies, Toronto, for just totally screwing that up. It was a great stat, but it only lasted a round.
Caster
so
curse.
With that in mind. Yep, it absolutely is. Caster curse is in full force, but a great start for Røkkr, a guy that has not had a superb search and destroy KD so far. Already out of the gates at 4-1. Meanwhile, it is his SMG duo in aBeZy, locking in that objective nice and early. A great coordination as Røkkr will now make it 4 in a row. LAG coming out of the gates hot as they will reverse what we saw in that opening attack with a solid victory here. Planting the bomb down. Røkkr's pushing out lanes. LAG looking clean.
They just made the adjustments from the first round. Like the first round, they didn't have a single player watching that late flank. This time, they slowed their push, or at least were a little bit more aggressive as aBeZy was working that bomb. But they put Røkkr on the late flank. He was able to find 2 kills. That's just another clean round out of LAG. 2 rounds in a row where neither one of them had dropped. 8 straight kills coming in favor of LAG.
You see Røkkr's eyes? He looks tense right now. Off to a 6-1 beginning. Cammy will do everything he can to try and slow down. Oh, what is a current Guerrillas push through the side of field. 0 for 1, but Bance is at least able to make things that much easier. Despite the early miss snipe, it will be the SMG picking up and doing some of the work. Røkkr still in the midst of trying to hunt for some streaks. Now Cammy aware of his push. Great coordination there from Slasher and Røkkr together. Longtime teammates utilizing that teamwork, and they're going to have to continue to do it as that bomb is rotated over at B, and now it's on to the retake for Guerrillas.
And Kleenex does find the first blood. Trade is going to be here from Røkkr. Great shots onto Bance on a 6 spree, potentially picking up a glide bomb as well. But Kleenex finds the second. Now Røkkr left in a 1v2, makes it a 1v1.
Yeah, at the very least, he earned some streaks. So, hey, all things considered, Toronto Ultra, they secured the round, but Røkkr, my goodness, we're just 3 rounds, 4 rounds in, and he's already got both streaks. Insight, sweat off the brow situation, gets his first kill of the game, and thankfully it is on the hottest man right now in the lobby.
He's playing really well, man. He picks up that glide bomb nice and early. LAG, unfortunately, are not able to walk away with the round. As Toronto Ultra, just a great heads-up play. They get the first blood. They rotate that over towards that B site. Yeah, he's frying. Someone's got to help him. You see LAG being super aggressive in towards the middle of the map. This time, Ultra, they're playing it slow. They're not giving up anything. They're just playing for a nade kill, and that's exactly what they're able to do. Open up with that first blood.
Røkkr's at least able to drop 1, so he'll make Gunless and Slasher's lives that much more easy. But a 2 versus 3, considering that bomb has fallen inside of the A site. Gunless lines up 1. How about the second? Great work coming through from Gunless, as now it's going to be on to Insight again. This time in a 1 versus 2 clutch. Gunless gets dropped, and now it's down to the ARs. Auto versus Auto. Insight will take it. How about the shots from this man? We go back and forth. We're highlighting Røkkr, and Insight says, yeah, remember me? Yeah, the guy with the #1 search destroy KD last season. I am here as well. The last 5 kills all going to that man.
Yeah, Gunless, he was able to at least find 2 of those players trying to hit through the late flank, but wasn't expecting the third. As Insight hits great shots onto Gunless, and then just jumps around Ego Chow Slasher as he knows that the flank has to be coming in. Great round coming in from the Ultra to clutch up. They open up with the first blood as well. Almost got a little scary once Gunless found that too, but they're able to win the defensive round. Not going back to the offense's all-out aggression towards this A-bomb.
Oh, and Cammy.
Watch that arm.
He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful. Kleenex. Again, the Toronto Ultra continuing to apply the pressure in the early stages of the round. Røkkr picking up right for his teammate. He's now running the 2 versus 2. Røkkr, by the way, already at 11-3. Gets the kill with the glide bomb. Still has the strafe to work with. But it is he and aBeZy working together. Vance and Cammy just waiting to get the clearance at this A site. Cammy, with that sniper out, is going to have to be careful. Given his positioning, Vance gets some intel on the players. At least one sitting toward top church. Cammy's there to strike. Røkkr falls. And once more, it is a great situation for Toronto. But aBeZy still alive and able to make the play. As that bomb's going to get planted. And he'll look to find Cammy to start. No, Cammy wins it. Ultra, they'll secure it.
Ultra once again, just making the rounds look easy. They were able to just put on a lot of pressure towards that A bomb, but then once that glide bomb gets called in, you see that they just scattered. They allowed Bance to be their bomb carrier to push all the way through their spawn, finds that kill onto aBeZy, puts the man advantage in their favor, and then even in that 2v2, Bance, he wasn't afraid to be the aggressor there. He pushes in towards bottom church. He gives a call out to his teammate in Cammy. He was a super aggressive in towards that player, makes it a 2v1. Toronto, this is what they're so good at, just making those mid-round adjustments, those mid-game adjustments as the game is going on.
That's what you can expect, right, from a team that obviously decided to stick together last year, a roster that is all about that communication, that teamwork. The swing round now in for the Guerrillas. As Bance will look to challenge, and at the perfect time, great work there from Benjamin Bance. Walks on through, takes down aBeZy. We say goodnight to Hook as well. And now it's all on to Gunless and Slasher. We've seen some clutches already. We've seen some highlight plays. But it's going to be on to Gunless in a 1v4. Best of luck. And Ultra look primed to put themselves on map point, and they will.
And that's just one of those teamwork-oriented rounds right there, because Ultra, they were not afraid on the defensive round right there. You have Insight who's sitting towards top church. They know that Gunless is always that player that goes in towards top fire. But when Insight is giving you the information that, hey, Gunless is not peeking top fire, he's not peeking the window, this is your opportunity to push straight through middle and get that player off bomb, as Bance finds the perfect timing with Insight watching over him, gets the first blood, and then they just make the kills look easy, able to go up match point, up 5-2 on the Ultra.
Great beginning for Toronto. Slasher still sitting on a donut. It's been a common thing for the Guerrillas. Will we see their third, as there goes aBeZy. Another first blood for Toronto. We talked about it at the start of the show. Ultra struggling in these early engagements, but doing a great job here versus LAG. Cammy, potentially a nail in the coffin is Hook. Evening things up now at a 3 versus 3 as he takes down Kleenex. Slasher falls, so now 0-6 for him, yet to join the agency, but will he have even the chance to do so, considering that this round very well could be going toward Toronto? Back and forth, Cammy and Bance drop, and now it's all on to Insight in the 1v2.
He spots one. So no player is going to be on a defuse, but Gunless able to stay alive here. He knows that Hook is on that side of the map as well. 13 seconds left. It could come down to just getting one kill if you're Insight.
He gets taken down. Both players rock out dead silence just to make sure that that push was going to be that much easier. LAG stay alive. And to be honest, Jay, most importantly, I don't want to see Hook, who's having a great start, get taken down so quickly. He's at like 13, 14 kills. He's 14-5.
Yeah, we need to make sure that guy is staying alive. If anyone's going to get first blooded here, it has to be Slasher. The guy currently dropping a donut, but he has the chance now, with them still being alive in this game, to change that stat line. Down 3-5, going into the offensive attack, are going to be LAG. I would like them to just work this A bomb plan. I'll just catch them completely off guard with a B push, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. As you have two players pushing through P5, which are going to be Hook and his teammate alongside aBeZy. Toronto Ultra, though, they're prepared for anything.
That's the one positive as well. If you are LAG, and get them to utilize all that utility, and they've clearly done so. A lot of stuns, a lot of nades thrown. They also did stun over here at P5. Bance is going to be the first one with some information, and he will dip on out. Brought down quite low, but able to escape with his life, and that very well could be the reason why they win this round. Hook again, playing excellent. Gunless as well, watching out inside a radio. aBeZy there on the plant. Everybody doing their jobs. Bance still alive. Slasher is there for his first kill of the game, and LAG staying alive.
That was just a great round. Great all-will coming in from LAG. Once they found that first kill of the player on towards top plat, it was just, hey, we catch them off guard. These players are going to be on the rotation. We watch our crosses. We get this bomb plant. Should be an easy round, as they were only one player drops on the side of LAG. Now staying alive, down 5-4. Going into another defensive attack. If I'm LAG, I'm all out aggressive towards middle, because if I'm Toronto, I'm playing for that quick A play.
Had some great calls already, my friend. We'll see if that will be the strategy for Toronto, as they will initialize all their forces today. Gunless looking for the early push up inside a field. He's not going to have that, but a great call, as Bance will flank down that objective somewhat unscathed. No fire met, just some nades, some utility tossed out. So now it's all going to be on to the retake. Will we have the round 11 force from LAG? But how about Kleenex nearly for 3. He takes down Slasher and Asim, but he at least sets his teammates up for the 3rd kill. Totally exploding out this round, as now it's all going to be on the gunless. A 1 versus 4, 18 seconds on the clock. And best of luck to you, Pierce, as that will be the final nail in the coffin. How about the plays from Kleenex, setting up his teammates and not allowing for what was a 5-2 advantage to be sent to a round 11. LAG fought, but Kleenex, he will seal the deal.
Ultra just able to make the play call that very final round. They said, hey, we get this A-bomb plant, especially with the way that LAG was set up. You had 2 players who were sitting towards back A and 2 players who were basically camping in toward church. No one was paying attention to the late flank. When you're not paying attention to that position, this is what allows Ultra's playmakers to be playmakers. Kleenex able to hit through that P5. Once that A-bomb gets planted, you see that all of LAG, they're thinking, hey, we got mid-map control. We can potentially break this, but no one has the late flank. They allowed Kleenex to work his way to top church, finds the first, finds the second, almost finds the third. But at that point, it's just way too late for LAG to try to play for the retake. Puts them down 0-2 in this series, now going into a control. They fought. It was a great search and destroy between both teams, but if you're LAG, you cannot allow those openings on the map.
Yeah, without question. And that's the one thing we talked about at the end of that scorecard is consistency, right? For the side of Toronto Ultra, everybody around the same numbers. For the side of LAG, Hook 15 and 6. For Asim and Slasher combined 3 and 15. So we talked about consistency on the side of Toronto as they will walk away with that game 2 search and destroy as well. But Ultra finding themselves up to 0. LAG now needing some signs of life. Can it be on this upcoming control? We will have to find out. We are staying on Tuscan when we come back after this break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Alrighty, friends, welcome back to week 2 of our Major I qualifiers. But let's take a quick little trip back onto opening weekend. Yeah, you've seen this highlight. Oh boy, I know I have multiple times, and right before I go to sleep every single night. LAG, like we said, Jay, getting ready to come into this Tuscan control, and we know that a man has fried on this map previously. aBeZy, the streak from last week, one of the best highlights that we're gonna see all season long. What do you expect to see from this guy again on this very same map and mode with its teammates down now 0-2?
He just has to be this confident on the map. You can just tell his movement, his shot, everything was on point. And so far throughout this series, he's sitting at a 0.79. In that series versus NYSL, he was at a 1.4. So it's basically 2 players right now of aBeZy in this series alone when they played versus NYSL. But if you're aBeZy down 0-2, not really having the best of series, you're still not out of it though. You're still not out of it. This is one of your bread and butter maps. You're really confident on this. Just looking at the aggression from him and Hoop though, because those players, if they can keep on the aggression the way that they were for NYSL, consistently staying in towards B5, always just being a nuisance in towards bottom fire, in towards middle alley, this is where you allow players like aBeZy to really shine.
Yeah, and you saw that, right, throughout the entirety of the series versus New York. Obviously, that Tuscan control, a primary reason for, some amazing stats, but what, plus 31, a 1.40 KD. There is no doubt about it. The explosiveness that aBeZy can provide you with, I mean, it's been talked about a number of different times. Crowder, who basically discovered this guy. aBeZy was a viewer in his chat, literally picked him out from a group of viewers' plays. He has said it multiple times. aBeZy can be one of the best players in the game when he is hot. And so far throughout control, so far on Tuscan control specifically, Jay, as we've talked about it, as we have seen, he just knows when it's time to turn up, and he has oftentimes been the playmaker for this team in this very map and mode. But I will pose the question to you. Do you think he has it in him to rally back LAG to make this series go to at least a game 4?
He definitely does. He's a tremendous player. Even with his back against the wall last year when he was put in a New York situation, he still went out there and was able to perform. Now you find yourself in this situation, down 0-2, you're playing against probably 2 of the best playmakers in the game, in Vance and Kleenex. It's all about starting off hot, and when Cammy's jumping out the church like that, jump shot right off the rip to take down Gunless.
Yeah, some great aggression being shown from the Ultra. Maybe they have taken the chains off of Cammy and just allowed for this man to fly, and he has fried so far throughout this series. Some great work coming in from the Ultra off the rip. First 30 seconds are in, and to somewhat of a surprise, LAG yet to get a ton of progress over at this objective as Bance now off a 3 streak of his own. Life count currently even, but the Guerrillas, they've got to eventually make their way over at that A point, and Kleenex and co are doing a great job at limiting any of that presence constantly. LAG are dropping, and Jay, these are crucial lives to start off this round for a team that's on attack.
Yeah, this is very crucial. If you're LAG, it's all about just trying to get this 8 point, but Toronto, they're just putting so much pressure, throwing so many lives at this point, trading back and forth as they're able to win the majority of those gunfights once again. Now with 30 seconds left, LAG, they are down by 3 lives, but this is going to force that rotation over to B. You have a couple players from the Ultra already in this position. Kleenex is going to go for the challenge, unfortunately lose the gunfight, so now he leaves Cammy here by himself.
Your current 3 versus 1 in the but Cammy, you've got to be kidding me. Not just takes down one, or rather doesn't just take down one, he takes down 2. Unbelievable work there from the Scotsman, as Hook will do everything he can just to try and stop the clock, but that is not going to work for him. Insight does get taken down inside of you, so the clock will stop at 0.3 seconds. LAG finally able to see this bad boy after 1 minute and 30 seconds. And the question remains whether or not they will be able to take it. aBeZy aware of the flank. Kleenex, though, able to win it that much stronger so far. But again, 0.3 on the clock. LAG eventually get pinched on out, and talk about a dominant round on the defensive end there for Toronto.
Yeah, that was a dominant round from the Ultra from start to finish. Even towards the very end right there, when it gets to about 7 seconds, usually you see a lot of teams like, hey, we did a good job at contestant A
yeah, right.
A majority of the time. We'll give it up. We'll have a 6-live advantage going in towards this B point. But Ultra, they said, hey, there's 0.3 on the clock. We're going to set up this double pinch. And once Kleenex wins his gunfight versus aBeZy, which is the player that was watching that flank, that allows the pinch to come in and eventually Ultra to not allow LAG to complete either one of those points. Great first defensive round out of the Ultra.
Yeah, man. Toronto flex their muscles in That first control round, Inside has done it plenty of times in social media, and now he's doing it right now in this control. Off to a great start as he and the crew. Slasher and Asim, though, able to take down 2 off the start. Insight right on cue. Despite the nice flank that is being presented there for Asim, they're able to deal with him, take him out for the time. And a much different story than that opening attacking round out of the Guerrillas. A much different situation. And Cammy catching players out, nearly takes down another one inside a church. But not only is there some presence at A, LIG are able to deal with that, but now the focus comes in over at B. Kleenex, the first one here.
Yeah, they're just catching Guerrillas off guard. They're playing from the back foot, just so far ahead of the game right now, the Ultra, as Bance is winning gunfight after gunfight in the back of the spawn. Still have one player on this B point. Bance unfortunately is going to drop, but LAG, they were able to shut down that A pressure. Also eliminated majority of these players at this B point, but still Kleenex in a position to cause havoc. Cammy finds the second. If you're LAG down 3 lives, you still have 1 tick of progression you have to work towards A. Oops, just trying to cause problems on that side of the map. But Ultra, this is a great round out of them to just complete 2 segments before they reach that 30-second mark.
Yeah, it feels like we've been in this round forever, and we still have 58 seconds still looming. Few frustrating kills coming in from LAG. At one point, Slasher was just trying to climb on the ladder. You could tell he was communicating to his teammates, like, I don't know where they are. I'm just going to push on forward. When he does that, Ultra are there in the back lines. Vance adding now 2 more kills for what has been a great round and a half so far for him. As Vance, again, off life instantly, providing some great work for Ultra, whether it's in the slaying or whether it's in the objective. We'll solidify that A point. Now we've got another minute added toward the clock, and Ultra are on the prowl now toward B. A few players spread across the map right now for them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my dog is getting a little excited. I don't know if you can hear that, but he's barking in the background.
He's excited.
Yeah, he's definitely excited for how this round is turning out. As Slasher does find one in towards Top Church. The trade is going to be there from Cammy. But this has been a great hold. 10-10 from LAG with a minute 17. Could not allow one of these Ultra players to be the playmaker. The closest one is going to be inside. He is going to be bottom. Church wins a huge one-on-one versus Gunless. Now this should open up this top plat push coming in from Ultra.
Well, there's a reason to bark. Some great plays coming in from the Ultras. They'll get the 3-for-1 in their favor. Cammy, around the corner he goes. My word. Slasher never stood a chance. That's now going to be 2 ticks already in for Toronto. They continue to apply the pressure as Cammy. That's going to be a 7 spree. Talk about streaks and talk about a round number 2 win. Okay, Toronto.
Ultra, that was another clinical round out of them. They start off their initial push towards A, and right off the rip, LAG, they were able to find 2 kills. This allows those players to flex towards that A site, but at the same time, the last 2 remaining players from the Ultra were able to find 3 kills as they were holding that A point. That shut down that pinch from the players on LAG, and then when LAG put a lot of focus on that A point, it left it wide open, that B point, for the Ultra to just capitalize on that, push straight through their base, and just keep the spawns, or at least the kills, in their favor. Now up 2-0. We saw the pressure that they were able to put on the very first defense, not even allowing LAG to complete this 8 point.
Vance, I mean, what? Just basically ragdolled himself inside of you. Just the confidence. You can feel it right now from Toronto. They want to get this series done in 3. We've got to be feeling good right now. And I guess we'll have a great opportunity to find out exactly how those comms are sounding. Let's go ahead and step aside and see how the communication sounds right now for Toronto. 1 round away from a dub.
I'm trying to get top broken again. Fuck
I'll
it.
see. Got Eddie.
The one on A. Is out fire?
Are you short on top broken?
You can. I don't know if you can shoot.
Yeah, I'll try.
We can time and hit money. Absolute out fire. One's
okay, I'm name fire.
You, absolute.
I'll come you up.
Slasher.
Fuck it.
Shot now. Our side, their side. Oh wait, both side you. Both side you can. I shall it.
We can A. Yeah,
Ace and weak their side.
Don't fire their side. We're good. Nice, good shot.
Got headache, gunless. Yeah, choke it. One's not broken, Toby. I'm waiting.
Not broken. You might hold the pin.
He's chopped down mid already. Mid corner, dead. One on a deep spawn.
Bottom church dead.
Let's go, A.
One not really here.
Wait, so it's mid shot crossed to you. He crossed to you.
They could go fucking.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll try and pick it up.
I might try to repinch these people here.
One back.
You guys.
Never that flowers. Slasher. Might turn around.
It did turn around. One more. Okay, Asen.
Let's go.
You got an angle on me. Fuck.
You guys
Ace
church. I pushed out front.
Yeah.
You already go church.
Gotta be church. Yeah. No, he's there.
Okay, I'm wrapping around. Don't chase him.
Yeah,
I'm at an 80.
One front of me. He's gone P5, I think. He seems absolutely
amazing. You don't see anything, Ben?
It's gone well.
Oh my goodness, Jay. I gotta tell you, man. I mean, that is the definition of calm. It just sounds like Just a group of mates having a great time in a TeamSpeak call. I mean, those guys sound chill despite being one round away from taking what would be an excellent series for them.
Yeah, it sounds like they're out there just playing pubs. That's how good the teamwork is on the side of Toronto Ultra. As they're still holding for the time being on the defensive side. They are down by 5 lives though. So right now, LAG do have plat control as Slasher finds 1. This should allow his teammates to try to push it through their back spawn, but inside and CleanX able to find 2, which is now going to slow down the push from LAG. 10-6 in lives remaining.
I was so enamored by the communication. I had no idea what the game looked like, but nice shot there for aBeZy, taking the head clean off there of CleanX, who you got to imagine sounded totally fine whenever he died. But still, LAG on the ropes, as you mentioned, up 4 lives. With 50 seconds left, yet to secure a tick. Well, we're at this B point. Guerrillas fighting for their lives. They put on social media that this is their first real test, and now being down 2-0, it's looking like this could be the ultimate test for them right now. Potentially what could be a failing grade, as now 4-7 in lives. Bance is able to take down 1, also escapes with his life. He's going to be aware of this push as one player has made his way toward the back. Slasher, he gets found out as the pressure will look to get applied toward the front. Hook has also made his way behind enemy lines. It's a big 1v1. He versus Bance, but Bance is able to take it. Now a 2v5. It's on to Bance and Cammy, and the Scotsman will bring out the glide bomb. You've got to be kidding me. They might walk away with this. It's now a 1 versus 3, all on to Cammy. Slides out, takes one down on the Slasher, also takes it on to Hook. It's a 1v1. aBeZy will take him down on the ladder. And what had to be a 1v1 victory for him, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh my,
What was that?
My jaw's on the bottom of the ground. I was not expecting it to be that close. Ultra, they almost clutched that. Like, obviously, in a 2v5 situation, Bance, he has to try to go big in the back of the base. He was able to find 2. And then eventually, Cammy pops that glide bomb, finds the 3rd. But then once Bance was traded, Cammy finds another 2, forces it to a 1v1. That player spawns mid and was able to get there in the nick of time before Cammy was able to sneak up the ladder.
But Jay, you gotta know their comms in that moment. We're like
100%.
All right,
it's still calm.
I'm gonna call him the glide bomb. Yeah, what is it? 2v7? Yeah, I'm gonna call him the glide bomb.
Well, you can still do this. Yep.
Yeah, they probably had not a care in the world. Oh my goodness, what a situation. Props to Ultra for getting as close as they did, but at least if you're the Guerrillas, there is some signs of life, and now the Ultra back on the attack after what was a crazy near clutch. Toronto back on the ropes, but already aggressive now over at that A point as they look good to secure it. A solid setup, really a box type setup right now as aBeZy is teaching everybody. Nice little angle to clear somebody off over at that field side. It is a 2-for-2 trade. CleanX still alive. He gets picked apart. And now LAG in a good situation. Continuing to apply the pressure over at field. Toronto with 40 seconds left. They have not made any real progress. With aBeZy still alive in this position, that could be troublesome. But right on cue, they get a 4 down. Toronto, calm as ever. Now stack the point.
Yeah, so right there you saw LAG just being super aggressive towards the middle of the map, just trying to not allow Ultra to complete that 8 point, because based off that first round, Ultra is still going to be leading in that kill department. So if it does go to a round number 5, Ultra will be on the defense. As you see, LAG are able to find a clean 4, and with 30 seconds left, Ultra have yet to complete this 8 point. Exactly what Ultra are able to do the very first defense, or what LAG are responding to try to get us to a round number 5.
Yeah, LAG, all business. 15 seconds in Toronto. We'll see what they look to do. They are going to try to seize the moment. Push on in. CleanX fires out a few bullets, trying to pre-aim somebody coming in from you, when in reality, it was aBeZy right there in toward the field. 13 seconds stopped on the clock. Insight for 1. A little shaky shots there for the second. Back and forth we go. 11 and some change still. Will sit at the hands of Toronto, but only for a moment as Hook takes his opportunity. That's going to be 3 down in the feed for a moment there for the Guerrillas. With 3 seconds left, LAG making this a non-laughing matter off of what was a crazy clutch. Us thinking, okay, cool. Toronto, they're feeling good. They're feeling confident. Guerrillas respond back with 2 rounds of their own.
Especially on the defensive side, to just to put on the aggression that they were towards that 8 point, to not allow Ultra to get it. You see your SMG players just staying alive. aBeZy actually went huge with about 30 seconds left. He was able to find 2 kills laying behind that 8 point. Once he finds that 2, this is what allows Hoop to just walk right up the middle of the map, set up for that late pinch. And now, even though LAG, they were able to win that defensive round, still not enough to get this defense when it comes to the kill department. So now you see a lot of pressure from them towards that A point. Ultra this time around, though, they're not going to get caught off guard. They are not going to allow any sneaky stuff to happen over there at that B point. They find 2. Now it's all about taking mid-map control.
It's all business right now from Ultra, who ends up getting traded out. A big 1v1 onto the point, but Toronto are able to seal that team fight in their favor right now. Kleenex finding some great shots there from long range. Cammy aware of what could be an overextension now made toward the B point, as he will say goodnight to Hoop. But it is one player who does make his way inside a kitchen, and that, rather, excuse me, into church, as that's going to be aSimp for now. He's going to rock dead silence and try to find a few toward the middle side of the map. Toronto still with a great hold through the middle. LAG yet to really get anything going. These have been some solid defensive rounds. We've seen Toronto have theirs. We've had Guerrillas as well take a great one in that round prior to this. But LAG maybe with some light, as that'll be 3, make it 4 in terms of the feed, favoring them as they'll stop the clock and now secure that first ticket A.
First segment is in. If you're LAG, you need to guarantee this point. You cannot allow this player in towards the middle of the map, which is going to be Kleenex. So allow a break to come in as you see aSimp and Hoop pushing out the spawn of the defensive side, finding all the kills in the feed. They're able to take this A point and now have a 2 live advantage. If you're Ultra, you have to get up to P5, and this is going to be a huge gunfight coming in from Gunless and Kleenex. Gunless is actually able to win it. This could be the opening for the LAG.
Big moment right now from the Guerrillas. Not only does Gunless find one, Hoop does as well. Insight with no information toward the backside of church, but no information very well could be information in general. A huge fight takes place inside of the point, favoring Toronto for now. But Gunless still alive, and take a look at the bottom right. He's on a 4 spree. How big streaks could be if he's able to at least tab on 2 more. Great situation right now for the Guerrillas. We'll see if they can seize that opportunity as they'll look for information now coming in toward the patio. Gunless does get dropped. A huge fight and some well-timed shots coming in from Insight from range. A 3v2 trade. Once again favoring Toronto. 40 seconds on the clock. 1, maybe 2 more good pushes at this for the Guerrillas as Toronto look to try to push out the middle side of the map. And here we go. What could be the final play of the game for the Guerrillas, Jay?
Yeah, that first push from LAG, they basically all flooded out from this room right here. And Toronto, they were just set up for it perfectly. Now they're able to finally get into the point. You have 2 players who push out a spawn. Unfortunately, Gunless gets a team kill onto Hoop with that stun grenade. They are winning the majority of these fights, though. Now LAG, they're able to get on a point, up 4 lives.
Take a look at this flank. It's going to be close. Player 2, player number 8. Gunless gets found out, so it'll be Kleenex on the flank. Slasher, the last man alive inside of this B zone. We'll see what he can do. Stopping the clock at 13 seconds. Has to dip out for now. None of his teammates can really even join alongside of him. Look to try to tag in a few of his partners from the Guerrillas. Clock stopped at 6. aSimp doing all the work that he can. It's a 4v5 in terms of lives, but can anybody from LAG get there? It appears as if that will not be the case. Toronto will escape by the skin of their teeth. I mean, just moments away from what could have been a 3-0 win in the control. LAG fight back. We see the round 5. But Toronto will keep it. Toronto will escape. And it's not going to be a 3-0 in the control, but at the very least, it is, Jay, a 3-0 in the series.
And that's just great work from the Ultra. Great response after taking such a tough loss versus Seattle in a Game 5 last week to come out here and get a statement win versus LAG, who were looking great. Every single one of those maps were really close. First map almost came down to time. Second map was a 6-4 search and destroy. And then towards the very end right there, we thought Ultra were going to walk away with it, but LAG, they were able to fight back the same way that they were able to do at the Kickoff Classic. Unfortunately, this time around, they do not walk away with the win. So Ultra in a clean 3-0. Great performance from the entire team. You saw Bance. He was the guy that really stepped up for me in this series because on that first map, he started off slow, but when Bance stepped up and went on that 5 spree, that gave them that little spark to eventually get back into the game. Now in the search and destroy, it was just Bance and Kleenex. Even though Hoop was able to drop 15 kills, those playmakers were able to make plays or make the greater plays to close out that map. And then even though these final seconds here, Cammy, he almost goes insane for the clutch. doesn't get it done. But even towards those final rounds, you saw LAG, their pushes were not great. Like, they were able to go in towards bottom church. They all flooded out of that one room. And Toronto, they were just basically set up for it. Now with about 30 seconds left, you have one stagnant push. And when Cammy was able to find 3 in the feed, or eventually every single player from the Ultra find that one, they take control of Plat. That's exactly how Ultra wanted to get the job done in a clean 3-0.
Yeah, as you said, partner, I mean, a crazy control game. I know we got to see it there from Asimp's perspective. I mean, if he doesn't get that information, if he doesn't check his right, I mean, what if that player from Toronto just makes a little bit farther up the ladder? It could have been done and dusted early. It makes you wonder about those streaks, right? I mean, what if Cammy holds on to it? He decides to rock it. I mean, the same thing for Gunless in this final team push. If he's able to earn those streaks, how differently this final round could have gone if you've got a strafe, specifically if you've got that glide bomb. But a back and forth game, but really, as you said, man, a statement win for Toronto. We talked about it coming into this series. They've struggled mightily in those game ones. They've been 50-50 in the game twos. They've turned it up when it comes down to the controls, but this series, a totally different story as they clutch up big. Really, in all of these games, a back and forth bocage, a search and destroy of which they were up, but they're able to close it out. And the same thing can be said for this Tuscan control as well. Up 2-0, goes to a round 5, but they're able to hang on. And they will actually claim their very first official win here in the CDL 2022 season off of that Game 5 Round 11 loss versus Seattle at opening weekend. But a crazy series. Desk, we're going to bring you guys back into it. I mean, it felt like at different times, LAG showed us something special, but ultimately, it was Ultra walking away with a 3-0, Veli.
My man's Lando. Listen, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how close the games are, right? If you don't get that W on the stat line, it really doesn't matter. And Toronto Ultra, especially from that loss against Seattle, they took off. Big 3-0 victory from them. Thanks for the commentary, by the way. I'll see you guys in a minute. But here on the desk, I mean, Nameless, Ali, this has been phenomenal. Nameless, actually, you watching the game in the green room, you even told me, Veli, there were some nasty things I saw from Toronto.
Oh, man.
What did you see?
I was impressed by so much in this series on the Toronto side of things. I mean, one, that listening was just immaculate. We talk about their communication. They're cool, calm, and collected. You think about that search and destroy. Now, I have the observer feed so I can see everybody's screen. So I'm sitting there just looking through Toronto, trying to see, like, what's their plan? What are they doing? They had this crazy strat where they have Insight and Cammy both have a nade spot that lands right on the bomb, and they time it where they nade it at the exact same time, and it's so beautiful. There was one of the rounds where they injured him, they killed him off bomb, and then the next one they actually killed him with the double nades on the bomb. So things like that are just next level to me. And then map 1, not to go on a rant, but when they give up Barn, they give up 60 seconds on Barn, but then they just get 60 right after it on the trench hill. Like, these guys, they're so sound as a team, and they've gotten so much better even since their last loss this season.
Now, I'm going to talk about that trench hill. Look, I got excited for a second. Bance went absolutely insane. Steady was talking about it, right? When Bance went on that little 5-to-kill spree over at P5, he tore everybody up on the side of LAG, and that actually caused Toronto Ultra to go up in so much time when it came to that hard point. But Ali, the thing was, they had trouble going against LAG. LAG was fragging out, starting off really heavy when it came to hard point. But why couldn't LAG plot the wins?
Well, actually, in that bocage, LAG was outslaying Toronto heavily. I believe Kyler was like 33 and something at some point.
Frying too.
And Gunless, of course, frying as always. And all of these players individually are so incredibly talented mechanically. But it just, now you have to beg the question, is it a decision-making issue that's going on with this team? Because it's not like none of them are shooting back. They are all frying in their own respective regions, but they're late on rotation. It seems like the communication to S&D gets a little wild sometimes. And you got to beg the question, who's the IJL? Who's the one kind of guiding them through this series?
Yeah, they could get kills, but listen, they have to close out these close rounds. LAG, though, I will say this, they have been looking better, but let's forget about that. Let's go ahead and jump into the Game Field Spotlight post-game interview with my man's Insight. Flex on him, baby. I have to ask you, losing against Seattle Surge last week, could have been, it didn't feel good to you guys. I know it didn't. Heading into today's game, what was the mindset like? What did you guys really want to fix compared to last time you were on screen?
Oh, well, hey, everyone. The big thing for us is obviously it came down to a 5-5 S&D. I feel like last year that was one of our strong suits in game. So going into this year, we've definitely after the Seattle loss, we're trying to look at S&D a lot more. I mean, if you saw the Tuscan nades, it's just diving in a little bit to what we're working on in the lab. But yeah, it's mainly S&D for us.
got to be careful. We're going to start figuring out your strats and breaking them down on the desk. Insight, I got to ask you guys, you were so strong and dominant at all 3 game modes. So there isn't really one that you guys are struggling on. So when it comes to scrims, are you guys just focused at winning at this point, polishing what you're working on, or are you continuously trying to work towards, okay, well, what can we get more concise and more better about? What other plays can we throw at these other teams that maybe they're just not expecting?
Yeah, so we're definitely like a very sound team. We've been together a long time, been through the highs and lows. But obviously every day we're always trying to work on little things that can make us better. There's always certain hills that we can like improve on and be better as a team. So every day going to scrims, it's always trying to just like get better and better, push ourselves to be the best team we can be. Because obviously we want to be the best this year.
Insight, I got to talk about the round of control where Cammy tried to go rogue and clutch up. Honestly, rate that play, but you were dead during that round, right? So were you on board with him investing the streak and trying to clutch up in that round, or were you like, I don't know about this one?
I mean, in my head, I was definitely a bit like, you know, I don't know, we could save it, but, you know, Cam was doing Cam things. He was feeling himself. He was like, no, we're clutching this. We're clutching this. Well, he didn't clutch it, so there's a streak gone down the drain, but you know, Cam's just one of them. You got to let him fly, let him do his thing. And, I mean, almost worked.
It almost did.
It almost worked. Yo, my man's Insight. I believe, last week, I believe it was Gizmo that we interviewed, and he was talking about how the EU boys are going to step up big time this year. There's going to be an EU beans and toast takeover. For the fans out there that are rooting for Toronto Ultra, you guys were great last year, but I'm pretty sure you guys are trying to be better this year. What are the ultimate goals for you and your team?
Obviously, we just want to pick up where we left off last year. Obviously, coming second at champs, that hurt. We want to push for that championship. We want to be the world champions. We want to be the best throughout the year. We want people to look back at this year and say, wow, Toronto were just so dominant.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much, man. Can't wait to see you back for another interview. And you have a good night, all right? Catch you next time.
Have a great day, guys.
No problem. Thank you so much, Insight. I will say this, being new to the CDL and talking to these players for the first time is actually pretty cool. Like, Insight's a chill guy. But ladies and gentlemen, we have another great series to close out the day. You guys already know what the deal is. The game field marquee matchup between the new-look New York Subliners with royalty replacing Neptune. They're going to be facing off against a team that isn't going to just, you know, let them walk through them. It's going to be the LA Thieves. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For the record, been a little too nice for y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I won't get a ball today. Got lost in the ball and eggs. I'm flipping the balls. I'm flipping the
Octane.
Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soul, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Child is real, the cause is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we have all been waiting for. The Game Fuel marquee matchup of the day. We're going to have the LA Thieves facing off against the New York Subliners, a team that has been struggling this season so far in the 2022 CDL League. And yeah, they made a big team change. Neptune is going to be out the door, and they're bringing back an old face that, Nameless, we should all know.
Absolutely. Royalty won 2020 Challengers Cup. He's had pro experience before. He's played at Champs, got a top 12 placing there. Like, this guy knows what's going on. New York is bringing him in to add more structure to their team. This is a team that is 0-3 in hardpoint, so they're trying to get the first hardpoint win, their first win in the league. So I'm excited to see what Royalty brings to the team here. If he can take some of that pressure off of Play, off of Crim, if they know he's going to be in the right spot, because that was the issue with Neptune. He was sometimes not in the plays. He would be on his own on an island, and he'd be making blunders on the map at times. So if Royalty just plays cool, calm, collected, and good Call of Duty, they should be a lot better.
All eyes are going to be on Royalty right now. And aLLeY, when we take a look at this team, I mean, this is a roster that's primed for a championship, right? And right now, they're going to have a big battle in front of them facing the LA Thieves, who has some great SMG players on their side as well.
They do. And you know what? LA Thieves certainly surprised me coming into this year, especially on the side of Kenny and Drazah. They have been popping off. They are 0-1 right now in RCL official season, but they went against Atlanta FaZe, to be fair.
Yes. Now, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, Nameless, lay it on me. What do New York need to do to pull out this fat W?
Yeah, they got to use this weekend to build cohesion with Royalty. This is where you have to, these are the building blocks of your team. You just started scrimming like a couple days ago, and Royalty's trying to make a statement. So he's got to come in here and have a good series. And obviously, it doesn't take a lot to piss Crim off, right? So go in there, do your job, communicate well. Roster change needs to bring more slaying success. 0.92, Team KD ranks last in the league. Like I said, I think more structure will just lead to them slaying more in general. And then get the bomb down at S&D. 46% plant percentage, which ranks 11th in the league. Go and get that bomb down. Make it easier on yourself. Make the players come to you, and you'll win Search and Destroy.
You're right. And when it comes to NYSL, I mean, you already know what you're getting. You're getting champions that are legendary in Call of Duty. I'm talking about Crim6 and, of course, Clayster. But the biggest name on this roster, in my opinion, this season is going to have to be Hydra. Hydra's been playing phenomenally. He's been playing lights out. We talk about Sid, Pred, and all these youngsters really going crazy, but for NYSL, they have a guy that can compete with that. He can match that, and I think he could top him. And with this latest addition, I'm liking this team, aLLeY.
And what's crazy about that is Hydra is now on his own island as the only young player on this roster. With the bring up of Royalty, that is as vet can get. Pro debut in 2015. Dude, I was like 14 years old, if I'm being honest. So this is like a seriously vet roster now. So a lot, I feel like, has now been put on Hydra's shoulders to be the Rookie of the Year for the squad.
You're right. And now they're going to be facing off against the LA Thieves. I know Big Daddy Nate shot sitting in the back smiling because these guys, they want to give it to NY, right? Now, Nameless, looking at this roster, yeah, we talked about Kenny, we talked about, Drazah. Yeah. Who else is scary on this roster to you?
I mean, Octane. I think Octane's he's a sleeping beast, man. Like, this guy, his last couple years have been rough for him, and he's finally back in his home that he enjoys being on the LA Thieves. Last time he had a ton of success was on 100 Thieves, and we saw him at kickoff. He played fantastic. In that last series, it wasn't the best, so I'm expecting him to bounce back.
Yes, and aLLeY, when it comes to the game field keys to victory, what do the Thieves have to do to pull out this win?
It comes down to Dylan, right? He's on his revenge tour from getting dropped from OpTic, and coming kickoff classic, we didn't see all that we wanted to see from him. Going up against Atlanta FaZe, it really felt like he stepped it up quite a bit, but in S&D, man, that's where he's seriously struggling. So hopefully a turnaround for him to find his pacing with this squad, and their control is looking a little slow. So again, control, you gotta play your lives a little bit better, work together as a team, and you know, I'm familiar with the NYSL roster. They're in the honeymoon phase, so you need to be expecting them to come out hot, and I think LA Thieves will be fine.
Right. Now, the funny thing is, when it comes down to this matchup, all the talk is going to be about royalty, right? Okay, how are NYSL going to be with their new SMG duo? Will this team work out? But that's going to be a big question, and they're going to be tested right now, because when it comes down to the game fuel featured player, I mean, I looked at Nameless and aLLeY, and I said, who wants to talk about him? Nameless said, man, I will. Kenny is nasty.
He's absolutely disgusting. He's been one of the best players in the world since he came into the scene. I mean, there's like a handful of players that I would be like, that is the ideal player to build a team around, and Kenny is one of them. He's on my short list of like 5 players he's just astounding, man. In Search and Destroy, he's been lighting it up with a 1.26. He can pop off in any single respawn map mode combination. The guy's a beast, and his in-game knowledge is 10 out of 10. So I'm excited to see him get better this year and grow with this roster, and finally having good players around him that he's confident in, and a player like Envoy that can in-game lead in Search and Destroy is going to put them in positions to succeed.
You're right. Now, aLLeY, when it comes down to this matchup, okay, LA Thieves versus New York. If New York loses, you know, it's going to be scary for them, but if they win, it's going to be a great start of what's to come, right? How do you think this matchup is going to go down?
Personally, I'm still favoring LA Thieves. I think the structure they've made on this roster and the fact that all of them have been firing on all cylinders is a feat to be accomplished for the squad. That was kind of middle of the pack heading into this. In New York, even though, again, honeymoon phase, they could be frying everybody with the shocking amount of aggression coming out of royalty. But I think Drazah is going to be the player to match up with him. He has been frying. He's been incredibly consistent and clutching up for this squad. I see today going no different.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the game field marquee match of the day. NYSL versus the LA Thieves. Lando and Steady, you guys keep getting spoiled with good ones, man. Take it away.
I appreciate that, Val. Thank you so much. Des, you guys are absolutely excellent. Nameless, your sleeves are a little bit weird. I gotta throw some shade. You roasted me on Twitter. I gotta point out the sleeves. Green and red, interesting choice. But Jay, now it's time for the Game Fuel marquee match. We have all circled this bad boy.
Yes.
When it came down to week number 2, this is the match that we've all been waiting for since we saw those reports coming out that New York has dropped Neptune, and now royalty is coming into the lineup as a fellow New Yorker, as somebody who is probably more passionate about the Subliners than anybody that I know. How do you feel about royalty now added to this team and coming into this match versus the Thieves?
I'm really excited to see what royalty is all about. Obviously, the guy has a ton of experience. I competed against him back when I was competing. So the guy's just been putting on an absolute show. Like Nameless said, he won the 2020 Challengers Cup, and the guy's just been waiting for his opportunity. So now if you're on this roster, it's basically the best roster he's ever been on. And when you take a look at these maps and modes, starting off with a bow case, that's exactly how you want to start if you're this new New York roster, because when you're playing a map like bow case, it's going to be a majority of it 3 submachine guns. So it's going to be Crim, Hydra, and Royalty are all going to be running those SMGs. On the opposite side for the Thieves, you obviously have Envoy and you have Drazah. But the player that I mainly want to focus on is going to be our Game Fuel marquee player. Our Game Fuel featured player. It's going to be Kenny, because the last time that this guy played this map was versus Atlanta FaZe. He did not have the best, pretty sure like 18 and 31, sat around a 0.5 KD. So I'm looking at him to have an early start into this series.
Yep, you're looking at Kenny to try and turn things around, and you're looking specifically at Royalty, making his pro debut into CDL, making his first pro debut since like Black Ops 4. It's been a long time, but we're happy to have him back. But how about Envoy off the start? He just goes for a full team wipe off the rip. Okay, Envoy. He wants the spotlight put on himself. We're talking about Kenny, we're talking about Royalty, but like I said, Envoy coming out of the gates hot. An excellent start for him. As my goodness, back and forth we go over here at P1. Both teams fighting for the tide. Thieves with the current spawns. But Jay, we got to refocus a little bit. Like I said, if you are royalty coming into this match, again, you have been grinding in challengers for the past 2 years. You were even grinding it to start off this season in Vanguard. You get the call from New York, a team in distress. Normally I'd ask you how he should, or rather how does he feel, but I'm gonna ask you, how should royalty feel in this game?
He should feel great. Like the fact that his name is getting called up for this opportunity to play with some of the best Call of Duty players to ever touch the sticks. You have to be feeling on top of the world. And that's all about just performing, doing your job. And right now with NYSL, you see that they're going to be 4 dead as LA Thieves are so far pushed up towards Plat. This is eventually going to now allow New York to start swarming in towards low trenches, but still Thieves are finding every single kill in the feed.
Yeah, I hesitated to ask you that, Jay, toward the end, because I was like, well, how should he feel? Probably not great. He's up to a 1-5 start. New York, not in a great position, already off the rip here in this Bocage hardpoint, but the LA Thieves, great work here off the rip as they have taken the advantage. Sam LaRue up to 7-3 here just in our first 2 hills. You see what players going on sprees. It's Envoy picking up from where he left off at P1. He's at 9-2. My goodness, Thieves coming out of the gates hot. Envoy already on rotation, pulls out the pistol and says, royalty, welcome to the CDL. It is a new league. It is a new opportunity. And now Envoy has got both streaks to work with. Rotations are going to be here at New. The Thieves continue to roll. It will be New York that, because of a few little situations toward the stretch, have got spawns for next. They clear the board, and finally, they can get some time on the objective.
So now with 45 seconds left, it's all about keeping this mid-map control, but Octane and Drazah are able to find 2. This should allow them to eventually break on in the hill as LA Thieves, they make that look easy. They break right through middle map. They're able to flip these spawns, and now with the 62-26 score line, they have a chance to just continue to grow that now. As the last player in this position is going to be royalty, trying to do everything he can. He's going to drop Crimsix the next line of the attack. Trying to push to the front. They're able to win a majority of these gunfights, and this 20 seconds should go in favor of New York. But if you're the Thieves, you're not too worried about it. 40-point lead to start the game.
Yeah, a great little position already off the rip here from royalty. You notice Thieves, they flip spawns, they accrue the final few seconds, but you're okay with it. As you said, if you're the Subliners, some solid positioning from them will secure spawns for next. I mean, what, in our last series, we ended up seeing a team get a full 60 at Barn. I'm not sure if that's ever happened. We'll see how New York look to do. Is that early streak will at least gain some information for Envoy, who, by the way, sits at 14-6. Great performance from him. Like I said, that streak is going to help provide that much easier of an opportunity for the Thieves to break on in toward our fourth hard point of our first set of rotations. Drazah picking up a few kills towards the barn area as well. Thieves moments away from eclipsing the century mark here early on Bocage.
Yeah, so far New York, they just can't do it in the slaying department. Everyone is getting outslayed. The only one even right now is going to be Crimsix, as he does find that kill. 20 seconds remaining on this P4 hardpoint. If you're New York, you have to start thinking big picture. They did have the rotation initially for this hardpoint, but these are able to immediately flip and then gain a good chunk of time off this. So now, with 10 seconds left, you have to work your way around the backside. You see number 4 in Crimsix, slowly going to work his way through tanks, going to make his way through tunnel. Kenny does spot him, and actually going to be able to get some good timing and take him down. So that's going to shut down the initial push from New York. Now it's all about trying to flip these spawns.
Yep, a huge rotation already for the Subliners as the Thieves look to try and extend their lead. A team that's been criticized based off their communication last week over at opening weekend. It's a new team, it's a new roster. Let's see how those comms are flowing right now as we'll go to a listening now with NYSL.
In time dead.
Watch your cross.
I got your cross.
I spawned here.
Okay, yeah, I'm going.
Could be above
that was my name. I'm turning around trench.
I'm
going top bench. I'm hiding trench. I have your whole trench.
Envoy, last one.
I have your whole trench.
Envoy, one top, bottom grandma, go top pit.
Try to watch your top.
There's one shot.
Trying to buy time.
I got one trench.
Yo, one more pushing now, and then one more.
Let's get trench. Let's get trench. AR.
Good shit.
Let's go, yo. Good shit.
Yeah, you can keep going, Clay. You can keep going. Yeah, I'm coming. Spend over. Wait, Paco, hold, Paco. I'm holding your tables. You're good. Just hold on that heady. We're fine like this. Grenading over barn hole.
Okay, I'm looking mid. Trying to bait out the hill.
Nice, I'm making a move now. Yo, one guy's behind us. One guy's behind the street.
On him.
Inhale,
good job.
Top barn, one shot. Jump downhill. Weak as fuck. Yeah, he went to time. Big slays here, guys. I'm wrapping back right. Yeah. I'll play back right with you.
One weak sandbags or hole.
I didn't stun anyone.
Wait, he's plat. One's plat.
He's in stables right now.
Plat on weak. Plant Envoy.
Get in the back. I'm trying to stay alive.
Nice.
Good shit. Good shit. On these tables. He's on me back. Half ball.
Z.
Found me. They're in the back 10. Back 10.
He might go get those.
Back 10.
One bullet time. Drazah.
Just one
in the back. Let's go, Pop. We gotta win this. Let's go. On back tank. One shot Envoy P2 tank.
I got 2.
Envoy one shot P2 tank. He went 10.
Oh, yeah. Gate to mid. Nice. Last guy. That's all of them.
One guy can hit the right. One guy can hit the right.
AR. I'll watch right.
I need your little left. Detonated your little left. He's front door, barn dead.
One's right.
All right, listening there with the New York Subliners starting to stabilize a little bit in regards to the overall score, as now they sit down by 30 points. But Jay, like I said, this team was heavily scrutinized for the comms that they had with the young guns specifically. How do these comms compare to what you heard last week?
I really enjoyed these comms this go around because you hear Clayster just being the leader that he is for this New York roster. He said, hey, Hydra, make sure you just hold down this left side, hold down this heady, because this is exactly the setup that we want to have. Once Hydra was able to find that kill, you even heard Clayster say, all right, now is the time for us to move. Now is the time for us to hit this hill. But unfortunately, LA Thieves, after that P1, they were able to control the spawns for this P2 hardpoint and just basically be uncontested so far on this P2 with about 25 seconds left. New York, you have to start thinking big picture. You have to start rotating with 20 seconds left.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do at the house. Last time around, it was Kenny. Specifically, it was Envoy off early rotations, causing some issues. It's going to be 170 to 115. Oh, no. Clayster decides to challenge over at the end of that last hill. So with that in mind, we'll see what New York look to do. Applying some pressure toward the spawns. It's Royalty from one side. It's Crim from the other. Envoy's at least able to take down the first one to start. Royalty will look for the secondary challenge, and not only could he find one, he has the opportunity for 2. He and Hydra will combine for that. New York, in a sketchy situation, they come out on top. They've got spawns now here for Grandmas off of what could be a great hill for them, but into the blender they go. Kenny and Envoy will take apart all 4.
And now with Thieves able to find a clean 4 dead, they're going to probably set up for these spawn kills, but unfortunately, Crim6 is able to take down Kenny. So now a lot of pressure starting to come in from this back window. Octane trying to do everything he can to try to stay alive. But New York are going to be able to win a majority of these trades until Kenny's able to find 2. So now 171 to 135. Kenny's still putting on the pressure. Able to find 3 in the feed before he does drop. But you have to start thinking about that rotation. Look at Clayster as he does get cut off by Drazah. So now it's going to be the Thieves winning rotation once again.
And overall, just great plays from the Thieves, right? The realization, the understanding of what New York wants to do in that position. Obviously, spawning in the backside of Grandma's, they're going to try to push out field. Aware of that are the Thieves, but are they going to be aware of the last second spawn flip that we've got? Thieves look to try and rebalance things. Clayster comes to the front door of barn. He gets taken down. Hydra, meanwhile, the last player back here in the Thieves. Some great plays, some great understanding of how Bocage works. Again, they had New York Subliners in the blender toward the backside of Grandma's house. They read the spawn change. Back and forth we go. Subliners not even sure where they're going to be at on the map, as they're now back toward the flank of 10. Drazah does get taken down by the stun, but a mixy few moments here for the Subliners. Overall, it is the Thieves still in the driver's seat, up by 50 points. New York have got to try and get something going here soon. Final 10 seconds at barn, as now we look toward that rotation. And at least here early, it is going to be player 6, Drazah, in a huge spot over at next.
Yeah, New York need to try to win this rotation here because his back spawns are still going to be in for the Thieves. As Hydra's going to work his way in through tunnel. Drazah and Octane are able to find 3 in the feed, so it's all going to be on Hydra. Can he try to make a play? He does find a player onto the point. So this is going to allow his teammates to eventually get pushed up. Kenny still winning 2 huge gunfights in towards lower trenches. Right now, the Thieves, they're just keeping the push so stagnant, and they're keeping control of the spawns. 40 seconds, they can still close it out here.
Yeah, they're making the New York Subliners really have to work. Again, a roster that we know with the vets that they have got on this team, coordination could very well, at least in the future of this team, be their strong suit. Thieves doing a great job at distancing that for a moment, but the board gets wiped clear. It's going to instantly be a 1v1 over at the point, but it is Drazah again to win the fights. Sits right now at 31 and 20 on the 5, makes it a 6 spree before he gets taken down. He'll have the strafing run to work with throughout the remainder of this game. Kenny wins a 1v1 on the point, and with that, Thieves find themselves within 20 points. They came out of the gates hot. They punched New York straight in the mouth. The Subliners have tried to hold on. They've tried to make some strides back, but ultimately it is the Thieves controlling and playing ultimately well on a map that they struggled versus Atlanta FaZe at opening weekend. A great turnaround from a number of different players, but specifically Kenny playing that much better, sitting at +5. speaking of 5, it's about to be Thieves within 5 seconds of walking away with this game. Royalty's at least able to find one. Crimsix takes him down with the nade. Thieves, they feel it. They know that they have got it in their hands. Just a matter of moments before they walk through the ticker tape. Nice shots to Royalty, but it only feels like consolation kills at this moment. Clay wins a 1v1 on the point to try and extend things. Rotation now prepared for next as the Thieves look to cycle through field.
Still a good chunk of time here, so to allow LA Thieves to close it out in this first hard point, but New York, they're able to find 3 in the feed. Now off the rotation, they will have the spawns. A couple players starting to step up as Clayster sitting at 24 and 34, Royalty at 18 and 33, but down 60 points. You see all-out attack coming from the Thieves in towards bottom barn, in towards the front. Hydra and Clayster just taking down the feed by storm. Hydra finds 3, and New York, they're trying to fight their way back into this one.
All right, Subliners. We called them out. We said the game looks to be over, but they are not going down just yet. Down by 44 points, the Thieves just have to break this one time, and it will be theirs. Drazah on the Envoy, look to lead the charge. That's going to be 2. Nearly makes the 3rd, but Royalty stays alive. It's not going to be a 1v1 to the point. Clay versus Kenny. A big 1v1 to win, but it's Kenny who not just finds 1, he finds 2. LA Thieves finally get their chance. They see a gleam to try to hop inside of the hill. It looks to be theirs, and it finally will be. A fight at the end from the Subliners, but it is Thieves to start, and it's Thieves to close as they walk away with Bocage Hardpoint to start off this series.
And that's just great work from the Thieves. More specifically, they're 3 SMG players. Like Kenny, he stepped up tremendously. We saw what he was able to do versus Atlanta FaZe. Not the best performance on a map like Bocage, but for him to pull up the numbers that he did alongside Envoy and Drazah, Drazah picking up streaks towards middle gate, they were just in control of the entire game. Even though the score was a lot closer than people were expecting, they were in control. They were basically forcing the spawn flips whenever they wanted. Even when they didn't have the proper spawns for hills such as P2 or even P4, New York, they were continuously spawning back stables. Thieves, they didn't give up. They didn't care. They just didn't care. They were able to hold it from the front and eventually close out this map. Number 1, obviously, you see the only player positive on the side of New York was Hydra. The fact that they kept that game so close, though, still shows that New York, you can never count them out of any situation.
You know, I want to ask you, I was looking to take a look through a few of the highlights throughout this Bocage hardpoint. I mean, as we said, it was Thieves that just came out, I mean, hot, right? When we talked about it, it was Kenny starting off, or it was Envoy starting off like 9-2, constant players on sprees. I mean, realistically, right? And taking the New York bias out of it, I mean, what is the expectation for the rest of the series? Looking at the way that New York played, again, a slow start. It looked like at times they were starting to pick this up toward the end. Royalty, not a great performance overall, but keeping all things realistic, right? In terms of the rest of this series, how does the outlook feel for you right now for the Subliners? Give me a temperature right now for this team.
It doesn't feel really good. Right now, if I am New York, I'm probably at like 98 degrees right now. I'm fuming because when you come in with a brand new roster, especially a team that's only been able to practice for a couple days, you're not going to really have a lot of practice in Search and Destroy. So the way you always want to answer the series is by coming out and winning that opening hardpoint, gaining some early momentum in their favor. But the fact that they lost it, and then you had a couple players who put up some not really the best stats, as Royalty not really having the best debut he wanted to there. But now that you're going up against the Thieves roster in that Search and Destroy, like I said, not having a lot of practice, I'm putting the Thieves to be favorited to close out the rest of this series, man. Because if you're New York, it all starts with that early momentum. Since they were not able to get it into that map, number 1, I'm expecting the Thieves to be a more polished team in Search and Destroy. And as we get to the later half of this series, when it gets to that Gavutu control or even the Gavutu hardpoint, we've seen the Thieves take down Atlanta FaZe on that hardpoint. And on the control, you still got to be worried about Octane beaming you from across the map. So this is going to be a really scary situation for New York. Definitely some learning points that they have to take from this series based off that first map.
Yeah, as you said, my friend, LA Thieves, I mean, you are circling that game 3, that game 4, and maybe even the game 5 as well, considering all the reps that you have on Desert Siege. Obviously, they drop it versus Atlanta in their last series, but they look primed and well suited for a map of that caliber. But I guess on the other side for New York, right? I mean, we talked about it. It was a huge map. And that's really like the biggest thing. Whenever you come into a series like this, which has to feel weird, right? For all 4 players, Royalty especially, you want to try to come out and just have some moxie, right? You want to try to come out and just show something special. The fact that it didn't happen has got to take a decent amount of wind out of your sails if you are the Subliners. But we talk about hardpoint. I mean, it's somewhat typical. There's not anything specifically that you're looking out for. Obviously, you're talking about plays. You're really entering a role if you're Royalty But Search and Destroy is really where things can get mixy, especially if you're adding in a new player. I mean, a team, Jay, that feels like practice has not been a positive thing for them throughout the year. With Paco having to go back to France, the team hasn't been super well practiced to start off the season. Now they bring in a new player in Royalty after just 2 games. How do you feel about their Search Destroy game, and really just in general bringing in a new player? Talk to me about the difficulties that this could be for the Subliners with such little practice.
Well, with New York coming in with a brand new player in Search and Destroy, obviously they didn't really have a ton of success even with Neptune on the roster. So now this is where, if I'm New York, I am just implementing Royalty into our plays. I'm allowing him to be our island player because he's not going to know all the strats that they already built up, like with Neptune previously. So this is going to allow Royalty to definitely step up here. He's also going to be the sniper in his hands. He's tremendous with that sniper. Let me tell you, me and him had some great battles back in the day. So I'm looking at him to just be the island player. If I'm New York, I'm allowing Crimsix, Hydra, and Clayster, since they do know the playbook already, to run around as a team and allow Royalty to just make plays.
Yeah,
or even give him as the bomb carrier too. Plant the bomb if you're Royalty.
Yeah, that's what we've seen a lot of teams do that previously, right? You just bring in a new player, an easy, kind of a plug-in type of situation. Hey, grab the bomb, play around it. We'll see what the strategies look like for the Subliners. And again, a lot of moments for them where you got to imagine they are doing things on the fly. Last second roster change, 2 games in, Neptune out, and Royalty now in for this team. Again, a scary situation. We looked at the stats there, the S&D metrics for the moment. Nothing really to write home about outside of the fact that New York sitting with just a 37% win rate on defenses. Let's talk about Tuscan. Very favored toward the attacking side, and we'll see exactly the way that this Tuscan Search and Destroy will look to try to play on out. And one player who I expect to try to turn things around a little bit, Jay, someone that you got to circle again if you're on the LA Thieves side. What, it's gonna be Envoy. I know the desk was pointing it out to start off this series. Not having great numbers, a 0.76 right now for LAT. You fully expect that guy to change up the numbers quite dramatically as the season progresses.
Oh, 100%. Envoy is their playmaker. He's the guy that's going to be going on the late flanks, even just basically making plays happen. So he's been struggling so far in Search and Destroy, but with a new roster, that's usually what's going to happen. It's all about just getting those reps in, just getting more consistent with it. But into the game we go. We're going to have New York on the attack, already working that A plan.
And on that Envoy conversation, he can be the player to change up the setups as well. Clay decides to pull up the sniper. They give the bomb over to Royalty. An early sniper duel going the way of LAT, but hey, just like that, Royalty and Hydra with players right in their face. The bomb is down, and Hydra a chance to make something special. Envoy there for the victory, as he'll claim that 1v1 for him. It got a little bit dicey off the start for NYSL. The SMG duo put in a position to clutch, but it's LAT who are successful in the retake.
Great retake out of the Thieves. It all starts with Octane getting that first blood onto Clayster. Clayster gets some really bad timing on that left street. Once Octane finds that first kill, the Thieves are able to find the second as well. Almost got scary though, because right there in New York, they were able to force it into a 2v2. But once they find that kill onto Royalty, you play the buddy system. You locate the last player, as you saw in Hydra. He used that stun grenade in towards the middle of the map. They were just waiting for it. Both players posted up and eventually are able to close out the round. Good first round out of the Thieves.
I'm going to keep in mind as well, not a whole lot of VOD to go off of versus this LAT roster. They have yet to play Tuscan Search and Destroy. So New York, not only with a new roster, but having to worry about a team that is somewhat newer to this map, at least in terms of overall competitive play. LAT off the start, and it's Octane again, taking down Clayster off the rip. Thankfully for NYSL, they are able to level things. The Scrum takes down Envoy. We're now to a 3 versus 3. Back and forth we go. Now make it a 2v2. Half the lobby drops in a matter of moments. Drazah still with the bomb, and Octane looking over him.
So now Drazah unfortunately going to run into Hydra. It's going to force it to now be a 2v1 situation. Octane does spot Crimsix. But with 45 seconds left, you have to try to pick up this bomb. And also pay attention to where Hydra can be. As New York, they're going to decide to play this buddy system. Hydra's actually going to jump right at the middle of the map. That's going to catch Octane off guard. And that's a great round out of New York. Started off by picking up some early kills, but then in the 2v1 situation, once again, you just play that buddy system. You play the trade. Hydra set up for it, because I'm pretty sure he got the indication in the back of his ear. Hey, player picked up bomb. You know where the bomb is going to be down in towards bottom P5. Perfectly set up, perfectly executed out of New York.
Yeah, a lot of people were curious how that dynamic was going to work, right? With Crimsix coming into the team, obviously Hydra, given his background. It's going to be fun to see these guys really kind of gain some chemistry as the season progresses. And it appears, at least so far throughout the content, the no pressure series out of the New York Subliners, those two have gotten along quite well and play very nicely there in that 2 versus 2 to give NYSL now the one all the rounds. Hydra jumps through P5. He'll at least gain some information, but his life will have to be sacrificed for it. Octane fires up the shot with a sniper, but he gets dropped as well. Royalty there to take him down into the 3 versus 3, and that bomb already becoming somewhat of a factor as Clay finding a stray Envoy through the well side. New York decide to back up and allow for the picks to come to them. Royalty, great execution. Such a difficult and slippery player to try to take on down. Crim6 now left in the 1v1 versus Kenny. 15 seconds on the clock. Crim looks to wrap back, get a better perspective toward top fire. It looks to be a round for New York. It appears that it will be. Kenny will jump on the defuse late, not able to walk away with it. He gets taken down. New York now up 2-1.
And that's great work from New York, more specifically in Royalty, because Hydra, he did get first blooded over there on the right side of the map, trying to work that late flank. But when Royalty gets that bomb play, he knows that Octane is going to be pushed out on their A side with that sniper. He was super aggressive to find that kill, even if the numbers make it a 3v3. And then eventually time is starting to dwindle. Royalty works his way back into fire, finds the second kill, and then puts the numbers in New York's advantage. Great round out of New York to win it, even in the 3v4.
And just a little snippet of what you can expect from a player like Royalty. I know folks have talked about constantly, oh, the casters just talk about how he plays in a high sensitivity, but it's true. Octane, no sensitivity for the Subliners. It is all out aggression right now as he'll take down Clay for the 3rd first blood engagement between these two. And he has some words for Crim6 as well. Some words for the GOATs, as now it's all going to be on to Hydra, who has some plays with the sniper prepared. My word, Sam LaRue. Some great shots off the rip, and we're already talking about the Subliners, you know, talked about how they can start to kind of bring this one back a little bit, and then Octane with some words of his own. Great snipes and a great round for Thieves to even it out.
Octane once again just winning that sniper battle versus Clayster. Once he finds that first blood, you saw it was an all-out defensive A push for the New York Subliners. Octane, once he finds that first kill, it just makes all the other players on New York just slow down and just stutter on basically their play call. Because you weren't expecting that. You're not expecting your sniper to go down, especially to Octane, who's been dominating him this entire game. When it comes to that sniper battle, New York, once again, just keeping their offenses clean, though. They're going to go for the all-out A push, get that bomb planted immediately, and force the retake from the Thieves.
Oh, Hydra drops in the middle. Great place from Royalty to pick that one on up. Drazah, not a whole lot of information to go off of. Decides to challenge on the bomb, but it's Royalty once more. He's feeling himself, but Octane will make him have to drop for his efforts. Now into the 1 versus 2. And really, Jay, a lot of that round, at least for me, comes off of the fact that Clay looks to challenge inside of field early. I think Octane's somewhat surprised that he tries to do it. And really from there, Octane and Drazah without numbers aren't able to really have a whole lot of information to work off of. Royalty makes some nice plays, but to me, a lot of that round comes off the great plays from Clay just to not back down from a player like Octane.
Yeah, that's great. That's great from Clayster because he has been losing that sniper battle, but you can just tell the guy's been doing it for a long time. You might fool me once, but you're not going to fool me again. Clayster able to make tremendous plays, followed up by Royalty finding 2 to close out the round. Into the attack we go, though, for the Thieves. So far, every single offense has been a rush plan towards A. This time, though, New York trying to set up some teammates, potentially get them off bomb, as they do find 2. Great
Look
nade.
at that.
Kobe.
Look at that off the backboard. Excellent shots there coming in from Crim. Not sure if he called bank, but it doesn't matter. Octane already left in the 1 versus 3, and he'll just say, you know what? It's the objective. Might as well get it down. Clay, around the corner we go. A number of different duels, but the easiest one for Clay to take. But obviously, Jay, the nice and well-coordinated nade spots off the rip. They throw it off the column, and from there, the round is done and dusted.
Yeah, once they find that 2-piece with the nade, great teamwork coming in from New York. Makes it to a 4v2, and then they immediately committed towards that late flank. Catching that last player was going to be Crim6, as he does find 3 on the round, potentially working towards some kill streaks. And that's 2 back-to-back rounds where NYSL, they're just making it look easy, making the play come to them. On their offenses, they are just getting this bomb down as quick as possible, forcing the Thieves to try to play this retake. But this time around, you see the Thieves, every single round on offense, New York have attacked A. This time around, they're going to catch them off guard, go straight to B, and this is going to be a complete blind counter on the side of the Thieves.
The only player here is going to be Kenny. Game Fuel featured player in the position to try to gain some info, but as Clay takes down Envoy, you notice where Clay's arrow is. He was sitting toward the middle of the map, so he finds a pick LAT now with some info, and really New York, they're playing off the fact that they think that LAT has gone for the rotation because Clay finds that pick. They think they've got maybe a free sight, but Octane is there to spoil any of that positivity. Again, the talk of sensitivity, Octane has got none of it. Current 3v4 NYSL yet for a player to drop, but they've got to get something done here quick. And Drazah, with the angle that he's got, is going to have some free information, but Royalty runs right on through. Drazah can find nothing for the perspective that he's got, but it's Octane who's able to find two regardless. Picking up from the woes of Drazah, a 2v2. Clay and Krim versus Octane and Kenny. 15 seconds left, but that objective has not got down. Octane at least reads the fact that Krim tries to go for the rotation, and now Clay could be set up for something special. He'll have to go for the rush plant, and he's going to be able to get it down. LAT thought the rotation went toward B. Right, it's a headbutt inside of the middle of the map, but it's Kenny who's able to take it. A round that went constantly off of mind games, that went off of rotations, but a swing round victory for the Thieves as they'll claim their third round.
And that's just great work coming in from Octane. We saw that they had the crossfire set up in the 3v4 situation. Unfortunately, Drazah wasn't able to pick up a kill. But when Octane finds that two-piece, he stays alive for such a long time. And that eventually allows Kenny to get back into that play. They single out Crimsix towards the middle of the map, eventually makes Clayster plant that bomb towards that A bomb. But with only 10 seconds left, all you have to do is commit towards one of these pushes. New York, that has to be a clutch up round right there. You get the first blood. Yeah. You have the man advantage. You cannot allow for the Thieves to clutch up the way that they just did.
Yeah, that's just a great play as well for LAT to not decide to go ahead and rotate, to not make the desperate call off the start, as Octane once more brought up in the first blood conversation. He's taken down Clay a number of times and also shuts down Crimsix. Drazah picking up a few issues in that prior round. It's all going to be on to Hydra instantly in the 1 versus 3. Best of luck to Paco. It is his 20th birthday. We wish him happy birthday. Maybe not the best time to call for it, but the Paco party is spoiled in the middle of the map as LA Thieves now 2 in a row.
And it all starts with that first blood. And we like to watch New York on this map because Crimson, he's super aggressive in towards church. Either it's bottom, either it's top. He's always going to try to go out there and get that first blood to try to stop that player going for that rush plant. But when he gets taken down, you saw that 2 New York players are trying to work their way through the late flank. This time, Drazah was fully set up for it. He takes down 1. They solo out the player on that A site. And at the last player is going to be Hydra, who's going for the late flank. They don't even commit towards the bomb plant. Kenny was able to just get that kill and tie this game up at 4-piece. So now for you, New York, this is where strategy has to start changing because their A-push is working consistently. But once again, Thieves are putting on the pressure.
Great work from Royalty there to cut down Drazah off the start. Gets him away from that power position. And now LAT, desperate for information, are going to get dealt with once more. The objective man himself, given one of the more difficult roles in Search and Destroy, but he has made it work. Dropped half the Thieves, and now Hydra picking right up from where his teammates left off. Coordination at its finest there for New York, as they're finally able to spoil what was a nice little swing there granted for LAT. New York find themselves on map point.
Let me tell you, for Royalty, for such a great play coming out of him so far in this map number 2, this is a great bounce back from him. He didn't have the best map number 1, but to come out here and be the OBJ player, to pop the opening first kill, and then eventually always get that second piece as well from the player trying to jump down mid, he's having himself a game so far as New York are on game point on the defensive attack. You see the teammates, they're all trying to coordinate it. They're trying to shut down this push from the middle of the map. But the Thieves, they're able to make their way on through. Now they have A control.
You saw there off the rip, New York. I mean, the amount of players that were established for the top side of church, like you said, my friend, trying to work all those nades together, and it will be successful in taking down Envoy to boot, as Kenny able to level Crimsix over there toward top broken. The objective is going to be down, and now Hydra in a major spot. The door opens. Maybe the opportunity could be there. He and Royalty run right on in, but both of them picked apart, as now it's all going to be on to Clayster. He drops as well, and LAT answering back with a round of their rather with a round of their own. And now we've got some OT.
Going to a round 11. Right there, New York, they open up with that first blood. But if I'm Crimsix, I'm playing for them to plant the bomb. I'm not going to be peeking top right side of church and then giving up my life for free. You force it to be a 3v3 at that point, and then eventually they win a majority of those gunfights to close out the round. Pretty sure no Thieves players dropped after New York were able to open up with that first blood. So now we're going into a round 11. we're going to have New York on the attack. So far, their constant has been just attacking super aggressively towards this A site. But you see this time around, Clayster able to open up the flush spot onto Octane. Envoy with the trade, forcing it to a 3v3.
Oh, and Royalty as well. Tosses out the nade, takes down Kenny. All up to Drazah and Envoy. A huge round for the Subliners. Trying to pick up from that Bocage loss. Play does take down Envoy. Drazah's at least able to get the information, but it's all on to the Alaskan Assassin. A 1v2. And what this could mean for LAT. Royalty and Crim, objective down, and now they're out of it.
32 seconds. Both of these players are basically putting themselves in a great position. Just make sure he's not on the defuse. They're gonna have the crossfire set up. Drazah is gonna go for the challenge, and Crim6 is gonna be able to win it. New York able to clutch up in the search and destroy to tie the series up at 1 apiece. We were not expecting that. When you're coming in with a brand new roster, you just basically have to implement Royalty onto the game plan. But he stepped up tremendously, being their objective player, got the bomb down about 3 to 4 times, and then always won that initial gunfight once he got that bomb planted. Way to step up for this New York roster, now tied up at 1.
Yeah, and that was a big stat, right? New York 11th in planting the bomb.
Yep,
he comes in and clearly has a big factor. 5 bomb plants. You also talked about leading his team, leading the lobby in kills at 10 and 8. A great performance from the man who basically got the call up to New York just a moment ago, maybe just hours ago, as a matter of fact. Excellent plays coming through there from Royalty. And you got to imagine too, right? We're talking about how this could be a chance for New York to stabilize themselves, trying to get some coordination. I mean, literally the worst map that you could ask for when you're bringing in a new player is to just throw him in a Bocage. So as we said, able to finally slow the game down a little bit and focus things up here on that Tuscan search and destroy, as he's showing his worth already. Giving New York a huge victory here in round 11, as they will now even the series up at 1-1. And as we said, partner, a big round for New York to take, because these next 3 maps, at least these next 2, looking oh so good for the Thieves as of late.
Yeah, it's going to be scary for New York. You know, coming with this new roster, at least you're going to have Royalty running that 3rd AR. So this is going to allow Hydra to just be pushed out super aggressively towards Cliff, hopefully influent a couple spawns. But you're going up against the Thieves, who have nothing but great assault rifle players. Kenny and Octane are always going to have a field day when they're playing on Gavutu.
Yeah, Royalty is he's going to be sleeping good tonight, right? He's been asked to try and just slay it out on Bocage. He's been asked to carry the bomb and search and destroy, and now he's going to have to slay it out with the AR on Gavutu versus one of the best teams in the game with the AR line that they have got. It is a tough ask for the new addition, but he is absolutely going to have to try to prove himself in this next control. Folks, it is, in fact, our Game Fuel marquee match. We are level at 1 apiece, and when we come back after the break, it is time for some Gavutu control.
of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to week 2 of our Major I qualifiers. If you've not done so already, make sure to wish that man Hydra, aka Paco, a happy birthday. You see the New York Subliners showing some love to the French phenom himself. And happy birthday. Got to give him some love. And so far, Jay, he has had a solid series, all things considered, right? I mean, the amount of changes this guy has gone through. We talked about his first year in joining this team through a Cold War, then all the struggles he's gone through, changing teammates up now with Royalty as his SMG duo. The consistency that this guy has had so far throughout this title and so far throughout this match has been nothing short of exquisite.
Yeah, happy birthday to my man Paco Taco. That's a nickname I gave him. I'm pretty sure when I was at the NYSL meet event that we had early in the year, I gave him that nickname. He was just laughing, but the guy's just a great player. He does it at such a phenomenal pace as well. Like, he's doing it with that SMG in his hand, just putting up the numbers that he does. He was the only player positive on that map number 1 for the New York roster. And then on the opposite side, though, they are tied up at 1 apiece. This is going to be a great map between both of these teams. I want to touch a little bit more, though, on Royalty, because this is a guy who was recently added to this roster. He wasn't even able to make his way to Dallas. He's actually playing from Toronto in the Toronto Ultra in their building. He's doing unbelievable. He's playing on 80 ping right now, which is kind of difficult for a pro player that's going up against players that are playing on the 12 or the 9. He's still performing well. Hopefully he continue it on here.
Yeah, you got to give some love. As we said, I mean, we've talked about it constantly. Royalty coming into a new position. He's had to do all kinds of things. Playing Bocage, now playing Gavutu versus this Thieves roster. He's had to pick up the bomb and search, destroy. New York is asking a lot of him, and so far, he has shown up in such an excellent way. But here we are into our opening round of some Gavutu control. Big game for both of these teams, and New York, at least off the rip, some nice wins toward the middle side of the map as they are already 1 tick of progress made at that A zone. A few more still to try and engage as Clay sitting on 4 in a row. He finally gets taken down, but it's Krim, his good old partner, the vets, hand by hand, side by side, doing a great job of not allowing for that boat control to go vacant, or rather to go over toward the LAT. Big 1v1, Octane's able to take it, and now it's another headbutt inside of the top ship.
48 seconds remaining on this point. Envoy is able to find 2 in the feed. The only player farthest pushed up is going to be Clayster. But his teammates are in a trap. They're basically going to be spawn killed. Envoy having a field day towards his left side of the map. But with 35 seconds left, they still haven't located this player in Clayster. He's going to slowly try to work his way up to top green. But LA Thieves, they're just keeping full map control, not allowing any NYSL players to get pushed up past that 50-point mark. Unfortunately, Kenny does take himself down with a barrel. But 23 seconds left. New York have to extend this time.
Those barrels, they're lethal. Last year it was the trophies. This year it's the barrels. 22 and some change on the clock. Royalty nearly had 2 combined, but it's Hydra who's at least able to pick up from where he left off. The time still running, and New York have got to get on one of these objectives. They've got to try and stop the time. Hydra gets found out. Royalty as well gets taken down, and with that, the Subliners, recognizing their position on the map, they are then left now position themselves over at B. Crimsix with a hope and a prayer as his SMG players get taken down at the other side. He also gets dropped from a nade. It's all on to Clay, stopping the time at 0.9, but it's Octane there to hit him with the haymaker. Some excellent plays there from the Thieves. Not one objective fully captured there from NYSL.
Yeah, right there, New York, they came out the gates hot. Like, they were able to pick up a couple kills. Clayster was able to go on a 4 spree to get some good map positioning, but the Thieves were just able to get back into that point. Envoy going tremendous, able to find a 2-piece that shut down the push from New York. And then eventually, with 30 seconds left, New York, they have to put themselves in a situation where we have to complete this A point, but their main focus is going to be on A. Let's try to sneak our way through the B. Octane was able to find 1 with his gun, the second one with his nade, and then eventually find the last kill on the map to close it out with a 3-piece, potentially working towards some streaks.
Yeah, some great plays for Octane, and he will as well open up this round with a nice kill there on the Clayster. Now sitting on 5 in a row, and you have to imagine he's going to try to play for streaks, 1 off of that strafe run. Hydra's there to take him down. Envoy's at least able to pick up from Octane's falters. With that in mind, LAT still primed and ready for the attack. Drazah jumping right on into the fray. He gets taken down. Body hits the floor to the bottom side of the ship, and now Octane getting in a position which is absolutely terrifying. I mean, anywhere inside of this top boat, I mean, Octane toward top 3. He's called the human turret. It's an overused term, but it would just be perfect if he did make his way up toward top 3 on the ship. a position where you don't want to face off against a player like him, and not a position where you want to see a player like Envoy getting all kinds of comfortable. They're inside a green LAT, all 4 players positioned quite nicely over at the ship. They put themselves their own flag as well on top of the ship. Not taking any prisoners, but it's just a matter of time. Royalty, nice long range shots. They'll at least halt the push for now. And with that in mind, 28 seconds left. LAT, despite having all 4 players at the objective, they don't fully capture it. And now NYSL have them on the ropes.
Yeah, LAT, they were just playing for the setup. They had players consistently pushed out towards green, but as long as this one player, which is the playmaker on NYSL, continuously finds a 2-piece, this is what's causing problems right now for the Thieves side. As Clayster is still going to be in their spawn, able to find 2. Last player in this position is going to be Drazah in towards top ship. He is going to get sniffed out. Royalty picks up the kill. And this has been a great defensive hold from New York. This is where they're allowing Hydra to just get pushed up by ship, pushed up on the cliff side, hitting great shots all the way across the map, feeling a little confident on his birthday. But New York able to win the defensive round and tie it up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it is a Paco party. I know I said it on the Tuscan Search to Destroy, but it is so far here in control. He's having a great time. Maybe a little bit rainy on Kavutu, but it's all right. They're not going to spoil it. But by the way, LAT, I mean, I thought for sure, Jay, that they had that A point over at the boat. I mean, they had 4 players that looked like it was New York on one side. It almost looked like a hard point. I mean, based on the way that they had full control of it. But still, you're looking at the overall objective. What, they get 1 tick out of it, and that is it. Maybe a misstep there for LAT. You like their chances at first to grab the point. Not going to be the case. And it is defense winning out in major ways. Not a single point has been successfully captured all the way yet so far in these 2 rounds. And New York will look to change that now coming in round number 3. As Krim establishes himself inside of the mid-map, and Royalty, first one onto the zone, taking down Envoy. Or Kenny,
Get killed out of Royalty. On a 4-3 now. So a lot of New York players trying to be aggressive towards that green side. They do have top ship control. Royalty just has to win this 1-on-1. Now on a 5. Royalty really stepping up after that terrible performance of the first map. Goes huge in the search and destroy. Potentially picks up some streaks here. You see a lot of these gunfights still going in favor of the Thieves. Envoy's able to find 2. Able to break his way into this 8 point. Unfortunately, Royalty does lose that gunfight to Octane. And now this is going to be a clean 4 dead. New York are going to be in the trap.
This is a great position for Envoy. Like I said, we saw this exact same spot from Hydra last time around. Putting yourself toward Cliff is only going to continue to spawn those players in the backside of their spawn. And with player number 7, Kenny, being in the position that he is, this is great in terms of lives, as they'll be up by 4 already, are the Thieves. Given that positioning, it's really up to the Subliners for which objective they want to go toward. Halfway there, over at A, and they look to maybe cross over in the middle of the map. Player number 7 and Kenny gonna feed that information over to his teammates, but some big kills to the middle of the map. Drazah, the last man over at the boat, as he'll take away 1 at the very least. Trying to pepper down this setup that NYSL are desperately making now all over at A. All 4 have to rush on in, but Drazah now sitting on 4. Now make it 5. Some major plays being made from Drazah. At one point, it was a 3v1 over at this point, but he is holding it down, and he will ultimately be the reason why the Thieves secure this defense and why defense is now 3 for 3 so far in this game. Excellent plays from Drazah.
And the Thieves, they were able to outslay by a good margin right there. So if it does go to a round number 5, I'm pretty sure even on the offensive attack that they lost, they were able to outslay. So if it does go to a round number 5, Thieves put themselves in a great position to get that defensive round. But now they go into the attack. Like you said, neither one of these teams were able to complete one of these points when it comes to A, when it comes to B. Let's start with that. Let's go out there. Let's try to complete this 8 point before we work towards B.
Yeah, no, you know what, previous control modes. Okay, hold on a second. NYSL, all out B attack. I'm all for it. Rather, excuse me, LAT, all out B attack. And they're going to actually win a majority of these fights. Okay, interesting start for the Thieves, but they're making it work. If you have to drop a player, right as I say that, Drazah eventually gets taken down. But already off the rip, Thieves, 1 tick through over at B. You're happy about that at the least. As we're all stopped in mid-conversation, given the fact that Thieves doing a great job so far. Hydra and Royalty combined for 2. But Kenny on the opposite end is able to take down 2 as well. Clay with the big 1. Now it's going to turn into a 1v1. Kenny's able to secure it, and he will earn the strafing run off of that. 1 more kill for the glide bomb, and that could be huge for the LA Thieves. They make a solid dent over at B, and now they focus their attention over at the ship. A great start here on this opening attack. And as we said, it can only get better for them if Kenny's able to find this glide bomb.
Yeah, Kenny, our game fuel feature player, able to find 4 in a row, make it 5. As he does pick up those streaks on an 8 spree. He was just dominating top ring, and this should allow the Thieves to eventually close out this 8 point. Now you have streaks to work with towards B. Huge one-on-one win coming in from Glacier to at least keep control for the time being from at top ship. But Kenny, already damage done, picks up those streaks. If you're the Thieves, your main focus has to be just extending in this time with 40 seconds left. The second segment comes in, and they should be able to close out this 8 point with a 7 live advantage.
Is it finally going to happen? Is it finally going to happen? Okay. An objective captured here in control. I mean, I know Gavutu is heavily defensive sided, but it's about time. Took us a while, but we're finally here. Another minute added onto the clock, and now here comes the glide bomb from Kenny. Now the Røkkr about to get richer. It looks as if that could be the case. Crim6 taken down. Octane able to find one onto Royalty, and with that, New York with somewhat of a split up setup right now. Trying to focus their attention to the backside of green, just trying to wipe these players out of their spawn. They'll be successful in doing that. With Hydra being in the position that he is, he's also going to be in a good spot to halt this push as well. Kenny gets taken down from the top gun, and a great job here from the Subliners to be able to hold off what was a solid looking push from the Thieves, and one that was also backed by a good glide bomb.
Yeah, they just have to eliminate this player in Hydra, which is low beaches. Envoy does find the kill onto Royalty. If I'm LA Thieves, you have a strafing run to work with. Once you find this kill onto Hydra, as Envoy does so, you're able to get it clean for dead. This is where you get on the point. You call the strafing run in towards the back of their spawn. Just pay attention to the mini-map in Kenny, still causing problems in their base.
Kenny is absolutely on one. Here on Gavutu, Royalty able to get just the right amount of shots to connect their on to Envoy. But Kenny, meanwhile, still in the back of the base. Able to find at least one. Meanwhile, it's a 1v1 on the point. Drazah is able to take that for himself. NYSL spawns, there's someone up in the air. Kenny can't even find them. Reason being is because they have no spawns left. And with that, LAT will be successful at walking away with this control. I know I said spawns, I meant lives, but Thieves able to rebound. I mean, just in general, 0-1 to control Gavutu so far, but we just knew, Jay, that this team on Gavutu, they click. 3 players who are prone to running that AR. Envoy, it just feels like this team on Gavutu just mixes that much better. It feels like this map was made for a roster like this. And in terms of slaying, Kenny, our game fuel featured player, picking up the pace, 27 and 14. An excellent game for him, excellent game for Octane as he goes 23 and 15. A commanding victory here for the Thieves. And the problem, Jay, is that we're going to see another Gavutu respawn right after this.
Yeah, that's going to get scary because the main column that I was paying attention to when you looked at those stats was the non-traded kills. I'm pretty sure Kenny was at 20 and Octane was at 18. On the opposite side, you had Crim6 and Hydra not really have the best game. They only had 7 non-traded kills. So they just got outslayed. Once again, this is another respawn where Thieves are just going to walk away with it with their slaying power. We said it before this map even started. They have great AR chemistry between Kenny and Octane. They were just able to shut down this entire map. And even Drazah steps up in the time when moments are needed. You see he was able to pick up these couple of kills in towards the highlights. I just feel like this is a map that's, like you said, set up for the Thieves. When you have such great AR presence on a map like Gavutu, on their offensive attack, we saw how they initially pushed towards B. That was gangsta. Let me tell you, that was nice out of LA Thieves to go out there and get their first segment and then to rotate it back towards A. Once they completed that 8 point, this has eventually allowed Kenny to just dominate top ring. He got a 4-piece, and then eventually finds that kill on towards middle, gives him the streaks. Once they get that done, they know all we have to do is complete this 8 point. We can use these streaks to break B wide open, and that's exactly what they were able to do. Able to walk away with a 3-1 victory, now go up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, at the very end of that control, when you saw Kenny, he was just in the back of the base. You can see he was running around. He's like, okay, where are they? Why am I not finding anybody? Yeah. You're like, Kenny, there's nobody alive left. We've already wiped them off the board. It's an 11v1. Calm down, buddy. Kylo Ken, great series for him. And I mean, obviously, Jay, we've talked about it. He's our game fuel featured player. And one of the primary reasons for that was because of his series versus Atlanta FaZe. Not overall great numbers, but prior to that, I mean, he looked absolutely incredible at the Kickoff Classic.
Yes.
You're talking about top 5 players. You're throwing in a number of different guys, but Kenny has got to be in that list. We talked about a new game, a new opportunity for him. We talk about new players that are added to this roster as well. It just feels like Kenny, really this title, as a matter of fact, just works out for him so well. Obviously going to be running that SMG from time to time, but if he can find that consistency with the weapon, we know what he can do with the AR and when that bad boy is in his hands. And we learned why that's exactly the case on GVU2 Control.
Yeah, this is why Kenny is their flex player. When you're the flex player on a majority of these teams, you get to use the best weapon on every single map that you play. When you're playing GVU2, you got an AR. We're playing Bokash, I got a submachine gun. Kenny's just making it look easy right now so far in this series now, but the series is not done yet. You still need to close this out. New York, they're not a team that you can sleep on. They have veteran presence on that side. You have to try to close it out here on this map number 4. But even if it does get to that map number 5, they have Desert Siege in the back pocket. The only team that they lost that to was Atlanta FaZe. But right now, the Thieves are in control. With the way that Octane and Kenny are playing, you have to try to shut them down or you would not see success on GVU2.
Yeah, without a doubt. When we talk about Royalty, obviously playing on a high ping right now. I'm sure he's probably trying to get to the States as soon as possible. It's got to be that much more infuriating, knowing that you're going up against just turrets on the map. But let's go ahead and take a look at our hardpoint match metrics. This isn't taking into account the first hardpoint there on Bokash, but you just see the numbers there, the hold percentages, the break percentages, really somewhat similar across the board for the most part. But as we said, Jay, cannot be understated. LAT on a map like GVU2 hardpoint, I mean, it just feels that this is going to be an auto veto for a lot of teams as the year progresses. If LAT continue to pile on the numbers on this map and mode, it just feels like teams are not even going to want to play this team, rather play against this team on this very map for obvious reasons. Like we said, you get a lot of AR players, a lot of AR talent. And one of the primary players that you're going to have to look out for on this next hard point is going to be Kenny. 67 and 49 so far throughout this series. 1.37, Jake. It's pretty good.
Yeah, he's going off right now. 1.37, 67 kills, 49 deaths. The guy's just making it look easy. When you're sitting alongside Octane, who's your other AR, who's not missing a shot, Kenny's going to be shooting the way he is right now. But now they find themselves up 2-1 in the series. They are going to be putting in the full-on attack towards this P1 hardpoint. But with our game view featured player, he's going to chuck a nade right over the hardpoint. Fortunately, not get any information or any hit detection, as the Thieves are going to win a majority of these gunfights, and that's going to be a clean 4 dead. They're going to be able to start off with a good chunk of time off of this P1.
Yeah, Kenny tosses out a nade. He's like, okay, guys, see somebody? Oh, you guys got everybody? Okay, cool, great. That's perfect. Thieves off to an excellent start here in this opening hardpoint over at P1. Drazah, Kenny, Octane, everybody already filling up the feed as New York quickly put in somewhat of a blender. We talked about GVU2, Jay, and based off of stats, based off of all the metrics, really every hill feels like a money hill so far on GVU2. P1 to be specific. The only one that does not is the one that we're about to set up for here at P2. Bottom ship seems to be somewhat mixy, but like we said, if you're not familiar with GVU2 hardpoint, you got pretty well initialized with it. We talk about P1s, usually mixy. Thieves, they go 47-2 off the start there.
And Drazah on a 7 spree, able to pick up that streak as well. So now he's fully streaked out. This has been a great start from the Thieves. They're able to flip the spawns as well, forcing all of NYSL to continuously spawn at Cliff. They have the crossfire set up. Great shots coming in from Kenny as he does find 3 in the feed. Almost find the first, but you can just tell he's feeling himself on this map number 4. Clayster and Crim6 not having the best start to this game, but they need to turn it around quick before the Thieves get this out of the hand.
It's already starting to feel that way. You got to slow this team down. You've got to try and slow down that momentum. Oh my goodness, Thieves, a quick 4 down, and you're looking at the numbers. It is 17 and 5 combined right now from Drazah and Kenny. Octane already in a primary position to try to hold off that cut. He's able to stay alive, pulls out the pistol, and says happy birthday to Hydra. Royalty's at least able to pick up from where he leaves off, but it's the Thieves winning yet another rotation. And New York, they've got to be in danger. They've got to be somewhat worried at the fact that the Thieves are off rotation. They could be up 160-5 if they're able to hold every single second. It's already somewhat scary for the Subliners. They have got to break in, and they've got to do it quickly. It's a nice 2 to start things off, but here comes Royalty.
Royalty has to try to go big, but with LAT having the lead that they have, they're basically playing perfect hard point. Let's go for a listening to see how the comms are with the Thieves.
I will. Stay down. I need it to push. Stay up.
Watch out, Royalty.
I'm looking top left. My bad. He's one shot. Circle tank. We can. He went up circle. Yeah, there's circle.
Royalty's still there.
Okay. Top left from there. Alright, top left and in circle. Top, these low clip.
Circle dead. I got circle.
I'm going. Royalty circle. Right?
No, he died. No, Royalty was there. He could be.
Top left. Our side boat, bro. Our side boat. I'm like, got boat. Top boat. Not telling me.
It's top boat.
Our side. Top boat. Very much top boat.
I'm believing this guy.
Absolutely.
Boat weak. He's missing our boat. Our steps.
Run left side time. I'll come right with you, Sam. Let's go right.
Yeah, he was in the tank.
Go right.
Yeah, let's tank. Royalty.
Hey, I thought it was time.
Weak now.
I need a time. In the tank.
Back left of time. You might be able to kill. Left side of the ladder.
All right, that's time. Alright, reset. Get boat. Wrap boat. Yes, wrap boat.
Trying to make sure Royalty doesn't get out right here.
Wrap boat.
Hey, left.
I don't know where.
Under gun. Top gun. Top
left. There's
top 3 too. Sit down.
Top 3 and low left.
Yeah,
I'm
out P3. I'm out P3.
I'm here, is it? Play my life green, bro.
Maybe top circle, man.
Cal's right side.
Right side, Hydra dead.
Nice.
I'm at the low number.
Hard player
top 3 and then back green.
Save him back.
I'll say top 3 dead.
Royalty, P3 shot. P3 got him.
Please want to clip on maybe.
Yeah, I think they are. I'm going down circle steps.
Top clip. What's the top clip?
I'm going down circle steps.
You go boat or
In the back of me, Crim. One shot in the back. Deep radio.
Alright, bro. Do something together.
Hydra, absolute bottom boat.
He's on.
New York get some solid time there over at the tower, and they've also got spawns prepared for next. So this could be a great opportunity for the Subliners to bring back this game. But overall, Jake, getting back to that listening, I mean, that sounded like a well-oiled machine there for the Thieves.
100%, especially when you're up by 100 points. The only thing is, New York, they were able to respond with a great P4, now to P5 hold to get themselves right back into this game. Hydra really starting to catch fire, as he does find 3 in the feed, but so far this hill has been uncontested. Down 40 points. New York gets its remaining 20 seconds. You just have to start thinking about that rotation towards that P1 hardpoint. The only player here is going to be Crim6. He's going to drop. But New York, they were able to get themselves right back into this game with a great P4 hold and a great P5. Chain them together, now only being down 20 points.
Yeah, and that's basically a solid sign based off of how great that those final 2 hills are. We talked about that as one of the best chains in the entire game. Thieves off the rip. I mean, they look excellent in the first 3 hills. Subliners able to grab the final 2 money hills to now bring us to somewhat of a more even score. First set of rotations done and dusted, and now we're into the second side. Last time Thieves walked away with, I think, pretty much every single second. Now this time it is the Subliners in such a great spot. They're able to take down 3, make it 4 already. Clayster starting to heat up himself right now, sitting on the 3 spree. And it feels like, Jay, for the majority of these maps, Subliners have been playing catch up based off of those last 2 hills. You're hoping that they can start to reestablish themselves and really start to win a few of these rotations. As the Thieves break on in, it's now going to be a race toward the next ship.
Yeah, so now it's going to fall on Clayster's hands and also Royalty, the 2 players that are going to be here off the rotation. Hydra does find one in the middle, but Clayster stays alive and finds 2. And one player that I really wanted to touch on was Clayster. Going before the series even started, he was dead last when it comes to hardpoint KD. But he does a lot more than just pick up kills. Like, even in that last series that they played versus LAG, he didn't have the best stats with a 0.7, but he's still putting up 10.5k damage. So the guy's putting down shots. He's just not able to get to complete the kill. As he's turned up in this game, he started off like 1-6, make it on a 6 spree. Now he's 20-12. Allowing New York to now get back in this game, only down 50 points. This has been a great hold, a great response coming in from New York.
Yeah, and really both the vets are also going to have those streaks to work with. So some streaks on Crim, some streaks on Clay. LAT break in from the front, and it is straight headshots. This is looking like a sniper montage with all of these type of plays. Great work from the Thieves, but as we said, the Subliners are going to have those streaks to work with. Double strafing runs throughout the remainder of this game. But already a very crucial rotation. A hill that could break open this game for the Thieves, or one that could start to continue to rally for the Subliner side. Kenny and Crim6 continue to battle for spawns. It's going to be Kenny, our game fuel featured player, that's able to secure that fight. And take a look at this engagement. It's going to be a 4 versus 2 on side of the point. Hydra's able to take away 2. Hydra's able to take away 3. Envoy, the last player. Thieves had numbers, but based off the excellent plays there from Hydra, he takes away 3. Royalty there will complete the team wipe. How about these plays from NYSL, as that's going to be the streak only continuing across the board for New York.
This is a complete 180 to right now how New York started this game to how they're trying to close it out, as the lead is finally gonna change. New York, some great holds on this second rotation of hard points, able to get themselves right back into this game. They still have some streaks to work with. But Hydra, he was able to go huge on this P3 hard point to find 3 and just eventually give New York the lead for the time being before the Thieves are able to take it back. But now New York, they're going to be fully set up off the rotation towards P4. You have streaks to work with. You cannot allow the Thieves to break in on this hard point.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot. Krim, a big spot to hold off these cuts. He'll at least be able to provide some information toward his teammates. Kenny and Octane.
Oof.
Hand in hand, able to wipe away for 3. New York still with those close spawns. Take a look to the top side of the map. That's where they're going to continue to come in from if you are the Subliners. Really walking into the blender. Thieves doing a great job at holding this one from the front. With 30 seconds left, New York, they have got to break on in. They have got to get something for this objective. You've worked hard for the spawns. Now it's time to receive the benefits, but Kenny continuing to be a problem. He now sits at 25 and 20. Octane and Envoy still applying pressure onto the point. Thieves will not go away.
Yeah, the Thieves are just putting on so much pressure because they're trying to force New York to continuously spawn back P4. They are going to have the rotations over towards that P5 hard point. But now you see New York, they cannot work through ship side. They have to go all the way around through P1 to try to flip these spawns. Thieves doing a great job at just contesting this from the front. Now off the rotation we go. Back spawns are going to come in from New York as Thieves are able to break that 240 mark, 10 points away from closing out this game.
And it's Royalty. It's Royalty who makes the play. He's able to sneak through that setup, get through the beach, and now he sets his teammates up for success. New York could tie the game. They're not able to win it off of this hill, but they can tie the game if they can go for a full 60. The Subliners hunker down, as this could be their chance to send us to a game 5. As we've said, it feels like the entire series they've been playing catch up. This entire year for them feels like they've been playing catch up. But the Thieves, they rush on in. It's Drazah for 2. It's Envoy for the 3rd. Royalty does all he can, but all he can do is stare at the objective and hope that his teammates can hop inside of the hill. But it will not be a win for the Subliners.
Way down.
They're not able to make the comeback. The Thieves will secure it. Back-to-back Gavutu victories, not just in the control, but in the hard point. The Subliners did everything they could to try and fight on back. A new team, a new roster that's still trying to figure things out. They show some promise, but it is the Thieves' day.
Thieves are able to walk away with it, man. Just great work coming in from the Thieves. They started off early into that game number 4, going up by almost 110 points. New York were able to climb back into it with a great P4 to P5 hold. And then New York, they looked like they were in the driver's seat. Once they got to that P3 hard point, Hydra pops that 3-piece. They were able to take the lead there and then keep the spawns for P4. Now, if you're in New York, the only thing you had to do there was just step up in the slaying off the initial fights and not allow the Thieves to put so much pressure on through the front side. They were able to contest it from the front, force New York to continuously spawn in the back, and then they have the rotations over towards P5. That was just greatly adjusted from the Thieves to not let that game get away from them. It looked like New York were starting to wake up, guns are starting to get hot. Glacier and Krim really started to step up towards the later half of this game. But the Thieves, they knew exactly what the game plan was. We can test a good chunk of this time towards P4. We have it towards P5, and we should be able to close it out. Great job from the Thieves.
Yeah, and it just felt like that throughout the entirety of the series, Jay. I mean, as we mentioned it, I mean, really outside of the search and destroy, it just felt like the Thieves came out strong in both the Bocage and in the Gavutu. You saw some moments of promise if you're the Subliners. I think you leave this series, and I want to hear your thoughts as well. I think you leave this series with your head held high because
100%.
You saw some potential there.
100%. If I'm New York, I'm leaving this series with my head high, especially because Royalty, he's that guy that's playing all the way from Toronto. A lot of these kills are not going to be easy for him when you're a player that's playing on 80 ping versus some of the best players in the world. So the fact that they kept this series close enough, basically that first map, they lost it by 50 points. Second S&D goes all the way down to around 11. And even in the control, a couple rounds got away from New York. As you saw, Thieves were only able to win that one offensive attack, which is towards the very end. But New York, I feel like this is only on the upwards for them. This is a learning experience. Players look a lot more comfortable. Clay's starting to be a lot more consistent. And Royalty, he's always in the right position. He just wasn't able to pick up certain kills in certain situations. That eventually is what cost them, as they got outslayed in the majority of these respawns. But still, high hopes, and I'm excited to see what this New York roster can continue to do going forward.
Spoken like a true New Yorker. Still some promise there for the New York Subliners, but it is LAT was able to secure the Game Fuel marquee match. And I mean, as we said, it's not an easy situation, right, for the New York Subliners, because again, LAT coming into this match, they're 0-1. They dropped that series versus the Atlanta FaZe, who were quite frankly angry coming into that match, given how close they were versus the Paris Legion. But hey, man, they show us that they are that team. They still are that team that we saw at the Kickoff Classic. An excellent performance there for LAT as they are able to secure that victory, a much-needed victory at that, all things considered, for that major number 1. But let's go and bring in the desk. Let's go and hear their thoughts. Recapping the day, guys, a nice little Game Fuel marquee match. I thought we saw some moments of promise there for New York. I know Jay mentioned it as well, but Veli, what did you and the team make of that overall series there?
What's going on, baby? Great commentary, by the way. Of course Jay is going to love what New York's doing. He's a New Yorker. He's probably wearing Tim's right now, but New York, I will say this. It was kind of a rough start, but they're looking like a really good team. But also, they were having close games in the past as well.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about this New York team, there is some good things to take from this series. The hard points are close. Hydra's still playing well. Clayster turned it around on that game 4. That point he got boo-bop, but he started to play a little bit better towards then. And the maps were very close. There were some moments where, you know, they could have ran away with that last map. They were down like 100 points, and they brought it back. That is good sign for New York going forward. And like they said, Jay touched on it, royalty is in Toronto now. I know these are a lot of excuses, but they just make their team, okay? So I think that there is some good takeaways from that series. They played an LA Thieves team that has looked pretty damn good so far in Vanguard. So I'm not going to make my judgment on this New York team off one series.
Give it a little bit of time, you know, until we get to the major. Then I think we can rightfully judge them if this move worked out or not, you know? But aLLeY, all right, enough about New York, right? Let's talk about the team that won. LA looking good. Drazah and Kenny, we knew they were going to have a hot start. And this team, they look like they're firing off on all cylinders. This is the best that they've looked to me so far this season.
I don't know why they let Gavutu get in the map series twice. I mean, they put on a clinic 2 times back-to-back. I mean, Kenny and Octane with the ARs in their hand. I think that was a very bold move out of New York Subliners to let that slip by.
Yes, now, Nameless moving forward when it comes to LA Thieves. I mean, this team, the chemistry is starting to come together now. Kenny, he was our player to watch.
Played great.
He just looks unstoppable right now. He's so consistently good.
So consistent, and you could tell the chemistry is there between him and Octane. And then Drazah as well in front of them, picking up the kills that he needs to get. This looked like you know, the maps are close, but they were in control for the majority of both those maps. And I think back to the first hard point when it was on that trench hill and Drazah was pushed up to the hut and he went on that 4 or 5 streak. It just looks so comfortable, cool, calm, and collected. You know the communication is on point. And I like what I saw out of Kenny as well. For our Game Fuel feature player, he was popping off doing his thing. He's always going to be the guy who's just status quo. He's consistent.
You know, you like what you saw. I love what I saw. But you know what? It's time for the Game Fuel Spotlight Victory interview with the guy that we were just talking about. We gassed you up, Kenny, man. How you doing? And another thing, you and your team are looking so much better now. You found your groove during the Kickoff Classic, and you never slowed down. But now we're seeing Sam getting way more into it. Drazah's been unstoppable lately. The team is looking great. What's to expect from now until the first major that you guys really want to work on and become an even better team?
I would say, well, first of all, feeling fantastic. But first off, I would say that we need to work on just overall teamwork and just slowing down the game when we need to. And also in S&D, just winning the rounds we're supposed to, rounds where we like have first bloods and stuff like that, and not allowing teams to clutch up or just make too many plays on the map. But overall, our practice has been going good, and we've been looking good. That last hard point was kind of, I would say, troll out of us, but a little bit. We still look good, so I liked it. We won, so I'm also happy.
Hey, yo, Kenny, don't slow it down too much, man. I like when you play fast. Go ahead.
I mean, you've been literally lighting it up, dude, seriously. And I gotta ask, you know, at the beginning of the season, Dylan really advocated, you know, he really wanted you on his team. So what's it like, for one, being on a roster that, you know, wanted you to be part of the team, wanted to build around you and be together as a team, as well as... I need to ask you something. Did you see Dylan get 4 people in the opening, like 10 seconds of the Bokeh hard point?
Yeah, so, I mean, we all wanted to play with each other. Like, going into the season, everybody knows I wanted to play with Sam. As soon as Dylan or Envoy was a free agent, I instantly hit him up. So it's kind of a mutual respect there where we wanted to play with each other. But, yeah, we have this joke where every time we get a 4-piece or anybody gets a 4-piece, we yell out overkill. So he definitely did that, and it also brings the vibes during the match. So it's pretty funny when we do it. But, yeah, the guy's a beast.
That's so dope.
Yo, Kenny, so you know where people are ranking teams, and you guys always fall somewhere, you know, in the middle. Where do you personally feel you guys stand? Are you championship ready?
I would say we are definitely contenders.
Okay.
Wouldn't say we're there like final form yet, just because we need to work on a few S&D maps and stuff like that. I do think we definitely need to work on other hardpoint maps because our Gavutu is pretty dominant. But I would rank us pretty high, to be honest. I feel like in scrims, at least with people not seeing them, we look really good, and we most of the time win all our scrims. So our practice has been going well. We just need to be able to execute it and then apply it to our matches. And I think we'll definitely be a contender then.
Well, good luck.
We're contenders now, but we'll win then.
Damn right, man. All right, Kenny, I'm going to leave the floor to you right here. The LA Thieves, you guys have a ridiculous fan base. They all want to see you succeed. You guys are progressing as a team. Any last words you want to say to the supporters out there?
Just simple. Just thank you to everybody that supports us. We're grinding every day to get better. And hopefully we can win something soon. Thank you for supporting again.
Yes, sir. All right, Kenny, man, you take it easy and continue styling on it, man. You have a good night.
For sure.
No problem. All right, so that's pretty much it, the last series of the day. And with week 2 starting and this just being day 1, things have already been caliente, if you feel me. And let's break it down. The first matchup of the day, we saw Paris Legion take a big L against Boston Breach. And Boston, they just keep impressing me, Nameless.
These guys just keep rolling, man. They keep impressing me. And, you know, Capsidal, he played great on that map 1. Like, the map that you need your SMG player to pop off on, he does that, right? Like, he does have some maps where it's like Berlin or Gavutu where he struggles a little bit in the kill department, but he's still doing what he needs to on the map. And he pops off on Bocage, so that's great. And we saw Methodz really come into his own on that Berlin where he was taken over by the train side. Their strategies are on point where they would just give up that scrap time and just fight from the front on P4 train. Like, they know exactly what they want to do, what they want to accomplish, and it was working out wonderfully versus the Paris Legion. Now, I just want to see Breach versus some of the top teams we have in the league, right? Like, they've taken out 2 teams. It's been LAG, it's been Paris Legion, and they've looked pretty good in those 2 series. I want to see them playing some of these better teams, Minnesota, Seattle, Toronto, see how they can play against them.
And speaking about Seattle, Minnesota, and the rest of them, LAG took on Toronto Ultra and aLLeY. Toronto are looking good. That boy Bands, even when he's not doing good, he finds a way to take over rounds and win games.
And you know what? I was sending prayers for Cammy that entire S&D, man. He was struggling to hit those snipes, but they turned it around so much into that game 3 to 3-0, the LA Guerrillas. And again, they just want to continue their dominance from last year with a heartbreaking second finish in grand finals. They are looking for revenge now coming up on this year, and they're looking good thus far, pushing forward.
Yes, Nameless. LAG, we see sparks, we see a lot of kills on the kill feed. We need to see more wins with this team.
Yeah, we need to see more wins, right? Like, their hardpoint has been pretty good so far. I just need to see more out of Hook. Like Hook had a crazy performance on that map, but I need him to be more impactful with the team. I expect so much out of him. He's a world champion, and I want to see him flourish.
Yeah, so one of my favorite games of the day, by the way, Minnesota Røkkr took on Seattle Surge, and aLLeY, Seattle, they had their backs against the wall the entire time.
They did, and for it to be from a team like Minnesota Røkkr, again, I'm going to be a broken record. The competition this year is unmatched, and what's crazy about the Seattle Surge squad is every single player on this team is of high caliber, this is the MVP, this is the star-studded roster, this is the one that's going to get the 2s and 3 pieces. You got accuracy with the ice, you got Sib with his consistency, you got Max with the 2 pieces in the routes, and you got the rookie Pred just outslaying the rest of the competition. That squad is probably one of the scariest we have in the league.
And speaking of which, we have the Game Fuel Tactical Player of the Day, and it's going to be the Iceman himself. Some call him Lamar, some call him Accuracy. I call him the Clutch God, the GOAT, Nameless. He is so good.
Brother, why did Minnesota split up on
Yo, thank you!
Why? Like, just send somebody to the statue and just hop on the bomb. Like, but, I mean, it's accuracy. Like, you have to be on point. And this guy has clutched so many big round 11, round 10, just crazy moments. Like, thinking about this play, he played it perfectly. Bro, the bomb was down on A. He goes and grabs the bomb, and they're holding a back, like 2 setup back somewhere in the cemetery. Yeah. He runs all the way over to B, gets it down perfect timing, gets to the back, wins that gunfight, plays it perfectly, and clutches up in the very end. Like, that was textbook play accuracy. He's so comfortable in search and destroy in those moments. He gives himself the opportunity to clutch almost every time.
During that moment, like, parts of my body puckered up and I was screaming like crazy. But let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and see how things have unfolded so far. Week 1, full of upsets and surprises, right? Here in week 2, in the first day, we still see some of the same. Seattle Surge are going to be on top with the London Royal Ravens. We got Atlanta FaZe in the mix. But aLLeY, this is worrisome. Take a look at that. Texas, OpTic Texas, 0-2. The York Subliners, 0-3. I didn't expect this at all.
Me either. I mean, we're both sitting here mind blown. Subliners being that low, OpTic Texas being that low, even LA Thieves is sitting in top 8 right now. It has only been the first day of week 2, though, so we can be a little lenient, you know, with some of these teams going up the big guns. I mean, listen, they went against Atlanta FaZe first, if we're being fair. But I think I'm also very pleasantly surprised, mostly on the side of London Royal Ravens sitting 2-0 there at second, and of course CDL Surge being 3-0. But Atlanta FaZe and Boston Breach also being up there in conversation. Atlanta FaZe having a little bit more competition this year.
Yeah, let's take a look at the points as well. But I will say this, my first year being in the CDL, I was excited, man. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I get to cover Clayster, Crib, and Scump, you know what I'm saying? And they ain't won yet, man. I need something to happen real fast. They need some points by their names. But listen, this is still the beginning of the year. Things are obviously going to change. New York, they're trying to turn the tide by making team changes and whatnot, and things are already heating up this season.
Yeah, I mean, they made a team change. Time will tell if they're able to get back to the top. But, man, these old guys are making our generation look bad, man. I need them to start turning up. I'm excited to see if OpTic Texas can turn it around. Obviously, it was a drama-filled week for them. They were not playing great. So, them in New York, obviously, I want to see both those teams get a lot better.
Yeah, you know what I want to see? I want to see the schedule that's going to go down tomorrow. Let's see what matches are going to be taking place, because today was so fun, but tomorrow is going to be even better. We're going to kick things off with the Minnesota Røkkr facing off against, I like this team, by the way, the London Royal Ravens. The game field marquee matchup of the day will be between Boston Breach versus Atlanta FaZe. Nameless gets to finally see Boston go against one of the better teams in the league. And aLLeY, which one of these teams are you excited to watch? I mean, for me, it's OpTic Texas.
Well, for me, it's actually going to be Minnesota Røkkr and London Royal Ravens. I think this is another one of those decisive matches where it's like, all right, London Royal Ravens really proved themselves the opening week with a hot 3-0, and now it's, does that consistency continue? Do they continue to do that against a team like Minnesota Røkkr, who has been really pushing a lot of our top teams to the limit in these series?
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the day. This has been so fun. Happy birthday to Paco. For the rest of the teams out there, whether you win or lose, I'm loving what we're seeing so far this year. Seattle Surge is out on top, and this is what Sam Phoenix pretty much expected. But tomorrow's going to be a different story. What happened in the past won't mean anything, and we're just going to move straight forward. We'll see you guys next time at the same place at the same time for some more top-tier CDL action. We'll see you guys later.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy.